Fredo in or Fredo out.
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this.
Oh man, I
I'm
gotta
gonna
take
try
a
to make some
shit.
money, and there's always a curveball. And how we react to that curveball is how the rest of the fucking day
I
goes.
love that.
But
Martha
after a
Rappaport,
while,
that's
you
the
already
funniest
know.
thing
Like,
you've ever
what you?
said, or the
I'm
funniest thing
high when I go to the
anywhere.
gym.
I gotta
I'm
take a
very
shit,
high and
bro.
I'm very calm. I slip in. I say good morning. That's it. I got the
You gonna
button. They
sing?
always have ESPN on,
I
which
don't
helps
know.
our cause, so I can pay attention to what happens.
We could use
And
AI
I
to
sit and I
make
wait.
mock
I'm
carols.
doing hits on the bike, which is 30 seconds.
Dog,
I'm like
that
10,
would
and
be the
then
absolute most
30 seconds or 6, and then I'll go back up to 7. You know, and I can
bad
memorize the
shit
shit.
of all time.
But then again, there's always that one person that wants to come over and start chit chatting with me. You know how many times I almost die? I run out
Let's
of
go.
oxygen just because. And I'm like, you gotta go.
Look at that.
And then they want to stand here,
Dude,
which
what is up with
I got a fucked up
Socialize
left eye, whatever. So
granting
whenever I look this
points?
way, I can start getting vertigo. It's like
And
going to
what's
the
up with
bar,
these other
if the
fuckers
TV's
not
there, people want to give me an earpiece. You have about
accepting
10
my
seconds. 10 seconds, because I'm not going to sit like this the whole afternoon. Really, if
appeal?
Marla was a cop, I don't give a fuck.
No one fucking
We're at the
knows.
bar. There's a bunch
Oh,
of women,
dude,
there's
these
a
two
bunch of
assholes are
people.
here. Fuck
Everybody's
yeah.
watching the football game. You want to tell
Alright,
me a fucking life story
these guys
guy?
are
I
the
would
worst.
like to know.
Greek Freak and Little
Think
Pork
about
Chop,
that shit.
you guys are
Nobody thinks about that
bullies
shit.
and mean, and
You
nobody
know,
likes you.
fucking like simple things. So
You're just
when
bad
you know, I go
people
to the gym.
overall.
By the way, like today I went to the gym. Nice gym. I love the people. But there's two people
Really?
that you know,
Oh,
they
good.
come in. You see Moana? They're 40 years old. They talking about
June.
Moana for a fucking half hour.
Changing it to June.
They're gonna say Moana too, but they didn't see Moana once. Are you fucking crazy? Moana? Jews are fighting in
Oh,
Syria,
shit.
and you're talking about fucking Moana? Are you fucking crazy? It's a chatty
Jews
gym.
are
They're
fighting
older,
in Syria.
so it's a very like
Talking about
people stop and
Moana.
talk to each other. They
Oh, this
stop.
is the
They got like
worst.
2 seconds.
Kids,
What's up? And
if
I
I
don't
had to
insult
pick
them. I just keep
the
working out while
absolute
they talk.
worst amount of
I
content,
don't have
I,
time.
I actually agree with all these
Which
people
one do you want to talk about?
that
We're in the
these are
fucking
just
gym. You know, I don't know
awful.
how many times this happened to anybody lately. Have you been to a men's room lately? There's always a jerk off in there on the phone,
Have you ever
but on
been
the
to a
camera
men's
phone.
room
What?
recently?
Like
Huh?
talking to another jerk off. Like, yeah, I'm here. I'm here at fucking Burger Brothers, and yeah, it's what? Like in the last month, 2 bathrooms I've got in, there's two jerk and men, not fucking kids, men
YouTube,
on a fucking cell phone
Bloomberg.
doing audio. Hey, yeah, I told them that I'll pick them up after the game. So get that fucking video
Dog, get
off.
that fucking
Somewhere
shit
we
out
just
of
went
here.
there.
It's the worst.
Somebody had a fucking
It is as
maybe
bad as
Jersey
this
City.
fucking stream.
One of those places has
Oh,
a
what is this?
something. Let me just
Oh,
look
no,
again
that's
when
it.
I was back.
Bloomberg.
He was at the urinal
Bloomberg Live.
with his dick in one hand, with his other fucking hand. You know, I can't do it. Now you want to ask me why I smoke?
Oh,
Well,
yeah,
anyway,
yeah. Tell me about the fucking
listen,
electoral
it was a
college.
fun podcast.
Not. This is the worst.
We talked a lot of shit. We're high as fuck. And guess what, motherfuckers? The church is back, whether you like it or not. So we're here every fucking Tuesday
I like
morning,
how Greek
ready
Freak
to rock.
and
Now
Little Pork
everybody asks
Chop
us
are
what
in their own
week.
little
This
fucking
week I'm with Josh Root in
relationship.
New Jersey,
They're just
Delaware,
enjoying each other's gayness.
Pennsylvania, on the 11th through the 14th. Check it out, Josh,
And that's cool.
comedianjoshroot.com.
That's your
Newark, New
thing.
Jersey, Red Bank, Newark, and Wilmington, Delaware.
Not my thing.
Wilmington, Delaware, Easton, Pennsylvania. And I'll be at the Stress Factory Wednesday night. It's sold
I
out.
have to
Do not
take a
go
shit.
to any of the sites and pay any amount of money more than $30. If you do, you're a fucking momo. And I'd be really upset with you. I want to thank all our
And I'd be
sponsors.
really upset
And I
with
want
you.
to thank you guys for giving us another chance on a Tuesday morning. And I want to thank Nikki
Are
Pork
you
Chop for
fucking
bringing some
serious?
Fioris straight out of Hoboken. They've been there for how long, fellas?
Straight out of Hoboken, dog.
80 years? 80 years.
80
Jesus
years.
was there. What the fuck have
Jesus.
you done lately? I want to thank the head technician, George Kaladitsky,
Ah,
and my
that's
brother,
fucking hilarious.
Nick McIntosh. Apples.
The
Apples.
Nazarene.
You ever been to Aggie Apples?
Yo,
McIntosh was
dog.
a gangster from Colombo. He
This
made me
is
his Irish.
the worst
See, you always
stream
learn something
in
good on
the
here. You
history
died. I don't
of
fucking know.
life.
Fuck is
What
wrong
is
with
this
you? I love you,
bullshit?
cocksuckers. See you next week.
Yo, dog. What is this bullshit? Yo. There you go, you slut.
What's happening, you savages? The
What's
Church New
happening, you
Testament today
savages?
is brought to you by Blue Chew. Listen, some people want to abolish
Oh,
for
I think
breakfast.
that is very
Some
funny.
people just want a big, strong
What's
bourbon
happening, you
dick.
savages?
If you're ready to get in on this Christmas, you need Blue Chew. Blue
This
Chew is an online
is
service
the
that
worst
sends a chewable form
stream
of the same active
in the
ingredients as Viagra and
history of
Cialis at a
mankind,
huge
humankind,
discount, like your little
personkind,
helmet's gonna get when you
womankind.
take Blue Chew. Just
This
sign
is
up
the
on their
worst.
website,
Scale
talk
1
to
to
one
10.
of our licensed medical providers, and once you're approved,
Oh,
you'll get your prescription within
negative.
days.
Everything.
So, listen, I forgot my little
This
package.
is
I always have a
the
little package
worst
with me.
stream
I take
in
it on the way
the
home so that mom is
history
ready,
of
but that's none of
mankind,
your goddamn business. The
humankind,
tablets are made in the USA,
personkind, womankind,
shipped straight to your
dogkind,
door. Not even the
catkind,
mailman knows what's going on.
organism
So
kind.
discover your
In the
options at
history of
BlueChew.com,
organisms, there's never been a worse
and
stream
Uncle Joey
than
got a
this
special
one.
deal for you
It's
today.
just terrible.
Try Blue Chew. Lee, tell him. Free. Just pay $5 of shipping
Free.
at checkout when you visit BlueChew.com. And I'll say it again. It's for free. Just pay me $5 for shipping at checkout when you visit BlueChew.com. Again, that's BlueChew.com to receive your first month on the own.
Why do they?
Visit
Why?
BlueChew.com
I'm gonna
for
ask
more
AI this
details
question.
and
Why
important
is it
safety
that everything
information.
has to be
Also,
like
want to thank Blue Chew for
labeled? Like,
sponsoring the show
Dad,
and making you guys the
47,
big
takes
Marines.
54 pills a day. Like, why can't he just be like some schmuck? Like, just put his fucking name. Brian Johnson takes 54 pills a day not to die. It's like, I don't give a shit that he's a dad. Who gives a fuck? I'm gonna ask this question to fucking AI.
It's December 17th, San Lazaro's birthday up in Cuba. Let's get this party started, Jack. It's a
Alright.
beautiful day to be alive. It's Tuesday, the 17th
Yo,
of
dog,
December. The
why
Church New Testament
do
is brought to you
articles
by Liquid
always
IV.
label
Listen,
someone like,
the holidays are
instead
almost
of being
upon us
like
now, right?
John
It's easy to
Smith
forget the basics like staying hydrated. I don't know who
took
does, but
54 pills to
keep
stay
Liquid
healthy,
IV on
they'll
hand
be like,
to get you through the
Dad,
holiday
comma,
party.
age
Okay?
47,
Liquid
comma,
IV
takes
has
54
three
pills to
times,
stay healthy.
not two, three
And
times
when
the
did they start
electrolytes
doing this?
of a
When was
green
that a
stuff
thing? It
plus
seems very
8
clickbaity.
vitamins and nutrients
Why
that
don't they
make
just
you
say the
go
guy's name,
banging.
John
Listen,
Doe,
it
takes 54
replaces
pills?
nutrients lost
Why do they have to
by
say that he's a
dehydration
dad? What
and has 100%
what does that
of your daily
add
value
to it?
of vitamin B,
Or that he's
B3,
54 years
folate,
old or whatever,
listen, all the
47.
B's.
What
You
does that
heard me.
add?
We
I don't
got enough for
understand
you
it.
there to forget about it. It's
Why is
available
everything
in 12
labeled?
delicious flavors. And now, sugar-free. Let me explain
Yo,
something to you.
I get what you're
That
saying. It's
means
definitely a
sugar-free has
weird
always
trend.
been one of my
Thank
favorites
you.
in the
Even
past.
AI says this
If
shit
you
is
like
weird.
Liquid IV, the flavor, now they got a raspberry
Articles that
something.
give an
Oh
extra
my
details like
God.
dad, age 47,
Stop the
not because they're
presses.
super
It's
necessary for the
easy.
story, but because
Just
they're meant to add
one
context,
stick
fill the
of
narrative,
Liquid IV with
and make it
15
more
ounces of ice
relatable
cold
or
water.
engaging to the reader.
Make that
The
thing
dad part
pump for
could
you.
relate to the mental
Stay
imagery and emotional,
hydrated
but the
through the
age part,
holidays
that's more
with
about
Liquid
who,
IV.
what, when
Get
style of
20%
journalism.
off your first
It
order of
it's
Liquid
like
IV when
giving
you
a
go to
reader enough to understand the person's background. Like
liquidiv.com.
47-year-old
Again,
might have different health
liquidiv.com.
needs or
Use
challenges than
code Joey at
27-year-old.
checkout.
I mean, then why wouldn't they just be like
Joey. A lot of people
older
do this.
dude? I
Get
guess no,
20%
that's still
off your
labeling it.
first order when you
I don't
shop
know.
Better Hydration today
I just
with
don't like
code
that.
Joey, Joey,
It's
at
kind of a trend that emerged because articles want to grab your
liquidiv.com.
attention
Please
faster.
support the show
But yeah, it can
and get
definitely.
20% off your next
In what
purchase.
year would you say that this trend started?
It's over. They didn't put me on this planet just to give up. If Uncle Joey can do it, I can rule the world. That's what you gotta be.
Early 2010s. I knew it. I knew that was an early 2010s thing. Everything about the early 2010s is bullshit. What was the last good year? Like 2008, and then what? Everything has sucked since then. 2018 was pretty cool. Everything else sucks. Really? Yup. 2019 was okay. 2020 was bullshit. 2021 was bullshit. 2022 was bullshit. 2023 was bullshit. 2024's been bullshit. Sucks. Everything sucks. So around 2010 to 2012. Like, show me a newspaper article from, I don't know, 1998. 1998, just a random ass 1998 article. Just a news article. I don't know. They didn't like cover shit like, oh, this guy takes all this fucking shit. News article, dog. Why do you show me the Electoral College? Top stories from 1998. No, just show me a fucking newspaper. Here you go. Church. No, that's 1998. No, that's fucking the San Francisco Chronicle from like 1943. Churchill blames labor regime for coal crisis. They don't say, Dad, comma, 68 years old, comma, Churchill blames labor regime for coal crisis. They don't. They didn't give a shit. He was Winston Churchill. Dude, show me just any newspaper. Just a 1998 newspaper. And this is how headlines should be. Dog, what is this shit? That's not a real. Wow. Okay. This seems like a British thing too. I don't know if it is, but it seems like it. Very Guardian-esque or whatever. The shitty Daily Mirror shit. Okay, give me a real newspaper. The Los Angeles Times, 1998. Just a newspaper. Oh. Oh, you wanted to look at old newspapers? Like what the internet is fucking for? Ah, oh, get the fuck out of here. Get to the microfiche of your local library. Stupid cunt. Oh, but you want to fucking learn all about fucking Dad 47 takes 54 pills to stay alive? Well, go fuck yourself. Okay, here's one. No, that's 2021. Dog, don't show me that shit. Okay, the Van Nuys News, 1950. That's okay. Maybe that'll work. No, no. Okay, notice. I can't read this shit. It's too blurry. Okay, here we go. Nothing to read at Reagan Library. It's not like nothing to read at Reagan, comma, 82-year-old dead president, comma, library. It's not that. Oh, why would I connect with him? Because he's an 82-year-old dead president. Fucking sluts. San Diego school to test preventative government. There you go. That's a fucking. They could have just been like, name the fucking school, but I guess. Okay, fine. Wilson relishes added role in party politics. They're not like, Dad, comma, 47, comma, Wilson adds added role to party politics. I can't stand it. Debate is raging in housing funds. Notice it's not like right wing debate, left wing debate. It's just debate is raging, which is, I don't know, I feel more accurate. All right. Give me another one. All right, give me a fucking New York Times. All right. No, give me a, I don't know, 1984. Give me a 1984 New York Times newspaper. Dog, why isn't it? Why don't they give, like, I don't understand why you have to subscribe to a fucking newspaper to get their back articles or whatever. It's just the worst. Alright, here's the first one. Oh, man. Well, this sucks. No one says we had to take it back to fucking 1851. This is awful, but I wonder what they look like. New York Daily Times. And New York is hyphenated, which is fucked up. Yo, dog. I imagine there's a parallel universe somewhere in the multiverse where the internet works the way that it's supposed to, and it's not like all shitty. Dude, no one wants this.
And then got out there and throwing a bunch of rocks at that motherfucker. And then I think they arrested some guy. I don't know if it was in Jersey or not, but they like Walmart is delivering with drones now, and this dude, I think maybe it was
All right, here we go.
like this older dude.
Governor Long suffers heart attack. There you go. Perfect. It's not like right wing agenda, comma governor, comma Long, comma suffers heart attack, suffers massive cardiac incident. Allegedly, it's not that bullshit that we get today. It's Governor Long suffers heart attack. Oh, okay, I get it. The governor suffered a heart attack. I don't need to know his fucking politics. I don't need to know his fucking age. It's just telling me, yo, dog.
Big head dimples. It's all over, but it's it's like it's like that Roman building. What is that? Oh, the leaning tower of Pisa. Yeah, it's always leaning. I feel like I have the midget head. My head's huge. I can't. Anyway, let's talk about the drones. I don't want to insult you. All right. You know, no.
Inflation rate rises to 18.4% as trade gap widens. Now that's a fucking what? Is this in America?
Yeah, fucking Herman Munson drank the potion.
Polish premier forced to resign after attacks.
Kids in his house. They went up to one little kid with a soul. What do you think?
That's what a fucking newspaper used to be. It used to be like
That's what I just thought. I wrote it down. I appreciate it. You want to talk about the drones? Huh?
just normal headlines.
Listen, there's nothing to talk about.
If I go to Instagram, People Magazine. Fuck you, People Magazine.
Okay. Like every night, I'm a fucking idiot. I believe something else, and they tell me something I don't know. No. People are concerned all over New Jersey. You know, they're planning. No, they're not. They're concerned that the Giants are going to win. People give a fuck about the Giants more than the drones in Jersey. Oh, Tommy Pancakes, what's his name? Tommy DeVito. Tommy Pizza. They almost killed him yesterday.
Oh,
I think it's just let him go home. Tommy, if I tell you what, hey, Tommy DeVito, how you doing? Good morning. Listen, it's not going to happen. No one took his fucking head off. Did you see him? They asked him, where do you live? Not my mother's basement. He didn't know where the fuck he was. Come on. You know, they don't care. Jersey people are walking around like Sunday, and that's what I would have done. I would have landed one of those drones.
I'm level 28.
In Giant Stadium, all those fucking momos in there, and watch them
I'm
run
on
out
fire,
with
baby.
that poor Tommy Pizza, whatever the fuck they call him. I'm like, I need this shit in my life now. That must suck being the hometown kid and having it not go well. He was a bartender. Like, you know, like it was like fucking whatever. He was a bartender, and they called him, and everybody from Jersey got all excited. He's a bartender. They're gonna kill him. They're gonna fucking kill him. For just sucking? No, because he's not big. He's not. Oh, they're gonna. Okay, the team. I thought you meant the fans were gonna kill him.
What the fuck is going on with this shit? Zuckerberg, you suck. Your platform sucks. Your wife should have left you years ago. Chan Zuckerberg, fucking initiative. Go fuck yourselves.
No, Miami, Houston, Texas.
Dog, just fucking work.
Flying through the air. I was like, look at that formation and shit. And every time that fucking tour, the concussion kid said hi. It was night of 1,000 brothers coming from everywhere. Jungles, ships, Africa. They were just flying over. Remember when the Bills played Pittsburgh in like 1993? What happened? Fucking Machine Gun Kelly was the quarterback. And Pittsburgh Steelers had like the lowest, what do you call that? The lowest amount of pay, the lowest pay. Salary? Oh, yeah. Every year they're cheaper than fuck. So they pull these fucking brothers that just do not give a fuck. They pull them out of a halfway house. They don't give a fuck. And if you look up the stat that night, Kelly couldn't even. That's the night he got cancer. Doesn't he have cancer? No, that's the night he got cancer. They did everything to him. This is before fucking Rock of the Past. Every time you go hike, there were three brothers right here. He couldn't even straighten up with little capes on. Ah! Boom! They would knock him out. They were all like fucking brothers of Superfly. Jesus. Didn't they used to smoke on the sideline? Who?
And he's like, I feel like I've seen video of like NFL players like smoking
I don't know
cigarettes.
basketball. I heard that people smoke shit about.
That was crazy.
What are we talking about?
About the drones, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what to fucking tell you anymore. My man Nick McIntosh said that as soon as a drone goes up in the air, within 30 minutes the cops will be after it.
Oh, dude, I was watching a video.
If it's
Right.
illegal. So now you got a fucking drone the size of a truck going around. And Rogan didn't help matters much by fucking putting my thing out again. When I talked about Hudson County having
Right.
fucking the number one amount of Martians, everybody was calling me.
Right.
All these creepy fucking, what do you call those people? Pistol people?
Yeah.
They were emailing me. Would you like to do an interview? Not really. Not really. I don't give a fuck about Martians. They've been here for years.
Look at
Really?
that
No, you wouldn't
athleticism.
care if they were real?
Oh, we deal with a Martian every fucking day.
You think so?
I can't wait to go to the doctor's office. One of you motherfuckers, that Indian that everybody makes fun of, rips off his mask and he's got little fucking ears and he's a little fucking Martian.
That's
All these Jewish doctors, they could be Martians. You ever notice how they're all Jewish, the doctors?
well, yeah.
Don't look at me all creepy. I
No,
didn't say
no.
anything
First
bad.
of all, you're not supposed. I don't think you're supposed
Maybe
to
you, maybe we're
put
in
stuff
fucking
in.
a land of Martians. Look at them.
Yeah.
Aren't they beating up on Syria?
Didn't I think the president has gone in Syria now? Didn't they just like overthrow the country? Maybe I don't think
Who
Israel did, but
overthrew it?
like the people. That's what they said, but I don't trust.
Who's taking over bad boys? The Jews are going in there and going, it's us. That's it. This is how we start.
Yeah.
We're taking everything. Land, we're like Fidel Castro in 59. Land, gold chains, everything is going. And we'll give you, if you want to go, we'll give you a way out, but you ain't taking your shit with you.
No.
Like Fidel Castro with that farm, the car, that's all mine. Kissing on the way out.
Are the Castro
Remember that?
still in charge in
You
Cuba?
know what? I think the
I know
Castros
Fidel's
are
gone.
taking like one of his trucks. I don't fucking know, Lee.
I thought you were.
It's 6:30 at night. I smoked 22 pounds today. Fuck, now you want to
What
give
do
me
you
60
know?
minutes. You know what I'm saying? Now you
What
want
do
to
you
give
mean? You started. You brought it up. I'm trying to have a conversation.
I
What
don't
do you
know
know
who's
about
running Cuba.
Castro?
I don't know who's running Cuba. I know they got to get houses around the world built on that because they keep running out of electricity. The fucking electricity thing is 100 years old.
Yeah.
PNC championship.
Their
I gotta
bodies
take
go
a
black
shit.
any fucking day now.
That would suck.
Allegedly.
But I.
Why would it suck? Fuck them.
Oh man.
They're commie bastards. They should deserve no love.
Everyone on the. You have family there.
Fuck them. Definitely.
Who's this
He's a
bitch?
communist cocksucker. By the way, I
This
got to
bitch
call
is
my
hot
uncle
as
for that.
fuck.
He's 85.
Oh, I've seen her
How
before,
old
I
is he?
think.
85.
Good for him.
I might shit myself.
Still opens up his bar Fridays and Saturdays
Ooh.
for fucking youngsters. 85. He
Bitch.
doesn't box anymore. He hits them with mace now.
He too with Mace.
The people. If they give him a hard time, he just shoots in the face with mace.
See, I feel like if you had Mace, it wouldn't. You would shoot it
Yeah, this
immediately.
goes high as
I
fuck.
would love to shoot
Good on
somebody
you.
with mace out in the car.
Good on your parents.
Wait, out of the
You
car?
don't do it to their face like
I gotta
mace,
take a
no.
dump.
In the car.
Major,
Little ladies walking
major
around with
league
fucking
shit.
a dog. You
Yeah.
see taking their time crossing the street. You can just spray it into the air.
What is this
I thought you
bullshit?
were gonna wait at least until someone
Zuckerberg.
pissed you off. Just someone taking too long across the street.
Why would you do it to some of the systems? They expected me to get it back. Now you do it to some poor pedestrian, a guy on a bike,
Oh yeah.
some guy with bikes, with nice shoes and black socks. You know how much I hate black socks and sneakers.
Right.
But
Mace.
basically, yeah, you didn't get the thing. If you cut
I
yourself,
have to take a shit
if the socket
so
bleeds,
bad.
then it'll bleed into you and you die of fucking inch poisoning.
Yeah. So who else can we? I don't know if any of that's true.
So
That
if I
sounds like
see
just
some
one
dude on
hat.
a skateboard
Right.
and he's kind of cocky, you know those motherfuckers like they
Dog.
try to play with the gun.
I
Yeah,
have
I'm
to
gonna
take
shut
a
up. Don't
shit.
give me that.
Right.
You hit that motherfucker with some mace in the eyeball, it's all over.
What about the guy flying the drone? Did we get him?
Him, I'll hit him with some fucking at Levy's when we were kids. They used to sell what you take out of the skunk,
Oh shit! Really?
the juice in the little bottles.
Oh, I gotta look at that. Dude, do you know what an execution style assassination looks like? And then it's like all over the back. That's what the porcelain looks like. Perhaps, allegedly.
Put on leaves to eliminate your odor when you go hunting.
Okay.
Fuck that. I would just throw the whole fucking bottle in. That thing breaks quicker than shit. That ounce of fucking $65 it was back then. It was worth the laugh.
It was $65 back when.
I think 82, 80.
So that's like hundreds of dollars now.
Damn, bitch.
Yeah, they descent. They descent the skunk. That's the word I was looking for.
And you would spray that on people?
You don't spray it. You just look at the fucking bottles. Go the other
Shit,
way.
the whole bottle on? Holy shit.
It's just a little white bottle.
Okay.
And it breaks.
Right.
Now it's probably plastic. You know, everybody wants to save the ocean. But back then, it's just fucking bottles.
Do you recycle?
All the time.
I don't. People get so fucking obsessed with it. I just throw shit
Oh
away.
my god. I'm the biggest recycler.
Come
I'm
on,
not
Lee.
though.
I'm Johnny College drunk. My wife recycles, you know. I mean, at the end of the day, you know it's bullshit.
Right.
I don't just recycle.
That building block.
Yeah, listen, suck a dick. You know, when you're concerned with like all the forest and this, just knock it down. Do something with the fucking it makes
Right.
people happy. Look, when we left LA, we couldn't fucking use a straw.
Right.
Boat people didn't know what the fuck to do no more. All the straws are made out of paper.
Right.
One good reason, because it gets stuck in the dolphin's fucking thing and he can't breathe. Listen, I love animals.
Right.
But I like straws better. You understand? Yeah.
Fuck.
You want to drink a milkshake without a straw? Be my fucking guest. An egg cream without a straw, a nice black cream soda from the Jewish place.
Yeah.
You need a straw. The only thing you use paper straws and bends. So remember, they happen to us at that pizza.
It happens all the time.
The night that you said you like your crust crispy.
I do like my crust crispy.
That's the night that I was like, what the fuck are these people talking about?
Yeah. It's fucking great. Especially with like a milkshake, that would piss me
Can you
off.
imagine? I can't use a straw because the dolphins. Fuck dolphins. And look what happened. They tested the ocean. They're all coked the fuck out.
Really?
Every summer, those sharks are fucking going crazy for the last 20 years. Why? Because of the coke in the water. Now that, you know, and now people like, don't throw plastics in there. They used to eat those pens. How many fucking pens? With those big pens, you took the thing out, you did a line of coke, and you put it back. And then a week later, your grandmother's like, why? I licked the thing and my tongue got numb. Listen, I don't know what to tell you, grandma. And I know that happens to you, Jordan. Well, somebody would lick the fucking thing off. Those pens were the best coke thing in the world. You can make believe you're a shoe salesman, pop it out, and do a line anywhere.
Really? You use big pen
Big
covers?
pens are the king. The king of cocaine. They were cousins with Pablo.
Do you think they did it on purpose?
Please, I don't fucking
Well, no,
know.
because
They
didn't
just
they
happen
sell
by
them like
mistake.
little spoons?
Look at the fucking little fags that drew the happy hearts.
What happy hearts?
The fucking happy hearts are all you happy people. Texting people. The little happy fag face, right? That thing was invented in like 1950. Some guy would do them. He sent it into a bag, and the rest was in the 70s. That shit was on everything. Buttons, right? Your sunglasses, everything was happy.
Right.
Everything was happy.
I don't see you being like a hippie. Like, did you ever dress like a hippie at all?
Not in a million fucking years, but listen, this is the problem with Americans. When Snoop Dogg put a picture of Marvin Gaye on the cover of one of the albums, it's fucking just a G. You know, put that same cover up today. The guy's got a fucking Charles Bronson hat. He's got a cigarette. He's got an earring of a fucking Christmas tree and his fucking tattoos. You know, we live in a society where it's like what I used to tell you when I left LA. If I could pick the director, when I walk on the set, it's not going to be good.
Right.
It's not going to be good. What's that director look like? The rolled up sleeve with God forbid they don't show that fucking tattoo. The hat with the feather, the Chinese assistant, you know. I see you coming. You know what I'm saying? Remember my ex-brother-in-laws, the Kings? They could outski anybody. These motherfuckers showed up on the hill with jeans. Now
Right.
you see these people like
See if the shit
protectors
works.
and the helmet, and you're terrible. You can't even fucking ski. My brother-in-laws would get out of a truck and go into fucking ski things and win first place.
of her fucking hair.
Now people are like,
I
oh,
wonder if there's a
let's not
website
fucking fool.
for
This is how he gets you to
pills.
make believe that he's better than you. Right. Or whatever. Oh my God, I wish I could be that cool. He ain't dick that dude. Marvin Gaye was fucking cool.
Fuck yeah.
What did he do that was so cool? Like,
What?
why do you like? Yeah, I know who Marvin Gaye is.
What did he
Why
do
you
that
like
made
Marvin
people
Gaye?
cool? A bunch of black people fucked because of Marvin Gaye.
And white
That
people,
went out
baby.
with sexual healing.
Yeah.
Sexual
That was a
healing,
different type of
baby.
fella. That
It's
dude
good
had a hard
for
time.
me.
What
Sexual
would have happened to Marvin Gaye?
healing.
He got shot by his fucking father.
Oh shit, I forgot about
Gaye.
that.
That's what I read. When Tony Soprano got shot, everybody kept saying he got Marvin Gaye. That's why his father, his stepfather, somebody shot him.
Yeah.
There's a fucking YouTube thing of Marvin Gaye fucked up in his basement with a fan. He's laying on the couch like this, fucked up from the night before. They're playing, and he's
What
singing.
the fuck is this bullshit?
That's how bad that motherfucker was.
And he was singing well. It was like
Unbelievably well. Unbelievably well.
Jesus.
Right. Unbelievable. That motherfucker was so black, he said, fuck you white motherfuckers. He went to Germany. He went to Germany.
What happened?
He went to Germany.
We removed your content.
And wrote like 2 fucking albums. He locked
All right.
himself in Luxembourg, whatever.
That's a neat story.
You know, everybody else is jumping up and down in Motown. He said, fuck you, motherfuckers. I'm
Everybody's
taking my
jumping up and
fucking
down.
big
Okay, I
truck
get it, dog.
to
You,
fucking
we
Germany.
removed your
Oh,
content
shit.
because Zuckerberg sucks. That's just a
What did he dress?
Zuckerberg
Did
sucks.
he dress like normal?
Like
Yeah.
a
Why?
stupid black
Dude, I don't
motherfucker.
know, because he's got fucking AI and shit doing bullshit.
Those
Work,
guys walked in
bitch.
and they were black. He knew it. Yo, that's a cool motherfucker.
Yeah.
It's like when Steve McQueen walked in. That dude was in. When James Coburn walked in. Say what you want to say. When John Gotti walked in. That motherfucker came
Zuckerberg.
$2,000 suit on.
Zuckerberg.
Oh, go over your head. You know what I'm saying? Them motherfuckers were bumped to the max.
Zuckerberg.
Let me get my head above certain people that you look at and you're like, God damn. Elvis Presley, 68, with that black suit on. Nothing beats that. Maybe Jim Morrison at the Hollywood Bowl with leather pants
Shit.
on, 1969.
Dude, this sucks.
Shit. With some steak on him or something like that. He had like some steak belt or something.
Really? And you never, cause like, you could.
What can I do
fuck?
that would be cool?
I don't know, cool. A nice
Shave
suit.
my ears, whatever the fuck. Get a tattoo on my face of a cross.
Shave your ears.
What can I do? Dress up like,
You wouldn't wear like a $2,000 suit.
For what? I'm a piece of shit. You can't put a silk hat on a pig. And I don't say it like that. Listen, the truth is, I don't look good in a suit.
Really?
I don't feel good. I don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
What
I just
happened?
don't feel comfortable in a suit.
We added a restriction
What difference does it make if I walk into your restaurant
for a
with
month.
$2,000 suit on? Who am I kidding? And a BMW outside. I double park it so everybody sees it.
Do you have like anything you wear a suit for now, or are you just never suits?
When you die.
When I
No.
thank you, I appreciate that.
I would never do something like that. I mean,
No, I hope you wear a suit if I die.
sit down something really special, you know? Like, to wear a suit to be fucking cool, you know?
Right.
I don't know. My last suit I bought at Kohl's.
Yeah.
For the premiere of The Sopranos.
You wanted a Kohl's?
Yeah.
I didn't even know Kohl's sold
And
suits.
you know, what do you want me to do? You want me to go buy it online? What would an Armani suit? I mean, I look a lot better.
Right.
But inside, I wouldn't feel like myself. I'd still feel like the guy that robbed a jewelry store.
Well, you know,
You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's the truth.
right? Because it's like you lived in LA and you spent a lot of time in New York. Like I walk around New York and I just see like men who look cool. Like they know I wear jeans and a
The only cool looking white man today is the dude who's married twice. How they get an affair? That motherfucker had 2,000 affairs. The little guy, the soccer player.
Oh yeah, Beckham, yeah, David Beckham.
David Beckham, that's the coolest looking white man in the world right now. I saw him in person. I almost sucked his dick. That's how cool. When you see him in person, you're like, God damn. Out in the street. street in Broadway, talking to people. What up? I got out of the car and I'm like, what's up, dog? He's like, hey, how you doing? Well, I never even went to that stadium.
In LA.
Yeah, and I go, last time I saw you was at the stadium. He's like, oh, yeah. And then he's like, when are we going to do a podcast? I go, let's go down there right now. He wanted to go right now.
Holy shit.
Call Joe right now. I want to go down and do fucking this podcast. He goes, the only way I'll do it is with you and Joe. I don't want to go in there by myself because Joe gets too smart. I want to go in there with just you. He's that cool. But when you see him on 74th and Broadway, on the fucking corner, you're like, God damn, that dude is smooth.
Oh, yeah.
It's just some people, and then there's other people that dress up like a fucking idiot. But I know who they are. Like, I don't know who they are, but they got to be somebody. Like, they dressed up like a fucking idiot. You know, or the big beard. You know, why? Right. You're Dominican. Why do you have the beard down to here to look like Alibaba? Why? Your parents came over like my parents on a boat, a stick.
Very weird rules about beards. Like, every time I wear my beard,
Because
for
I
like
know who
4
has a
days.
beard for real and know who has a beard for show. There's two different things. When I
Alright, if you're seeing this right now, just know everything sucks. Alright. This is the worst. Alright, so we Jews don't have carols. It's not something that we do. It sucks. Everything sucks. So let's sing fucking dreidel songs. Why? Why not? Dude, don't suck dick though. Oh, it's the worst. Kids, I talked about this the other day. Let's talk about the Jacksons for a second. Let's name all the Jacksons, and then let's talk about the occupations of the village people, and then we'll get into this. Man. Alright, Jackson 5. Which you would think is like, that's everybody. No. They had like a lot more. It's redonk. Alright, so here's the Jackson family. We've got Brandon. We're bringing back Brandon with revivification technology and that replicator machine. Alright, so you got Joe. Now let's talk Joe Jackson for a second. Hold on. We got Joe, Catherine, Rebby, not the blue-eyed Jew, not just, like Rebby, like centipede. Okay, we've got Jackie, Tito, Jermaine, Latoya, who I must say looks great still. Marlon. Okay, we talked about Brandon, but shout out to Brandon. Michael, Randy, and Janet. Holy shit. So they had 10 kids? Alright. Man, Catherine, she's fucking pumping, dumping like a fucking cryptocurrency. Alright, so, but then as a kid, I also thought that there was Shoeless Joe Jackson, which I thought was maybe Joe Jackson. I didn't think Andrew Jackson, but that was out there, maybe. I thought everybody with the last name Jackson was related. Who else was there? There was Stonewall Jackson, which I didn't think. I don't know. I just kind of figured that was maybe like a cousin or something. Anyway, then there was Bo Jackson. There was Reggie Jackson. Any other Jacksons? Well, then there was Randy Jackson on that American Singing Show, which was different than this Randy Jackson. And then any other Jacksons? Um, well, there was Michael Jackson who played for the Cleveland Browns. I remember that. Shout out to Michael Jackson of the Cleveland Browns. But I knew that was different than the other Michael Jackson. And there was Jesse Jackson. I didn't mention Jesse Jackson. It was a really big fucking family. There were a lot of Jacksons. Any others? Well, there were very famous Michaels. There was Michael this one. There was Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Michael Irvin, Mike Tyson, Michael Johnson. Shout out to Michael Johnson. There was Michael Richards, Michael Keaton. There are all kinds of Michaels. Michael J. Fox. Tons of fucking Michaels. But there were a lot of Jacksons back in the day too. So anyway, I used to think Jesse Jackson. I used to get Jesse Jackson and Joe Jackson confused. And I'd be like, why is Michael Jackson's dad so fucking upset about politics? But I get it. Shout out to Rainbow Push. Why? Why not? That's one of those acronyms that I feel like they were like, yeah, it's a backronym. Like let's it isn't, but it's kind of like, well, let's get a symbol and then like throw shit in. It wasn't like, oh, dude, it perfectly worked out to be Rainbow. Oh, nah, psych, dude. What the fuck is up with this fucking thing? Just one moment. Zuckerberg sucks. What's going on here, dog? This shit is the worst. Guaranteed I'm gonna have to do it again. It's not gonna work. Zuckerberg banned me from streaming on his fucking platform for a month. Happy fucking Hanukkah to Rabbi. Alright, so I used to get Joe Jackson and Jesse Jackson confused. Which I think is. I was like 6. How the fuck do I know? I knew who Michael Jackson was. I knew who Bo Jackson was. I was a little after Reggie Jackson, a little before the other Randy Jackson. But I knew who Michael Jackson was, and I knew who Jesse Jackson was, and I figured, you know, that was the dad. No, that's Joe Jackson. Anyway, do you all know what the professions of the village people are? For anybody out there who says they're gay and they suck dick and take it in the ass and shit, that's cool. Do your own thing. That's great. But you're really not that gay if you don't know what the professions of the village people are. Like, you could be like, oh, I live in West Hollywood and I fucking take dicks from all my boyfriends 65 times a day. Cool story, bro. What were the professions of the village people? And they're gonna be like, uh, well, there was a police officer. Really? Dog, the answer is it varied, depending on what. Welcome, welcome. How you living? Perfect, because I didn't want to fucking talk with them anyway. What were the professions of the village people? Okay, so you have a policeman, represented law enforcement. So they, oh yeah, we had a policeman. All right, just one moment though, because there's something to this. There's something to this. Why village people different occupations? No, not people who live in villages. The village people, dog. Right? The various occupations found in village. No, the village people. Come on. Nobody's just asking about people who live in a village and what they do. No one. No one's asking that question. Not village occupations, dog. List of village jobs? No. Don't you know who the fucking village people are? Oh, this is the worst. The village people. The village is Florida. American Disco Group. Alright. Here we go. Members. They had a ton of fucking people in this thing. Alright. History. One time I read through this and they weren't like using all of the different. What is this bullshit, Zuckerberg? Just the worst. Zuckerberg's so bad. I hope his wife divorces him. Alright. Really? Fuck yeah. She loves disco though. I'll give her the disco stick. Anyway, we've got. They're on a love boat along with everybody else. Alright. How did it start? Dog, just give me songwriters, album. Why isn't this in the fucking, like, their, like, hey, here are the fucking occupations from these years to these years? Alright. History, dog. And why don't each of the members have, like, their own pages? Why doesn't James Kwong have his own page? He was a village person. Would you say a village person or a member of the village people? No one knows. How's Opera browser treating you? Like shit? Dog. I hate pop-ups. Stop knocking and pop-ups. I can't stand this shit. I want to do shit on my time. This is the worst. Alright, only one of the village people has a Wikipedia page? Dude, fix that, Jimmy Wales. Well, I don't think that's that important. I do. I do. Alright. Why is it so fucking difficult to search? Okay. Felipe Rose, who claims American Indian descent, dressed in a costume as an Indian. And guess what we called him back in the day, kids? An Indian. He would have been the Indian and the village people. And if you would have been like, he's indigenous, we would have been like, get the fuck out of here, okay? Why? Because he's the Indian and the village people. He will always be the Indian and the village people. I guess you could call him the chief, which I'm cool with. Alright. So apparently, this is the story of the. Alright, get around, kids, because it's not quite Hanukkah yet, but this is the story of the village people. Felipe Rose, who claimed American Indian descent, dressed in a costume as an Indian. Welcome. How are you, Zoot? I hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well.
Excellent. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm rich.
Excellent. What happened?
No, I just realized that I have more data than anyone in the world.
Amazing. Do you want to get your ass kicked in 5 straight games?
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right.
I'm probably going to do terrible today.
Oh, why? Because you're rich now and you don't have time for little people who kick your ass in mini golf?
I think Mark Zuckerberg is definitely more richer than anyone in the world.
Zuckerberg sucks dick.
But he has access to more data than anyone in the world, so he's probably richer than anyone in the world.
I don't know if he has access to more data than anyone. Data. I think that there may be people out there with more data. Like,
He owns WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram.
yeah, no, that's good. That's good. I'm trying to think who would have more data. I don't know. Rabbi Rothschild, because my data is fucking of me 24/7. I know. It's not billions of people. I get it.
Maybe YouTube. maybe,
Yeah, but
maybe.
no individual owns that. Wow, Zoo, you came to play today. Amazing shot,
It was okay. It wasn't the best shot.
dog.
Like
Watch
if
this
you hit my
shot.
ball, then
Look how beautiful this was. Oh, don't be a bee.
you're gonna hit my ball. You're gonna hit my ball, and like I'm literally going to. Yeah, I just literally like. I wasn't as great as I thought.
Same.
You could get a hole. I think you could. Yeah, I think if you push someone else's ball, you could get a hole in one on this game.
On this hole.
Yeah, on this hole.
I'm in agreement. Look at this. Look at this shot.
That was infinitely better than my shot, but he might actually score before me.
That's what.
I have to get it in on this shot.
Yes, you do, big dog. Oh, no way. That's a good shot.
Not terrible, not terrible, but not great because you're gonna get it in.
My finger slipped. Up one.
Okay, I didn't play terrible to give. I don't think I played that terrible, but like not showing that I'm doing great. Hey, Rabbi,
What up, big dog?
that was a good shot, but have you seen a shot like this before?
Let's see it. Hit my ball, baby.
Pretty much an identical shot.
I'm in agreement with you. Look at this shot.
You just scored.
I didn't score, but I'll take that shot. Go. Go in the water. 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 Go in the water.
Are you fucking kidding me? How was that a water shot?
Do you see how efficiently I'm playing?
That was a perfect shot as well.
Up 2 holes to none. All right. This is an interesting one.
You can get a hole in one on this game, on this hole.
Or you could put it in the water
No,
like I
Rabbi,
just did.
you need to do it like this.
Right in the water, dog.
Did we just have the most identical shots ever?
Pretty close. Not what you wanted to do, big dog.
Am I 3-0 now?
You are down 3-0. It is
Now,
impossible. It's impossible for me to lose,
unless I get it in.
or like my app breaks or something. Oh, I hate
Oh,
this hole.
fuck, I hate this hole. Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
I don't know if I don't know if that's the play.
I don't
That
know.
was not the play.
It is not the
Right?
play.
So, basically, what I need to do is the opposite of whatever you just did.
This is going in the tar, dog. Look at you going in the tar,
Rabbi, you're going in the tar next.
dog. I already went in the tar. Look at this shot.
Terrible, terrible.
I'll take it.
I believe, Rabbi. I believe, Rabbi, this is what you were trying to do.
Let's see your shot. Oh no, it was not. It was not what I was trying to do. Look at this little baby shot.
But you gotta agree that that was like good. Would have been a good shot if it didn't go on the top.
Agreed. Just like that one.
You can get it in from here.
I think so as well. Oh, what a good shot.
Okay. 4-0.
You can count, my man.
Alright, I need to get it in this hole or it's embarrassing.
Rabbi, hole in one.
We're going for it. Stop,
Nah,
stop, stop,
yo,
stop.
that was actually a phenomenal shot.
Thanks, big dog. Look at you. Oh, are you fucking
Are
serious?
you fucking kidding me?
Wow. That's as efficient as an ass kicking as I could have doled out. Shout out to the village people.
Perfect, perfect game. Oh, cool.
You did get it. Good job. Excellent. Final score. Rabbi kicks ass. Alright, that's one game in a row.
One game.
Here we go. Do you like this hole?
You're gonna get a hole in one.
Oh, that's not what you want to do. That's actually like one of the worst things you can do.
Is it worse than this?
What was that? No way.
I gotta tell you something, Trevor.
What's that, big dog?
You're probably going to fuck me.
Yeah. Seems that
was a
way.
terrible shot.
It was a very good shot.
Is it as good as this shot right here, though? Please, please. Go
Water.
to the left. Yes. Rabash.
We're gonna tie after one hole.
What's your favorite?
Tied after one hole. All right. Get there. Get there. Get there. Get there. Perfect shot. How'd you like that shot, Zoot?
Is it good as this shot?
Yes, I would say so. In fact, I'd say it's much better. Look at this shot. Oh, what a terrible, terrible shot. I just gave you an extra shot, basically. Too hard.
Oh.
There we go. I don't think that's what you wanted to do. Look at that. Just domination. Nope. Hit it off the... No, come on. You know that wasn't going to work. I take the lead. You ready for this one? Stop. I'd say that's basically a perfect shot. Unless you hit my ball. Douche. Not a water bump. Just an interesting shot. Oh, that's a good shot. You're basically forcing me to make this shot. Oh, no you aren't. I just fucked you.
Or I could fuck you.
Go
If
for
I
it.
get this in, you're fucked.
Yeah, go for it. That's a big if.
If you miss this shot, you're fucked.
Well, I didn't.
Okay. I have a feeling I'm gonna beat you this time.
All right. I like your style. Oh fuck. I'm not good at this hole.
Close. Well,
I am not good at this hole.
close. Close, but I think you're trying to do this.
No. That's basically exactly what I did. You kind of fucked me though. Oh, what a great shot.
Oh,
One of the
fuck.
great shots in this game's history.
Fucking hell, how did you do that? Alright.
Angles, baby. They call me Euclides.
Okay, it wasn't terrible though. Because you're going to struggle getting it out.
Oh no.
You're actually in a terrible position now.
Yes, I am. Not as bad as you are, though. Not as bad as you are.
I would have been better off
Pardon me.
if I would have been better off if I just went the um normal way, like the I fucked up way. Rabbi, you can get it in on the next shot.
I know. I'm gonna try. I almost fucked up major.
Okay. The good news is I can get it in still. If I fuck up this shot, I'll lose.
You're gonna lose anyway, but that's a very good shot. Too bad it's short. Rabbi's up 4 holes to 2, and I can't lose. So I'm up 2 games to none. I'm gonna just.
Okay, I know how to play this.
I'm okay. Let's see it, big dog.
Okay,
You're welcome.
first off,
You're
fuck
welcome. Why would you do that?
because it helps me.
I don't think you're right on that one. Are you fucking serious? There we go.
It has to be that one, right?
Yeah, I think
Fuck.
I think I have it memorized now.
Fuck. Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
I think I'm in trouble here.
I think you're fucked.
I think I can get it in.
Impossible.
Is it?
Well, nothing's technically impossible, but unless you have some kind of time machine to reverse shitty shots, you are fucked. All right. Very cool. I'm up 2 games to none, son. Here we go.
I mean, I mean, we could make an AI bot to see how to play this game perfectly to see how impossible these shots we claim are impossible.
Oh wow.
Can you get a hole in one?
You can. Did you see that? That was cray cray in a good way. Look at you. Look at you with your nice little shot.
It's not that great. It's a really hard angle.
Did you see how efficient mine was?
Oh,
I'm poetry in motion, baby.
okay, let's see. I'm gonna just copy your next shot.
Go for it. Find the hole. Tell me where it is, big dog.
Top left. Top left, but I think there's one underneath the 10 as well.
What you gonna do, big man? No way.
Gonna
Oh, what a good shot. Man, I fucked myself there. I don't like those kind of holes. All right, just do my shot.
Fucking hell, Rabbi.
Yo, dog.
Oh, have you spoken to Aiden Rothschild?
No, I'm the number one streamer in his Discord.
When you have you spoken to anyone named that reached out to you?
Yeah, one of their guys. I'm not too concerned about Aiden Ross though. I mean, I need more than just his bump. Even if he just mentioned my name or whatever, he's been on my stream, and it's not like I got a ton of people from it. I think what I need, or what I'm finding that I need, oh, watch this shot. This fucking shot. What a shot. Um, I'm live. Do you know what Wall Street Bets is on Reddit?
Yeah.
Well, I'm live in one of their Discords. Oh shit, they just kicked me out. That's perfect. Um, and they hate me. They absolutely despise me. And so I get like a lot of people who look at all my shit because they don't like me. And it brings me much joy. Oh, you're fucked, dog.
Hey,
Look at
I've gotten super, super good, super, super good.
how'd you like that drive I
Oh,
had?
no.
Well, we haven't played this one in a long time. Get in the hole. Get in the hole, you little bitch. Perfect. Hole in one, baby. Gangsta, gangsta.
Fuck off! Alright, this game I'm gonna win.
Up 3 games to none, son. Up three
I'm
games
gonna
to
win
none.
this game.
Okay, you say that every time.
Oh, fuck, I hate this hole.
I'm going to tell you right now, that's a pretty good shot. That's a very good shot. Very, very good shot.
It's not great. It's not great.
I think it's great.
Yo, Rabbi.
Yo, what's up, baby?
Fucking, I didn't expect it to sound like that, mate.
How you living?
Rabbi, Rabbi is pimping.
Like it's going out of style, big dog.
I'll tell you why my shot.
Welcome,
Oh,
welcome.
11 Elm Street.
You live on Elm Street? Oh, no way, Zeus.
Nah.
That was amazing.
What you said?
We're playing a game, and he just had a really good shot.
Yo, you live in... Wait, Rabbi, you live in New York?
No.
No, he lives in California.
There's no way you live in Cali, bro.
Okay, then don't believe me.
No, I believe you. I'm just saying, like, there's no way, like, someone like you lives in Cali.
Okay.
What? 845 425 1114. Is that your phone number, Rabbi?
No.
That's your phone number?
What are you guys doing?
I live in California.
Rabbi knows me too, man.
Cool. How are you guys? How'd you find out about me?
What you said, Rabbi?
How'd you guys find out about me?
Oh, we come across your OnlyFans.
I wish. And OnlyFans has rejected me twice. What'd you say? No,
He is gay.
I'm not gay. The only thing that makes me gay is I want to suck my own dick.
That is pretty gay.
Yeah, it's known as autofellatio. It's a dream of mine.
That is pretty gay.
No, it's like very heterosexual. Okay, cool, man. How are you guys today?
Nah, I fuck with your stream though. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay,
When you start streaming,
more than 3 years ago.
a lot of fucking screens you got in your room there.
Word dog. I'm live on 10 different YouTube streams
Why?
because I stream my life for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And data is Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, than gold, than water, than air. And I have more data online than any person ever.
But that's not good though. Like if you're saying you're public as fuck then.
Excuse me?
So,
I said you're public as fuck then.
I'm
is
fine.
he doing anything illegal?
No, but I mean if someone wants to fuck him, then good.
Okay, well, let him.
I mean you saw what happened to that one dude, that little fucking online troll, that racist person. Some nigga showed up to his house with a gun and tried to kill his ass.
I thought it was
Just
a
because he's being
crossbow.
racist.
You said what?
I thought it was a crossbow.
Yeah, it was a crossbow and like a little fucking 22 pistol.
Okay. Well, I'm not too worried about it.
I was just worried for you, my boy.
All right, well, I appreciate your concern, my man.
It's good that you lie about where you stay though.
Okay, cool.
Oh, fuck's sake, brother. Fucked it.
Guys, let's not get hostile. I
Yeah, well, that's not a very nice thing to say to someone.
It's not a very nice thing to say to someone. Nah, Rabbi's a fine artist. He's a
I mean,
nice, unique dude. Ugly.
Dude, how'd you like that shot?
Wait, what are you guys playing?
Mini golf?
mini
Oh,
golf.
that's fine.
I won.
No, he's
Gene,
lost.
don't you think your all your streams are using so much bandwidth that your stream right now is very laggy and shit?
I don't care. I have 10 different streams. There are some streams that are better than others. Well, I don't need it to be 1080p or whatever, seemingly good. In the future, with AI, it will be able to make everything 8K.
Nah, bro, you can't be a real person.
Okay,
There's
man.
no way a
Here's a
real
real
person
person.
wants to
I'm
be
a real person.
live on 10 fucking different people. Why do you have 10 different laptops in your room, you're saying?
Yep.
That is not a fucking thing that somebody does, bro.
Oh, yes, it is. I've been doing it for more than 3.5 years, my friend. Zoot, that's four
But
games in a
world
row, my
peace,
man.
what peace does that bring though? That's what I'm trying to say. You
I
know,
can bring
your
awareness to
laptop
it.
could kill this house of fucking.
I can bring.
Not worried, your shit's gonna fucking blow up.
No, it's not.
Nigga, who the fuck was talking to you, bro? This nigga said, no, it's not. Like, what? Alright, you
It's
might
like
be right.
saying that's like saying the Facebook office is gonna blow up because they use so much fucking computers. Like, that doesn't make sense.
Oh my
Zoot,
god, bro.
zoot, zoot,
What?
zoot, zoot. That was the best fucking drive I've ever seen on this hole.
Does it make you horny?
No, it
That was the
pisses
worst I've ever
it
seen on
pisses
this
me
live,
off.
was what you just did.
Yeah, I can see why. Zoot, looks like you're gonna take your first fucking lead.
Like what?
Big boy.
Yo, big papa.
Big boy.
Right, that game's won.
Oh, now you're saying it after you have a one hole lead.
Yo, Rabbi.
Right, 78.
No,
I did a
dude,
little too hard. I
78's
did a
too
little too hard.
much.
I did a little
Yeah,
too
Rabbi,
hard.
78 is too much.
I
It's
think you're
75.
a very interesting person.
Thanks, baby.
Nigga, don't call me baby, first of all.
I'll call you whatever I want to call you.
Alright. But just
Yo,
don't
this
call me
guy's
baby,
kind of
bro.
scary.
All right, big dog.
Scary.
What's
You
good in
got a
your
lot
neck of
to
the
learn.
woods? Do you guys like to play games?
Of course, nigga, but not like game.
If you got Warzone and shit, you got Warzone, you got Warzone.
Perhaps.
Yeah,
You
no.
don't even have to run Warzone.
You're gonna be lagging, bro. You got fucking 10 streams running right now.
Hey,
Are
Server
you
like
fucking
unlocked.
kidding me?
shit happens when you party naked.
What the fuck am I hearing, bro? This ain't not
Nigga,
happening.
I said how long you been like you stream all night sleeping and shit? Like,
100%.
Yeah, I sleep. I,
No one asked you, bro.
nigga, you be watching them sleep and shit? You fucking little weirdo.
yeah,
Probably eating your meat or whatever.
yeah.
Yeah? Fucking weirdo.
Yo,
I'm
I
getting
Zoot,
don't
those
give a
videos.
fuck for everyone in this world, bro.
Zoot, that
I'm
was
getting
an
those videos of Rabbi beating his mate.
You niggas sound so fucking sad.
if you want to see that and you're 18 years old, go to Rabbi Rothschild 18 and knock yourself
Bro,
out
no one wants shit, bro.
on
What
Instagram.
is that about?
I ain't going to that shit, nigga. You gotta fucking have niggas fucking in the ass and shit.
Why are you guys obsessed with me?
Cause you're
Why?
just a fucking human being, bro.
Bro, you sound like a
That
fucking
works. That works.
18.
Okay. I'll take that. Do you guys want to play this game?
What game you playing?
Mini golf?
The fuck mini golf, nigga? We're not golfers, bro. We play fucking basketball, nigga.
Who's your
What the
team?
fuck's a mini golf, nigga?
Who's your favorite basketball team?
Let's
I thought you
say
were say what's your favourite basketball?
New York Knicks.
All
Cause
right.
you know I'm from New York and you're from New York, so I would assume yours is New York Knicks too, right?
I actually do love it, the Knicks. Knicks are great. Well, they suck dick. They've sucked dick my entire life, but I do love the Knicks. But I'm also a
So you're
Lakers
not a
fan.
bandwagoner and you're from New York and you go for the New York Knicks because you're from New York.
All right. You got me.
Yeah.
You
See,
figured me out.
what kind of football team do you like? What
I
team do you like on the NFL?
I like who's ever on my fantasy team. To be honest with you, I like the Giants. I like the
Oh,
Rams.
oh yeah, yeah.
I probably would say the San Francisco 49ers. That are my favorite team.
49ers.
I just want.
Yeah.
They don't fuck with black people, so
Okay.
you don't want to know what that is.
Do you have a
Fuck them haters.
Do you have a fantasy
Dude,
football team?
don't fucking say that, bro. Just fucking live stream, bro.
Do you have a fantasy football team?
No, I don't do that shit, bro. I'm a crypto millionaire, bro.
That's tight. So is Zoot.
Dude, you're crypto mill.
Yep.
When did you touch a mill, crypto millionaire?
Earlier this year on Sui, I got into Sui at 50 cents, and
What do
I've
you
been.
what do you invest in? Because my boy MK, he's a crypto millionaire too. He actually
I got into I got into Sui at 50 cents, and held that to now, where it is
But
now.
I got into
Michael.
City when it was at like 20p, so.
Yeah, see.
Hey Zoot, did you see in the third box in that if we hit that object, it opened up a new spot?
Uh,
I don't think you
No
see
more
it.
than I actually found one for this shit.
Okay, that's right. So you
Oh,
have a friend of
my bad. I
yours.
almost have something like that.
You have a friend of yours who's a crypto millionaire.
I can't even do the phone number thing because the fucking Google got fucking blocked. And I can't fucking use the fucking SMS code because it's fucking the code's not being sent to me for some reason.
I have 500,000 Sui. Nigger, 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 nigger.
What? Send me some. Wait, share your screen. Let me see.
I'm busy.
Busy, alright. Nigga,
That you thought like your
just busy
profile
making millions.
That you thought like your profile picture.
Yeah, it is.
Fucking stupid.
Fucking stupid, man.
Nah, I'm joking. No, run in here to Doc's Rabbi.
Nigga, I'm not in here with Alex.
Nah.
There you go,
this is a
Zoot.
friend. This is a friendly call going on right now.
It is.
Yo, hello.
Yo, Rabbi, we do. Don't say you bad or you bugger. Fucking hell, man. You got like long nose, bro.
Thanks, dude.
Yo, why did you fucking sell me when you win?
Oh my.
How are you, MK?
Wait, what did you say?
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Do you want to play mini golf?
How do I join it?
You download an app called Plato, Plato, and then once you've done that, we will send you an invitation. It's on the app.
Sorry, how do we feel down there? My little can.
It's on the App Store and Google Play. So you just down you,
No.
you download Plato, Plato. Well, Zoot, I did win 5 in a row. You ready for another one?
Yeah, sure.
Excellent.
I'm gonna smash this one.
Yo, Troy, what the fuck is that on your stream? Whose house is that?
Oh, that was a perfect shot, Rabbi.
I don't know if it is as perfect as that one.
I'm about to fall. I might fall, like, sell everything and go all in on Dogecoin. I'm not even joking.
Ooh. I think that's a good move, actually. It just had a low of like 28 cents or something. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's 60% down from all-time high. So when it goes, I double my money. I get 123% if it goes back to all-time high. So I'm more than double my money if it goes back to all-time high.
Yo, man, look what Rocky said. In free drop shot. He said pay GC £30.
So you have a very good chance to win here.
No, I'm playing like dog shit.
Did you just see my drive?
But I think
Yeah.
I know how to do this now.
Not in the chat.
I just saved your life.
Yeah, you did.
I
Thank-
might have given you the easiest shot in the world.
I don't know if it's the easiest shot in the world. Ooh. That's an interesting one.
If I fuck up this shot, I lose.
Perhaps.
I can get it in the next shot.
That was a beautiful shot.
No, it was not.
No, it got fucked up.
Because you can get it in the next shot.
Which I
I
just
can
did.
get it in the next shot.
No
What did
way.
you say, unit?
Alright. How about this is gonna be I need to stop smoking.
Oh no, why did you put the both the first and last name as the same?
Rabbi, I'll quit smoke. I won't smoke anything until New Year's Eve, and then I'll stop smoking.
Is that your plan?
Yeah. But I am getting a little bit irritated with not having any nicotine.
I can see that. Last shot. There you go. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, you got one. Oh, what the? That's better. Not what I wanted to do. Is that in the water? Yep. This is a very easy hole.
A very easy hole, but neither of us sides can get it in. Hey, Rabbi, do you like the water?
Let me see it.
Yeah.
I like the water more than the black shit.
I can get it in. That's the shot I was trying to get before that. Are you ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
Yep. You ready for this? Ooh. Are you fucking serious?
about stealing cars. Alright, are you ready for the greatest shot of all time?
Yep.
That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
I'm in
Rabbi,
agree-
worst shot I've ever seen.
I'm in agreement. It's terrible. Are you
It's nearly as bad
serious?
as that shot. I think you could come back possibly. You might be able to get it in the next shot.
You have to miss. And I still won. That's like 7 straight games.
I could kick your ass at Uno. And although they call it Ochi, Oko or something in this game. I thought they call it Oko.
That was an amazing shot.
Was this 8 out of 10? Actually, I'm in the perfect position now. Actually, you fucked up my shot kind of. That was terrible.
Go, 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 go,
Not
go.
as bad as
Get in
that.
front of his ball. Get in front of his ball.
Doesn't matter.
You're gonna help me.
I didn't help you. Oh, fuck. Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
you suck at this hole though.
I know.
Oh, perfect shot, perfect shot, perfect shot. Perfect. Perfect.
Are you fucking serious? Go, 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 go.
If you hit my ball, I win. You hit my ball, you hit my ball, you hit my ball, you hit my ball. You made me. Rabbi, how does it feel knowing that I have the easiest shot in the world?
All you have to do is make it. We're tied now.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? This one's difficult. Rabbi, that might be the perfect shot for this hole. Are you fucking kidding me?
How'd you like that shot?
Is there even a more perfect shot than that?
In the hole.
Is there even a worse shot than I just did?
Make it. Make
I
it.
think I can do it.
Make it. You can't even get out of the ice. I don't like this hole. You can water bump me pretty easily. No way.
Table coin.
No way. Go in the water. I cannot lose. Dog, don't do that. It fucks with me. Stop.
Ready?
I'm ready.
Terrible shot by me.
Hit my ball. I'm not good at this shot. Turned out it was amazing, though. Dude, not cool at all.
I'm not doing it when you're taking a shot.
I don't care. Doing it at all takes up my whole screen. Then I have to wait to take my shot. It's a pain in the ass. Oh, look at that shot.
I have a terrible shot.
Yeah, that's a
Do you want to be
different.
my best friend?
Do I want to be? I'm already your best friend, baby.
Sure.
Short.
Hey, Rabbi, what's the average age a person meets their partner?
Depends on the country and location.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, I mean, in some communities, especially if it is very customary to be set up with your by your parents, you might meet your future spouse at age, well, it depends on the country. Um, like in India, I think it can happen in the single digits of ages, and in other communities, it can happen as early teen. If you're talking about in the Western world, though, that's also a good question. What do you consider like the first time you marry, or the person with whom you are married, or to whom you are married the longest?
First relationship.
Well, that's a different question. Um, Probably, at least in the Western
Not
world.
first relationship. Not first relationship, but like the relationship you'll be like with the longest.
Well, that's not a. I mean, what do you count of somebody who got divorced early and then married on a second marriage for 30 years? What one should I count? Their first marriage or their second marriage?
Well, they'll be together still.
No. So let's say you have someone who got married at age 20. They get divorced at age 21. The person remarries at age 22 and is married till they die at age 60. Do I count the marriage at age 20 or do I count the marriage at age 21, 22?
Yes, I guess.
Well, no. Do I count you're saying you're saying the relationship they're in the longest for a person, right?
Yeah.
Um
Okay. Let me rephrase the question. What's the average age a person meets their partner?
um well, partner isn't really specific. You mean the person who they're fucking? That's usually just their partner. And that could be anyone.
Yes.
Okay, well that could have been at age 16, it could have been at age 18, it could have been at age 30. So I need some more specifics on the question. Like, do you mean at what age does someone meet their significant other who they live with for the potentially the majority of their life?
Yeah.
Okay, probably about Wait, they meet? So like, not the age they have sex, just the age they meet.
Yeah.
Um, Probably 24. But that takes into account a lot of different things. You can have a situation where the two kids were in preschool together and they grow up and be high school sweethearts and they're together forever, and that's people who met at age 2. And then you've got older couples who end up having an older a long lasting marriage at an older age of life. So 50 to 70, say, so to speak.
Let's say 28 years old for men, 25 for women.
All right, so I was off by 1 year for women, even if, and perhaps within 5 years of men. I'll take it. And I don't know how accurate that is because those kind of polls are generally just done with, oh fuck, don't go in the water, are done with Western audiences. So like India and China, which is like half of the world's age, the world's populations, they meet each other generally younger ages than that.
This is American.
Well, you should have said that.
Oh,
Oh no.
I'm going to be ending going right now.
No one's forcing you to, Big Dog.
Oh, shit.
You love this hole.
You can get this in too.
I think it is such an advantage to go first on this hole.
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, you're probably right.
All I know is you can get it.
You're probably right.
All I know is that all I know is you can get it in on 2 shots. Why did you do
See
that?
why it's an advantage to go first?
Yeah, but there's no point in what you're doing.
Yeah, there is. Look at you just fucked up. Stop, stop, stop.
I'll show you why it won't matter in a second.
Right, because I'm gonna win.
Okay. It's not going to matter.
Oh no.
And I'll show you why you fucked up.
Show
You
me
actually
why.
fucked up.
Show me why.
I'll show you what.
And time me
Show you why
so
you
that
fucked up.
this ass kicking is over. Oh, you got fucked. You got fucked.
Watch my next shot and you'll be like, oh shit.
I can easily do so
Ready?
because I don't have to have anymore. Yep, that's not good.
Oh,
I won again.
I could beat you up.
Dog, that's eight.
Okay.
That's 8 fucking games in a row. Are you done? Fuck yeah, that's the spirit, Zoot.
I can bet you at Uno though.
Okay, that's cool. I can beat you at Tiddlywinks. None of that fucking matters. Right now, the only thing that matters is you trying to beat me in this game. And that is really good. Did you do 75%?
77.
75 is the perfect amount. Do you see? Do you see how perfect this shot is? It even had.
Not as perfect as my next shot.
Let's see what you're gonna do. That's a miss.
Yeah, but can you get it? Is there any way that you can get it in?
Yeah.
Merry, Merry Christmas.
Look at this shot. Oh. Oh. This might be perfect. Or it could get fucked. Oh, get in the hole. It makes your shot more difficult because the little gnome's out of the way. Go ahead and make it, Zoot. No way. Beautiful shot.
Was that a
Yes,
hole
it
in one?
was. Beautiful shot.
Oh, I'm just gonna play it safe this game.
Dude, quit stealing my moves.
Rabbi, way better shot than me.
Thank you.
That'd be a terrible way to go.
Oh,
Fuck.
you got fucked. There's a hole.
No, I didn't.
There's a hole.
Do you think I got fucked, or do you think I, fuck you? However, won't matter.
I don't know why they put a hole there. It's like very close to the real hole.
Oh, Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
you see what I see?
Yes.
It's not gonna matter, is it?
I don't think so. I always fuck this up. It always ends right on the wrong spot. But yeah, go through the tree. Oh, you fucked
Are you
up.
fucking kidding me?
You fucked up. When Levy
Rabbi,
breaks.
are you a good one?
Am I a good golfer? Yeah, I'm pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say that. I can beat people who haven't played well. But real good golfers, no, I'm not good.
Have you been? How many times have you been off like gone offline since you've been streaming, where like your internet cut out?
I mean, internet cuts out intermittently, so that happens. But I've been live streaming at least with one stream that's been recorded for 3.5 years.
Have you ever taken a break?
No? How'd you like that? I retake the lead. Okay, I don't like this hole.
What would you do if you went your whole life and no one ever noticed that you were streaming?
I would die and not really give a shit.
Like, are you hoping one day that someone discovers your streams?
Yep. what are you doing? Go for the win. No. Go for the hole, dude. Alright, if I beat you 10 times in a row, which I just did, I'll be pretty proud. Alright, here we go. Last one. No matter what. This is the 10th hole, 10th round ish. And
Can we play Ochi?
after we play this, yeah, I'll play maybe one game of that.
So I can beat you at that.
Okay, well, a blind duck gets lucky every once in a while.
Have you ever seen a blind duck?
Perhaps I may have not known if they were blind or not. Have you?
I've seen a blind animal before, but I don't know about duck. I've seen an owl with no eyes before.
That's freaky. What happened to its eyes?
I fell out of a tree.
Aw, poor thing. I like owls. They can move their necks or their heads like 270 degrees. It's pretty wild.
Owls are
Have you ever seen an owl without its feathers? It's fucked up shit.
no,
Oh, it's
I've
wild.
seen
It looks like E.T.
I've seen a rabbit without its fur, and that was recently.
Yeah, I've seen that. That's fucked up too. Oh, no way you're gonna make this 2 holes in a row. Fuck you, man.
Oh,
2 times in a row. That was really good.
I've gotten this in 2 shots before.
I know. But not, I don't think it's his ball positioning.
Well, positioning you can do it.
Hit my ball. Alright, you ready for me to make this? Oh man, I almost did. Oh, that's a good shot. Man, you fucked me. I don't know if I fucked you. I basically gave you a straight in shot with a backboard. And you fucking made it. You take the lead. Here's your hole, baby. Oh, is this gonna be good? No. Too hard. Hit my ball. Be it. Dude, that's fucked up. Oh, that's a huge make, man. Hit it
I'm
in the
just gonna play it safe.
hit it in the black shit. Miss it. Put it in the black shit. Big putt, and I leave it short. Wow,
Oh,
you
man,
fucking finally won. You finally fucking won, dog.
Yeah, doesn't matter. All that matters was we find the hole. Should be, it should be, yeah, it should be that one.
You have no fucking clue.
I don't have a clue, but I have a feeling it's this one. Yeah, I can see the hole.
That's not the hole. That's a shadow.
I can literally see the hole.
That might be the hole now. Get in. Hit in the water. No way, it didn't go in the water?
Look how impossible my shot is.
I see. Do you think it's
I
possible?
wonder if you can get it in.
That's what I want to know. There you go, Zoot. Congratulations. Alright. Are you ready for what's it called? Uno?
Yeah, Benji. Okay.
Oko. Are you really good at this or something?
Yeah. Did you send an invite?
Not yet. I'm still looking for it. Oh, it's like the big one. Alright, here we go. Create private game, players 2, special cards, none, live.
I'm like ranked. I'm ranked in like the top 1,000. So
Well, I sent you an invitation. Alright.
yeah.
I don't even know what the fuck this does.
Sooner. Uh, skip. Mm.
Fuck. Oh, fuck you, man.
You might have an advantage. That's really good.
Thanks, big dog. Draw, baby. Oh, fuck you.
Oh, fuck. I fucked up. Rabbi, I fucked up by playing that. I didn't play
Oh,
that
dude,
6
fuck
on
you,
the
man.
If I played the 5, if I played the 6 instead of the 5, I would have won.
If ifs was a fifth, we'd all be drunk.
Okay, this is good. Why do you play yellow if you don't have yellow? Makes no sense. Fuck me, I have a shit hand.
You're welcome.
Oh, ha 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 ha.
Whoa, how many did it just give me? 6?
Yep,
Why?
because Uno reverse.
Fuck that shit.
Skip.
Oh, now I didn't know what all the cards did. Now I know. Well, I think.
By the way, this is a really long game.
All right. What do you want me to do about it? Win it?
Fucking hell, I have every color but blue. Oh, this is not going to end well for you.
Let's see what you got. Oh, fuck you, dude. Fuck you.
Skip.
Oh,
Color.
you're fucking me, dog.
Oh, that's good. That's good. That's not so good. Okay, that's okay. 3, 2, 1. It's change the color. Oh, this is good. This is really good.
Oh, you got me. Wow. Why did I get negative 81?
Because you have 10 cards in your hand.
All right, well, I know what the cards do now, I think. Here we go.
You think?
Go. Oh, this is the worst.
Oh, my hand's worse.
Not even close. Not even close, dude.
Right. My hand's not too bad. It just doesn't have much variety.
Man, fuck you.
Oh, shit. I have a feeling that you're gonna fuck me.
I don't know what the reverse does. You got me. Damn.
Reverse means reverse order. So it reversed. If we were playing with 4 people, we would change the order, but because it's just another skip because there's only 2 people.
Now that makes sense to me. Okay. I didn't realize that.
I have a feeling that you're gonna win this game.
I don't know what I'm doing.
You're in a better position than me, to be honest. To be honest, you're still probably in a better position than me. Oh, okay, just help me.
Dude, fuck you.
You needed to change the color.
This game sucks.
3 in a row.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing though. Once I know what I'm doing, you're fucked.
No, it's just that you just got really shit hands.
Right, this takes no skill. Or less skill. It's for assholes.
Oh, there is strategy behind it.
Yeah, but it's basically fortune.
Blue. Fuck. Yeah, you won. Fuck, you won. How'd you win?
By being good looking. Is it your turn?
I just don't understand how I can have every single color but that one. Fuck, I knew I shouldn't have played that card. Okay, skip, 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 skip. Wow. I have every single color. I have every single color. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, I know you're trying to change the color. I know you got a yellow card. The fortunate thing is I have every color but yellow. And now he has every color but yellow.
You know what's up, dog.
But you didn't change the color you're using, bro. Wow. Unless you have a. Oh my god, you got lucky.
How'd you like that one, big dog?
That was luck.
I think this whole game is that. It's just based on your card. It's not as much skill as mini golf.
There, there is strategy to it though.
I agree.
If I could see your hand, I could beat you.
Oh,
I
what,
just predict what
dude? What the
cards you're
fuck was
holding in
that,
your
dog?
hand. What the fuck?
Yeah, eat that, douche.
It's always gonna be risky when you change the color. Okay, breathe. Okay, playing that card's a bit dangerous.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
fucked.
unless you had a fucking budget stuff.
Unless I had a what?
Unless you had a boss. You're fucked. Yep, yep. Boom. I actually have a really good hand here. Remember when I said I had a good hand? It's actually terrible now. That's even that that I could not have drawn a worse card than that. Okay, that's
You're
a good card.
you're fucked.
Oh, you got a plus four. How did I how did I know you got a plus four? Actually, you gave me a really good hand, to be honest. Hmm. Hmm.
What are you gonna do, big dog? What the fuck was that?
I don't think that really helped. I don't think that really helped my situation. Uno. By the way, really shit hand right now. Oh, that saved your life. If you didn't play that six, you would have lost. Are we just gonna keep on drawing?
Perhaps. My hand sucks.
Okay, that hand helps. Oh, you're not gonna like this. Are you fucking kidding me?
Why didn't it force me to take four?
Because you had a two.
Oh, so if you have one, you can't. It doesn't force you to take more.
No, if the if you have you block because you block fine, it forced me to take. Yeah, like if you have one that blocks and
I did not know that.
Skip. I would. I would. Okay,
Dog, you're just gonna lose. How about that?
I have every color but blue.
Fuck this.
I have every color but blue. But at least I have every color now. Oh, so you can play the same card. Fuck. I think you won. I think you won. Fuck me. Um. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck.
How do you like
You're
me
lucky.
so far,
All I have
baby?
is green.
How do you like me so
All I
far?
have is green. All I have is green. Okay, hand to start with. Not great though, to be honest. First, I think I'll do green.
Is
Not
it?
letting me finish green. Oh, that sucks to you.
Oh fuck! Why do I don't know? I don't understand that. I don't understand why you didn't have to take 4.
Because I added two.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. That's horseshit.
I'll beat you. Oh shit. I'm just gonna play the same hand. By the way, bro, I think this is the worst hand I've ever got. My hand's still complete dog shit, by the way. I don't I don't think I've seen a more dog shit hand than this. Um, 9, 10. I'm feeling you've won.
Well, that feeling is incorrect at this point.
See, I might have given you an advantage. I'm rich, bro.
Congrats.
Rich in
My
Uno, rich
cards
in.
suck. Fuck that. Fuck that. Did you like that?
You might be in trouble. Okay. Well, I can do this. Yep. Yep. Okay, now I know yellow's safe. Oh, you're in trouble. It just feels kind of pointless when you just give it to them and then just like, oh god.
I agree.
Oh, you are in real trouble. Oh, you just fucked up.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
I have a shit hand, like unbelievably shit right hand. Oh, you fucked up. Oh, hang on. Right, but that was an unfortunate hand.
I agree. You fucked me. Oh, so you reverse it plus I have to take it.
Yep.
Okay, now I didn't know that. Now I do, but that was not explained well.
Uh,
Are you fucking serious? Garbage.
I got a
Yeah, you did it.
really lucky one.
All eights.
I think that was the best hand I've ever got.
Against me.
Can you reverse it? Oh, fuck. Holy fuck. I've never had this many cards before.
Yes! I knew that was gonna fuck you. See, now that I know how those work, I could use them to my advantage.
Okay. I don't think it's. I don't even think that. I think I might have just helped you more than I. Be honest. There is a way you can fuck me up right now. I'm set up. Just, yes.
How'd you like that, baby?
I had nothing but okay. I had every color but yellow. Even when you got me hooked, I had zero yellow. I have the worst hand ever. No, I actually think it's the worst hand. And I'll tell you what. I started off with every color with no premium cards. That is really bad when you have no premium cards but you have every color. It is really bad.
I agree. Yuck.
Can you reverse it?
Did you just get 6 cards?
Rabbi. Yep.
There we go.
My hand is really bad. I've just got a bunch of low numbers and yeah.
Do the numbers matter?
No. It does something to your score. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Have more money.
Fuck. As you say, no premium cards.
There you go. I fucked myself. This is bad. This is still bad. This is still gonna end badly.
Oh, fuck you, dude.
You're probably in a better situation than me.
I don't think so.
Okay, you're going for green. I'm going for blue.
That sucks.
Yes. You did the one thing you needed to do. You did the worst thing you could have done, and you did it again.
Fuck.
Yeah, like if you knew I had one, you wouldn't have played that. You would have just drawn.
How would I have known?
You just guessed.
Yeah, that's not like a thing. Your turn, big dog. Oh, you just right off the bat, you're a douche? I see.
But I could do worse than that.
So you have really good cards.
For now,
Fuck.
yeah, I'm not in a great position though. As long as you don't change it to a certain color, you're good. And you did.
Oh, dude.
Okay, you got lucky there. Shouldn't matter too much. Okay. Okay. You're playing good. Uh, and colors that you're playing. Okay, I am in trouble. I have no red color. Rabbi, you came back from the worst. I had the best hand and I fucked you, and then you came back.
Thanks,
I
big
had
dog.
perfect advantage. I still fucked it. Well, this is a bad hand. I think it's gonna be okay for the first few, but like I'm fucked. At some point, I'm fucked. How did I know you had that card? How did I know you had that card? Rabbi, are you a good person?
I like to think that I am.
Do you like
Yellow. Red. Oh, fuck that. Blue. My cards suck. Oh, look at you.
I want light green. I love money.
Cool story, bro.
All right, let's go. Everyone buy red.
Oh, fuck you.
Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
you got a very bad hand. Oh, okay, this is a great hand now. Okay, this is a bad hand again. Fucking hell. It's not gonna end until one of us draws a premium card. Fuck, you fucked me. Oh,
Man, that was a big one.
oh my god.
Big win. Big win for the big dog.
That took forever.
Yes, yes, it did. No premiums. I'm fucked.
I think you're in trouble.
Perhaps. Oh, fuck you. What the fuck was that?
An easy win.
Yeah, because you got a great hand at the start. Give me those fucking cards. How many cards did you just
Play
get?
those cards?
How many cards did you just get? 8? Yeah, you drew 8
A lot.
cards.
Yeah, kind of a bit. Rabbi Green.
Fuck you. Oh, that was the worst. All right, last one for the championship of the world. Psych. Here we go. Waiting for other players. Zoot. For the championship of the world, Zoot. Oh, fuck you.
I have a feeling you're gonna win this one.
I hope so.
I have the shittest. Oh, my hand's not actually as bad as I thought. Okay, my hand is terrible now. Oh, you just. Oh, shit, you just won.
Championship of the world, baby. All right, Zoot. It's been real.
Yeah,
It's been fun. It's been real fun. Take care, big dog.
that's it.
Peace. Best wishes
How
with
do I
your.
leave?
Hey, best wishes with your financial success. You go get them.
I will
Excellent.
have a great financial success.
Peace, man.
See ya.
Take care. So, what were the village people's professions? Well, we know it started with the chief. Maybe we just call him chief. This is when I never understood kids. You had the Chiefs that were okay, the Washington team that wasn't, the Braves were okay. I don't understand. I think that all had to do with money. This is the worst. I like how they muted me and they won't let me talk. Dog, this is the worst. Champion of. Okay, so where were we? We were talking about the village people. Give me a timeline. I don't know if I can trust the AI timeline, but yo, dog, give me a timeline of the village people and their occupations, please. Dude, Zuckerberg. Hate speech. Because of Joey Diaz. Dog, I don't fucking know. Okay, formation. Here we go. The village people and French producer John Farrelly. Musical tribute. Okay, there was a soldier, a cowboy, Native American. Call that motherfucker chief. Construction worker, a cop, biker, a GI. Rise to fame. Huh? Then there was a cowboy, construction worker, a cop, a chief, soldier, a biker. Peak success, pooch perhaps. Various lineups. Well, I'm sure the cop got sick at least once. Was like, yeah, I can't do it. Anyway, Zuckerberg. I bet I'm fucked. Joey Diaz always destroys it. Or they changed their fucking algorithm or some shit. This is the worst. He is such a fucking loser. Cannot stand him. Alright. Summary of occupations. Dog, I need a timeline. Okay. So there's a cow, but they didn't all do it at the same time. Give me a timeline, year by year, what the occupations were of the village people, please. All right, we had a cowboy, a construction worker, a cop, the chief, a soldier, a biker. That was 1977. 1978 was a cowboy, construction worker, a cop, a chief, a soldier, a biker. Okay. 1979, cowboy, construction worker, cop, chief, soldier, biker. Okay. Then what? 1980s, a cowboy, a construction worker, a cop, a chief, soldier, a biker. Okay. Are these all the same? Did they ever get different? Okay, see if you can do them off the top of your head. Dude, I read this fucking article once that was like they were not always the same shit. What village person is it? Village people? Like if you're talking about an individual in the village people, like the chief, do you refer to them as a village person or is it a member of the village people? It's a member of the village people. You would refer to the member of the village people, not a village person. The term village people refers to the entire group. Is it considered anti village people to refer to one of the village people as a village person? Holy shit. Referring to a member of the village people as a village person is not inherently anti village people. The term village person could imply. Alright. I feel like if you're a member of the LGBTQ plus, at least if you're gay, I don't know. Do all gay people like the village people? No, I bet some gay people are like, I can't stand the village people. Were they all gay? How many of the village people were gay? Um. Okay, so the chief was gay. The cowboy was gay. The construction worker said maybe he was heterosexual, but said no. Many village people. Okay. No, I believe that. The cop is says he's heterosexual. Well, all right, two versus two. The biker, the biker was heterosexual. Who knew the biker was heterosexual? Okay, wait. What about the GI? Sexuality is open about being gay. So it's 3 on 3. Then this is a good question. If you're really gay, aside from sucking dick and taking it in the ass, how many of the village people were openly gay? It was 3 on 3. But wait, there's something to this. I read one time that like it varied. Not about them being gay, but about which ones performed. Yo, dog, I read one time that it varied what village people were performing. Sometimes there were 5 people in the group, sometimes there were 6 people. Can you please tell me when those times were? Yeah, yeah. Yo, you're right. There are fluctuations. Okay, the original one was 6. Well, which one did they change? In 1979 was the first change. Reason for 5 members. Okay, the original biker left due to personal reasons. Okay, you see the gay one? I don't know. Who knows? Who cares? Really, truthfully, I do this because I think it's kind of funny, but it doesn't really matter. Really? Yeah, people can be whatever they want to be. He was replaced by Jeff Wilson, the new biker. Change didn't reduce the group to 5, but okay, so the 5 member line, there was a 5 member line. Okay, the transition. So the soldier left the group. All right, that's a good question. Oh, if you're so gay, then which of the village people, which village person? I don't think that's and it didn't. I at least didn't think it was anti-village people who referred only to the village person. Which village person, which member of the village people was left the group? And the answer is Victor Willis, the soldier, left the group in 1980. All right, which one? I gotta go back. I want to know which ones are gay. The original lineup. So the soldier was straight. Huh? Wait, the chief was gay. Soldier, chief. The cowboy was gay. So the cowboy was gay and the chief was gay. It's, okay. The construction worker was heterosexual. The GI, heterosexual. Okay. The cop was heterosexual. Oh, I was wrong. It it was actually 4 straight guys and 2 gay guys. No. What's going on here? The lead singer, the soldier, was heterosexual. But then at the end, they say the GI was gay. What's the difference? Oh, man, yo, dog, what was the difference between the GI and the soldier and the village people? The soldier represented traditional. Okay, yo, the difference between the G is more role and symbolism. Here's a breakdown. Military uniform. Okay, so the guy left. Oh, so it was switched up. Okay. Okay, so I guess we have to say of the original 6 members of the village people, how many were gay? Openly. They'd be seen as fucking trailblazers. The village people, of course. Of course. But it doesn't matter. I don't need a whole fucking description of them. I don't need a whole description. Just give me a number. Of the original 6 village people, how many were openly gay? 3. So it was 3 on 10. Does that even make them a gay group? It's really right on the fence, isn't it? Dog, this shit sucks. This is the worst. I wonder what the first openly gay. What was the first openly gay band? Silverchair. The title often goes to the village people. They were right on the line though. I don't consider them a gay group. Do you? Um. Well, I think most people think that they were all gay. The Queers and the Cockatoo Twins. Welcome, welcome. How are you?
What's up, Rabbi?
Living the dream. What's good in your neck of the woods?
Ah, same old, same old. Just working and fucking just doing the same old.
I gotcha. Do you know who Joey Diaz is?
Yeah, isn't he like the mob boss guy?
basically. Well, we're watching his podcast, so feel free to enjoy.
No problem.
Hope you had a good day.
You know, you ever talk to Keemstar before?
Who's that?
Killer Keemstar.
I don't know who that is.
Shit, he's just pretty big on Twitter. Twitter user. He
Tell,
does drama alert. He like in the commentary
tell
like
him,
YouTube area.
tell him to come in here. Tell him we should. We
Dude,
sh-
you should really. Honestly, he would be willing to talk to you. He's big. He's really big. You just try to get in contact with him. He would be down to talk to you by the people he interviews and shit.
All right. What's his name?
His name's Killer Keemstar or Keem.
Sure. I'll send him a message right now.
Just explain. You know, he just has a bunch of like. He's just in that area.
Yeah, I'm sure he won't want to talk to me, but we'll try. Okay. So it's just is it Killer Keemstar?
It should be Keem.
K
Kim. Look up his X.
Kim.
Oh, hold on. I'm dying of heartburn right now.
Oh well, get that Pepsid AC, baby.
For real. Keem.
Okay. I'll follow him. Your account has been locked. What the
Oh,
fuck? Oh, this is absolute
fucking
horseshit.
asshole.
Fuck. I hate Twitter so much. All right. I'll have to do it with another account. Just one minute.
Bro, that's crazy. Everyone I follows him.
Dude, you can't send him an instant message or a direct message. Yo, dog, you
I
can't.
got disconnected.
You're good. You can't send him an instant message, but I will. Dude, and you can't message his business opportunity because you're not verified. I was verified, but my verified account got taken down.
No.
L is right. All right, well, I'll just shout it at
I'm
him.
telling you, he does interviews like this. I don't know if you know what logcal live is.
Yo, dog, people I know are telling me to connect with you for an interview. Period. Please join my, and we can do an interview whenever you want. And then I'll put the address discord.me.
You might have to explain like what you do on here and like why you should be interviewed.
I'll let him know.
He does it on. You know what log cows are?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
he
have
has a
more data
podcast
than
called
any
Log Cow Live.
person on YouTube. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. Welcome, Dr. Don. How you living, Pimp?
Doing, Rabbi? It's been a minute. Hold on,
Absolutely.
let
You're
me.
you're a very smart individual. Have you seen any good alien documentaries
Oh no.
recently?
It's a few things that I know here and there. I pick things up and I remember them. That's all it really is.
That's the key to life, my man. Well, to our
But it's
friend,
true.
here, Mike, you should know that I did send him an invitation, or I did.
Okay.
I shouldn't say invitation. I sent him a. I like posted a reply to him with all my shit. So hopefully he takes a
Hmm?
look at it.
Yeah. Oh, doctor. Do you think Keem would interview this guy?
Keemstar?
Yeah. Like,
I mean, maybe. I could see Keemstar trying something. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, Keemstar does like host Logcal Live and all those other podcasts. So, I mean, definitely would like life like would have him as a not as a host, but as a guest on Logcal Live.
Hey, I would say it's a plus for everyone. Rabbi to be a cow, right?
No, he's not. But like,
He's not. No, I know that Marty tried to make him one at one point, and it was like, okay, there's nothing I can do, right?
well, yeah, you really can't do much when he's already live streaming himself. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Dude, like he's not. Rabbi isn't fucking. What's his name? Who's that guy that went to federal prison for fucking threatening the White House? Forgot his name. Daniel Larson. He's no Daniel Larson. He's his own person.
He's just doing his own thing, yeah. But it'd be funny to see because Rabbi is quite the intelligent chap, right? It'd be funny to see him go up against Boogie.
That would be funny.
That would be something I would pay to see.
For real, actually, for fucking real. Or Boogie would just like, he would just be interested. He wouldn't even just like shit talk, unless like you shit on Boogie's beliefs, then he'll shit. But
well, if you call him out for the cancer shit too, he goes ballistic.
No, he actually just sits there like a puppy, just like with his head down, with a frown face, and he gets sad. And then he starts.
Really?
Fuck, bro, I love Walk Hell Life. That shit's funny.
I mean, everybody on that show though is like kind of piece of garbage, including Heath, right?
Nah, Wings isn't garbage. He just gets pissed off. He just has anger problems. But Wings overall is a cool person.
Wings is okay, but I mean, like Boogie and Heath are both like walking pieces of trash.
Yeah. What we don't fake drama as they fake drama.
Oh, dude, that used to be their entire career back in the day. I know that King had like what was it, Drama Alert? I don't know if he's still doing that.
Yeah, he called that one guy a pedophile and then like ruined his life. Well, he didn't ruin it. He actually made it better because everyone felt bad for him.
Yeah. I remember all that shit from back in the day. I think the person who really killed his career was fucking iDubbbz.
Yeah, dude,
Back when Compton Pop was still like a viable thing for Ian.
Dude, for someone who kills career, he killed his own career. That's kind of crazy to think.
Well, yeah, no, Ian, he fucking turned around, right? And he was like, yeah, I'm going to be more mature. He didn't do it like Filthy Frank, where he's like, hey, I'm going to move on to a different project in life. If you guys want to follow me, go follow me there. If not, it's been good seeing you, right? And he doesn't talk shit about his old fans like iDubbbz did. And then he alienated his new fan base. So, I mean,
he fucked himself. Also, the whole fucking Creator Clash 2, that whole dilemma happened.
oh yeah.
Like, I think that was the nail in the coffin. He lost like $100,000 to that fight. Like, he couldn't even donate money.
The moment I lost respect for him was the moment I heard that his girlfriend was on OnlyFans and he was okay with it, right?
No, I lost respect when he fucking tried to make Sam Hyde seem like an asshole.
Oh yeah, and Sam Hyde just fucked him over again.
Dude, who was it? It was Gideon. Gideon offered to pay a shit ton of money to Creator Clash if they just let fucking Froggy fight.
Right.
But no, he associated with fucking what's his name? Man, I can't think. Sam Hyde. So he got kicked out, which was stupid.
I love how fucking there's been like there's something that happened at a Christmas market. Speaking of Sam Hyde, I didn't expect it from the Germans, but they fucking, you know how people frame fucking Sam Hyde for terrorist attacks and shootings and shit.
Shit, I thought he shot the healthcare CEO.
Yeah, Samuel, he can't keep getting away with this, man.
Dude, I don't know how the fuck he does it. Nigga shot up a school and got away with it.
He got away with it, and now he's shooting up. He shot a healthcare worker. He ran over a Christmas market, killed 80 people here in Germany. Dude, he can't keep getting away with it.
Dude, you hear about Sam Hyde when he was talking? You ever watch Turkey Tom's video on Sam Hyde?
No, I didn't.
Dude, there was an incident where an FBI agent told him to come down to the police station, and Sam Hyde was gonna plan to fuck with the FBI agent until the FBI agent told him,
have you been distributing child porn?
Oh shit.
Dude, you couldn't really fuck with the FBI agent anymore. But
Yeah, you can't really fuck with them there. There's nowhere to go from there, you know.
Nah, but his ex-girlfriend reported him for distributing child porn.
Yeah, guys, I don't want to
That's
talk
fucking
about
terrible.
this.
Yeah.
I know you guys are interested in this, but I don't want to talk about that.
Yeah, no, it's just
Yeah, no.
it's just a some guy from 4chan.
I understand.
It's just unfortunate.
Yeah. It's a couple other things he did that was pretty fucked up too. Back in like 2014.
I don't remember too much. I only heard about Sam Hyde
Dude,
4 or 5 years ago, and I wasn't really interested until I heard that people were framing him for shit.
nah, dude, back 2014. Sorry, Rabbi Joe, for bringing this up, but dude, he dated a 16-year-old when he was like 30 or
Yeah.
like 28.
Yeah, exactly.
Fucking Sam Hyde?
Yeah, you didn't know about that?
No, I didn't know about that.
Yeah, because it got all covered up because of his fan base.
Who is
think
this?
his fan base would fucking rip him apart for that kind of shit.
Nah, this happened back like fucking when he had to deal with Adult Swim.
Oh, when he still had that, what's it called? That show was Wonder Joe's 10 or whatever?
Yeah, that's when he still had the show.
I remember that
Dude,
show.
imagine being too controversial and you got kicked out of fucking
Adult Swim for being too controversial, yeah.
You know, one thing that scared me? I remember when I was little, I woke up to a fucking face like laughing at the camera on Adult Swim, and that just scarred me.
Dude, I remember waking up back in the day. I woke up and I started watching Adult Swim. And they had like a slide, and it just played for a minute with like an ominous noise in the background. And it was an illustration that said that dawn is your enemy. And then it just cut back to regular programming. And it scared the ever living fuck out of me.
Adult Swim, one of the best fucking channels still alive.
You mean
I'm
Cartoon
surprised
Network?
they're still around, honestly. They make some good shit, man.
Wait, you mean Cartoon Network, not
Xavier Renegade Angel.
you mean
Moral Oral. Remember Moral Oral?
Yeah, dude, that was a good one. My favorite episode was when he's fucking the charity episode where he's doing crack.
He's like, man, I can't take this money from you. I gotta give you something. Hands him a fucking bag of crack.
Yeah, thanks, kid.
No, first one's on the house.
He's sitting there with the Jesus figures. Oh, shut up, Samson. Fucking throws fucking figure across the room.
Oh, Jesus, I'm gonna smoke this.
Oh, dude, that was such a great show. It sucks that they never were able to make like more of that series, right?
No, Adult Swim refused to.
Yeah, because it was dark as shit.
Yeah, well, as the series went on, it just got darker and darker until like his father shot his kid.
No, Clay shot his. No, wait.
Yeah, Moral got shot. Moral got shot in the woods.
Yeah, Moral got shot by Clay, and like after that, they had the script for the final episode, and I think a couple of fans actually made it. And it's on YouTube to see the final episode.
The final episode is the first episode.
The first?
Yeah, if you watch the first episode, that was supposed to be the final episode. Because nothing makes sense after that. Because it was the Christmas episode, and fucking mom and dad broke up.
Yeah, it was like I love you. He was talking to the fucking what's it called? The coach. I love you too, and they both fucking walked out on him.
Yeah, and fucking his brother is just the coach's kid.
Dude, that's such a fucked up thing. But I mean, it does show you how some families do function, because I know families like that.
Yeah, aren't they? What are they? Not Methodists. Forgot what they're called. Fucking Normans? Aren't they Normans?
Normans?
do you mean
Yeah, isn't that whole family Norman?
do you mean Mormon?
No, they're Christians.
They're Christians.
Yeah, they're Christians. Mormons don't really believe. Well, they believe a little more than what a normal Christian does. They believe that at one point Jesus did come to America, and like
gave this dude named John Smith all these gold plates and processes and shit, right?
Dude, I want the drug they're smoking.
Yeah, that's what you got to see what the fuck the Mormons are on, bro. You know how they explain black people?
How?
Okay, so if you're familiar with like the Christian lore, right? Basically,
Welcome.
there was a fight between Satan and God at one point, and there were the angels that decided to stay neutral in the fight, right? Who were like, yeah, I'm not really going to take God's side, and I'm not really going to take Satan's side in this battle, right? They were cursed to be black, and then they got sent to our earth.
Bro, I really want the shit they're smoking.
Dude,
They're smoking meth. They're smoking meth. Dude,
they're smoking something.
that's
See,
annoying. I feel like Rabbi Rothschild's on meth. Well, I smoke meth too, and I know a fellow tweaker when I see one.
That's incorrect, but okay.
It can't be hard to figure out if Rabbi smokes meth. I mean, it can't be that hard.
Yeah, you can tell.
I'm always on. I'm always
If
on
you've been
camera.
around a tweaker, you'll know when somebody's a tweaker. Like,
Yeah, like Rabbi. I think Rabbi is not skinny enough to be a tweaker. You know?
Bingo.
No,
Rabbi's no tweaker at
I
all.
know some fat tweakers. I know some fat
there's
tweakers.
such thing. There's no such thing as a fat tweaker. They're all fucking skinny because meth does that to you.
There was a meth head tweaker that I used to know. If I can ever find him online again, I'm gonna get him in fucking Marty's server because he's crazy as shit, right? But he would smoke meth and throw 308 cartridges in his fucking fireplace on camera. I mean, he was borderline horror count because like his fucking toilet man. Ugh.
You ever hear of a server called Exiles? Any of you guys?
I think so.
You fucking AGR, and you had fucking a bunch of log houses in there.
Yeah, that one.
You had Slappy. You remember Slappy?
I think so.
He had fetal alcohol syndrome, and he was like really fucked up. And the only thing he did was like listen to people online. Like there's a video of him like dropping a fucking mallet on his balls.
Oh,
Oh
no.
Dude, all you see, bro, all you see is just him Scooby Doo screaming, or fucking no, Tom and Jerry scream.
Oh, that's great.
Dude, that server was fucked up. Dude, so much fucked up shit happened in that server. It got nuked.
Oh, is that the one where that one guy fucking did whippets in his car and got in an accident on camera?
Probably that sounds like Exiles.
Dude, I remember
Oh no,
seeing like a video.
That's Angels of the Lord. But I'm about to show you this video. I'm gonna show you a couple classics from Exiles. I have so much content from there before I was fucking kicked out of Exiles. That was quote. Dude, I got kicked out of a server where people can exile to, and it was because I was quote unquote too
controversial for a server full of guys. Wow.
Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is, I had a group, and we just started to dox a shit ton of people in there, and we started shit talk a lot of people, and they just didn't like my group, and so they banned everybody.
Okay.
Outlaws.
For real, we didn't like any of them. Like they're all just degenerates and fucking coomers. Even the women, dude, they're all coomers.
Dude, I didn't think women could be so degenerate until I came across Anaconda Sin. Like normally when you think of like degenerate behavior, you think of some greasy guy in his fucking mom's basement or some shit, right? What was I saying?
Sorry, I'm talking to my cat.
Okay. No, apparently she was like, she admitted to like diddling a dead deer.
There was this one girl called Cassandra. Bro, she would get on cam and she would get with one of her like hookups, and she would just do cocaine and have sex on fucking call.
The fuck?
Yeah, like she was a goober.
Sounds like a good time.
Oh shit.
Yeah, coke and horse, bro. That sounds like a hell of a time.
Right. Exactly. Live streaming for science.
anybody has tried the exact life in board, getting caught with drugs and prostitutes. I did it for 6 weeks.
Dude, no, crazy part is she was intelligent. Like, she knew how to nuke servers. She was just smart at doing it. She would just keep nuking fucking all the servers because she was an asshole.
I mean, it's not that hard to nuke a server. I mean, if you have a script
No.
and you know where to put the token, I mean,
Yeah. Dude, she just kept self-reporting. She would put her docs down and put her like information and then report it, and then she would just keep going on different accounts and reporting her docs that she posted.
So basically, she would tox bomb. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's really gay.
This guy, you know this guy?
Who?
I sent you a picture in your DMs.
Oh shit. Okay. Let me see. I gotta see if I have requests. There we go. Oh my god. How many Discord kittens this dude got?
He is really disliked. He admitted to a couple fucking crimes he did when he was 18.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it of the 23 variety or what?
Say it again.
Is it of the 23 variety? Is it like fucking porno charges?
Just know he thinks they're expired at
18. No, they're not. Dude, these guys are retards.
No shit. Do you not look at? Do you not see what he looks like?
Well, yeah, no, but like, you know, I try to have a little faith in humanity.
Dude, his mom, he has fetal alcohol syndrome, and he was adopted. So that already tells you his fucking lore.
Yeah, dude, you can see it with his fucking upper lip and shit. Hold on, let me get a closer look at this dude. Yeah, no. He's got like the key signs. You can see it in his face.
You can tell. Dude, just he would always want attention, dude. A female joins the call, he's instantly sexually harassing them.
You know what'd be funny is if like we could somehow get a troon in the call with him, just like a troon that doesn't sound like a troon.
He doesn't care. You're probably sexually harassed them, realize that's a dude, and then go to another woman that's in call.
Okay. So there's no fucking target guy.
He only cares about attention.
Doesn't even sound like fun to troll.
Oh, he is. I mean, like I said, people got him to drop a fucking mallet on his balls. People got him to fucking admit to his crimes, and they recorded it. We got his docs. We sent his dad all this shit, like everything he's done.
Oh God.
Yeah. Well, we try to order pizzas, but he lives in the middle of fucking nowhere.
You know what you still can call out there though, and they will go out there is a tow truck.
What do you mean?
Okay, so what you gotta do is you gotta just call up a tow truck company, right? Be like, hey, my car. If you know what kind of car his parents have, right, or what sits out in the driveway, if you can figure that out, you call them up and be like, hey, I'm not home right now. My car broke down. I'm kind of in a rush. Here's the address. This is the car you need to tow. Can you tow it to the dealership? I'll be there in like half an hour, right?
Why didn't we think of that?
And what will happen is the tow truck guy will come out there, take whatever fucking car you described, and bring it to whatever fucking dealership, and we'll wait for those people to come pick their car up.
Why isn't that considered like
dude, that
Grand Theft Auto? Like, why isn't that considered theft?
Well, yes and no. I mean, if the
No, there's no yes and no in court. There's no yes or no in court. Like, don't you have to be there and like show them your ID and show them that that's your vehicle?
No, you don't. That's the wonderful thing. I mean, I've called tow trucks for myself personally, right? And like, I always just give them the plate number and the model year of the car and shit, and I'll be like, yeah, meet you up at my place, and they'll do that, right?
But I mean, why wouldn't you just find somebody with a Ferrari, call a tow truck, say, tell the tow truck to deliver the Ferrari to your house? Like,
but then you realize $1,000 bill.
Okay, that's
Well,
not
I
a
don't
big
know
deal.
either if it starts
If
at that
if
point.
if
yeah,
the
well, the family has to do it, or they're gonna get fucking their car fucking taken away.
True. It's almost like legal theft, except you don't get the car, the tow company does.
I don't think
Yeah,
that
let me send
works
you
that
this
way.
video, but it's fucking
And
fucking
then
Discord
you could
AI is garbage.
wait, hold on, and then you could sue the tow truck company and they'd lose their license. They're not that dumb.
No. It's the fact that if the family wants to pull an investigation on who did it, it's not the tow truck's fault.
No,
It's the
you
person
could
who
do it
caused
to the
it.
tow truck company
Yeah,
as well.
it's
You
like
could
if you
say
swat somebody, it's not the police's fault for responding the way they did. It's the person who
the
called that
police
in.
the police are the public are public. The tow truck company is private. So basically, you could make a complaint. You could sue the tow truck company. I think at that point.
Well, I'm no lawyer, right? I don't know the law behind it, but I'm pretty sure like the tow truck people are just doing their job. They were told they had to do this, and they have to do it.
They don't have
Yeah,
to
they
do
didn't
it.
have any malicious intent. It was just them doing their job. It's like when when somebody gets swatted by the police, right?
No, that's
The
not
cops
that's
don't get.
that's not a good example. The police have essentially impunity to that. The tow truck company necessarily does not. It's a private organization.
That is
What if
true,
they?
but
What
they're
if they're?
I'm gonna ask
police
AI about
officer
this
and
one.
the truck driver are both under the
I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna ask
impression
AI.
that they need to be there, right?
What
Or that
stops
they need to do
somebody
this. That
from
the
making a
customer
call
calls
to
and
a tow
complains
truck
about something,
company
right?
and having
So them are
someone's
just doing their job. They
car
don't know that they're
removed
fucking with
from their
somebody
property
because somebody is online.
by a third party, basically in a malicious way? Does a tow truck company have to confirm that that person is the owner of the car?
Uh, I think when you pick it up, yes.
It says yes, tow truck companies typically have procedures in place to confirm the person requesting the tow is authorized to have the vehicle removed. So there's property.
I mean, I've seen it happen before.
Right, I know, and I'm saying like things happen with shady organizations, but generally it's not as easy as you're saying.
Well, yeah, no, you got to get lucky. You got to call a few places and find like the sketchy ones.
Right, and then you could,
Basically, right?
and then you,
Basically, right? If
and
the family doesn't have money to sue, they're probably not going to sue, and you're probably going to have to suck the cock of the fucking tow truck company.
no, you could sue the tow truck company for malicious towing. That's towing without proper
Well, I mean,
authority, or
the
for
tow truck company could probably also turn around and sue the person who called, right?
that's fine. But then the tow truck company is going to lose their license.
Nah. I think the tow truck company would get away with it, but I mean, it's gonna be more legal stuff.
Okay,
Yeah, and I mean, if the tow truck company wants, they can also open up an investigation with the
Like I
cops to
understand where
find
you're
out who made the call.
Rabbi, I understand where you're coming from. There's probably a long list of fucking rules they're supposed to follow and
exactly.
shit.
And
When
if they don't do that,
yeah,
one of them is to ensure the property ownership or authorization. Another is clear signage. Another is tow truck company verification. And then there's the issue of malicious towing. So basically, like, yeah, if you find some guy who owns a tow truck, yeah, he can steal somebody's car. But any legitimate business is going to say there isn't any signage for this, for you to be able to tow this. You don't have authorization of the owner. All you have is a telephone call, and they're not
yeah,
gonna
but
risk
we're
their.
also Rabbi. We're talking about a tow truck company. They don't give a fuck.
They do
They
though.
don't. No.
They
They
do.
really don't give a fuck.
Okay, they
They
do.
just want the money.
They do. They because they know that they can get sued for malicious towing.
They do it all the time now.
Yeah.
Like that's just something they do.
No, they don't. They have to
I
ensure
mean, like I
property
said,
ownership.
part
Guys,
part
I'm not going to
part
argue
part.
over these things. I'm just telling you exactly what AI is telling you. AI's passed the bar. None of us have passed the bar. So it's saying that they have to authorize the property owner. They have to ensure that there's clear signage in the right cases. I understand if it's on somebody's property that might not happen, and that they can be sued for malicious towing. They just can't take a telephone call and start taking people's cars. I know you're saying that you did it with a friend, and that's fine, and maybe some exceptions do occur, but generally that is not as efficient as like calling a pizza to somebody's house.
Sadly, I can't. I couldn't.
Sadly, that's the reason why we. That's why we're going down other roads.
We're going down to bottom of the barrel, bro. The guy lived in the middle of fucking nowhere, and pizzas wouldn't be delivered to his house. Like there was nowhere that would do it. I mean, the second option is calling swatting him, but like,
Guys,
fuck, dude, I don't think
guys. I'm just
Dude,
guys.
swatting
Stop.
shouldn't go around.
Yeah,
Dr. Don,
Really
Dr.
died.
Don, and Mike. Listen, I don't want to talk about these things. I don't know what you think this server's about, but it's not about swatting. It's not about delivering pizza. It's not about stealing people's cars. It's not about child pedophilia. I don't like to talk about those things. Things that I do like to talk about are self improvement, are optimism. I like to talk about aliens. I like to talk about futurology. If you want to talk about those things, you're more than welcome here. But if you want to talk about doing illegal things to people, go do it in Music Biz Marty's server.
You know what? Yeah, you got a point there. We'll probably stop talking about it.
Okay, and just understand as well.
It is Rabbi's server, and he has asked us to stop.
I mean, I just don't want you to talk about illegal things. And just understand everything is being recorded as well. So people are going to know exactly what you've done to other people, and you can get in trouble for your previous actions. I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know if this is the best place that you want to be talking about all of these things. Literally, if you're live on 10 different YouTube channels and you're talking about, like, I'm trying to get this guy into trouble, I'm trying to get pizzas delivered to him, I've done it in the past with people, I don't know if that's the smartest thing to be doing.
Oh, I could care less, bro.
Okay, well, I mean,
still, it's his server. We should.
No, I'm not disagreeing with that, but I can care less.
I'm on a live stream too, but it is his server. It is his rules, and I will respect them.
oh, that's really nice. Look, if you guys want to talk about positive things and what you can do to improve your life and things that went well with you and your dog or anything like that, that's fine. But this is not a place to plot against other people. If you want to sing karaoke, if you want to stream a movie, you can stream just about anything that you want. But, like, literally, I've been listening to you guys for like 30 minutes, and it's been nothing but pedophilia, swatting, sending pizzas to people's house, and the legality of malicious towing. And like those frankly are against the terms of service.
That's just Discord, I guess. Honestly, that's just Discord in a nutshell. Where you just.
Oh, dude, I've seen way worse on Discord.
Yeah, that's just Discord.
I don't want to even. I don't even want to mention some of the people I've seen. I don't even want to think about it.
I could say some. Dude, I've seen some fucked up shit on Discord.
Okay, guys, I understand. Talk about positive things. How about I just put it to you that way? And if you don't have positive things to talk about, then we can watch podcasts, we can watch a movie, we can watch stand up comedy, we can do those things. But I don't want to talk about illegalities against other people and how to get them. It's just not, number one, it's not cool in my book, but also it's against the terms of service of Discord. Now, I know you're saying, well, people do it all over Discord. I understand. You got to understand, though, I want positivity in my life, and when people come in with negativity, I basically call them out and I say, I don't like those things. You wouldn't either. I do my best on a daily basis to provide positive energy to everyone I meet. I want people to learn about new activities. I want people to develop hobbies. I want people to build friendships. Those are all really good things. What you guys talk about, while they're interesting to you, just don't vibe with me. I like you guys. I like you guys a lot. I think you guys are nice people, and I've spoken with you both individually and together. But like when we talk about some of the things we've talked about, not the things I just mentioned, but like I mean, I think Dr. Don and I talked about aliens for like 2 hours the other day. Those are things that, and it doesn't have to be aliens.
About that, technology and stuff.
Those are positive things. I think those are really great things. So let me ask: have you ever seen? I may have asked you guys this question. I think I asked Mike this question. I could be wrong though. Have you watched Bob Lazar on the Joe Rogan Experience?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
I remember like the first time I've seen sat down and watched Joe Rogan was with you.
oh, okay. So you don't watch it much. Okay, I understand. So things that are fascinating to me. I mean, it doesn't just have to be aliens and stuff, but those are. I like advanced propulsion, things that are faster than light travel. Here, let me break down. with you guys what I like to talk about, and you're gonna think this stuff is cool as shit too, and you're gonna say, "Wow, that's that is cool." So here are some things I like to talk about, um, specifically about the future and futurism. So if you don't know what I like, it's basically the study of things of the future. So like what? These are things having to do with biology. This is like the biology section. Um, so we've got an acne vaccine, a vaccine aimed at preventing acne by targeting a bacteria and inflammatory processes involved, an anti evolutionary drug, anti prion drugs, artificial gametes, artificial gills, the ability to breathe underwater, extract oxygen from water, theoretically enabling underwater breathing. That's fascinating to me. Artificial supermitochondria, engineered mitochondria that enhance cellular energy production beyond natural capabilities. De-extinction. This
You
one's
mentioned the underwater breathing thing.
absolutely.
Sorry to interrupt,
Please do.
but I saw something. Scientists have made a leap in that where they have like a special liquid now that they've tested on mice or like rats, rabbits, and pigs. Basically, they found a way where they can make us breathe through our buttholes, pretty much.
Really?
So,
That's whack.
So how do
well,
you?
I mean, it's they want to use it for people who are in like severe respiratory failure, so that they can just use their intestines to breathe.
Wouldn't that cause problems? Like, wouldn't that cause other unforeseen problems?
Mike Dwayne raises a great point.
I mean, yeah, that is true. I mean, like with any medication, there are going to be side effects, right? We don't know what they're going to be.
Poopy air? You just breathe poopy air all day? That could be terrible.
Well, but let's see if it's possible. Just one moment. Yo, dog, can you please
Oh,
tell me how it's possible to breathe air through your butthole? All right. Um, Technically speaking, it's not possible for your body to breathe air through your butthole the way your lungs do, but the rectum, because the rectum is not designed for oxygen absorption. However, there are a few interesting things that are sometimes linked to the idea, like rectal insufflation, where certain gases, like oxygen or even alcohol vapors, can be introduced into the body through the rectum. Very interesting. Okay, so theoretically, the rectal lining can absorb some substances, though not oxygen efficiently enough to breathe in any meaningful sense. In some medical experiments, oxygen has been absorbed in small amounts this way, but it's not something that's practical or safe for a regular oxygen intake. But it seems like it could be done. That is a type of scientific advancement if we were to focus on it, perhaps to increase the amount of oxygen that the rectal tissue can absorb. That might be a thing. So, if I may ask, Dr. Don, where did you see this? Or it was for people who had some kind of medical issue?
yeah, it was like some quick YouTube short. Basically, they're testing this out right now, and the only way that they can get it, what they hope for, is it's going to be like later on in the future, just like an enema, where they can put it up somebody's butt and they'll breathe, or it'll help them get oxygen, right?
Sure.
And that's the main goal for people with like respiratory failures. Because right now, what they have to do is actually go in and like scrape the inner lining of the intestine, like the inner walls, which is not good at all, right?
Right.
But
But
I mean, it
it's
works.
possible. Yeah. I mean, at first
Yeah, it's possible.
it sounds like science fiction or crazy or ludicrous of an ludicrous and a ludicrous idea. But let's say you had someone who, for one reason or another, could not use their lungs, and you could increase the amount of oxygen that the rectal lining could absorb. It seems like there's perhaps an opportunity for them to be able to breathe.
Exactly. Like if somebody has COVID, if we had that during COVID, right? Let's say the technology is that developed where, you know, it's 30 years in the future where it's, an enema spray. So many more people would have survived that.
Perhaps, unless that strain of virus was able to also get in the lining of your rectum.
Yeah, but COVID, aka SARS, only attacks the lungs.
Well,
So as long as it doesn't attack your digestive system, you'll be fine.
okay, all right. How about this? I don't know if we've discussed this de-extinction. It's something I talk about a lot in here. It's the idea of
Day extinction.
de-extinction. Yeah, de-extinction. So basically, there are extinct animals like uh, the woolly mammoth and the dodo bird.
No, no.
Yeah, that have been extinct for not that long, like less than the last 10,000 years. And the first successful de-extinction actually took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. And essentially, what happened? Yeah, so it's already happened. Scientists were able to bring a goat to uh, uh,
They
through
were able to like use a surrogate goat mother.
yes, and create a
Basically,
hybrid.
with using DNA samples that they had, they were able to genetically engineer and then just let a normal goat birth it. That's insane.
100%. Well, yeah, a different kind of ibex. Yes. So fast forward to the year 2021, and a company called Colossal Bioscientific is founded. They've made it their goal by the year 2028. This is on their website to bring back the woolly mammoth, and so we may have woolly mammoths within the next 3 years or so. And then following the introduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce. Well, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth using a um, hybrid African elephant or an African elephant and create a hybrid woolly mammoth and reintroduce them into the Arctic Circle. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird. So within the next decade or so, we may be able to see once extinct animals. I think that's a fascinating subject. What do you think?
I think it really is, and it shows us that there's a structure to everything, right?
Absolutely.
Because like it doesn't matter like if you know about the bioscience and the bioengineering behind it. It really doesn't matter what mammal you use, you know. It's still like the same process, and to me that shows that there's intelligent design somewhere in the universe, right?
Perhaps not willing to call.
We have to have a creator of some sort because there's no way it's that precise and it repeats like that, right? There's patterns. I've always said science is the explanation, or not the explanation, but a way for us to understand God's works, right?
Okay.
It's like I do believe in a lot of what science says, but I am also a little religious myself. So, I can't really say there is no God because I don't understand people who say there is no God, right? And then you see everything around you, our genetic sequences and stuff. I don't know if you heard that scientists, it's been going on for a while, they've been able to do it for a while. They can take our genetic code and turn it into a song.
I could see that.
And so, I mean, if it's making songs like that, even though, yeah, okay, men did help bring that song into existence, but the fact that the pattern is there to create a song in our very DNA,
Well, that's quite
I don't know, it
interesting.
just points to higher creation. It's almost like an emblem, on a car.
Perhaps. Some other things that are quite interesting that we discuss on the stream a lot. The idea of a human Z. That is a speculative hybrid between humans and chimpanzees, exploring the boundaries of genetic engineering. And I wasn't aware of this when I started this stream, but I certainly am now, that scientists have been experimenting with this for 100 years, starting in the Soviet Union.
Humans, really?
Pardon me?
They've been doing humanities for like 100 years now?
Well, they've been experimenting with attempting it, yeah. So the Soviet Union tried it in the 1920s, and then allegedly China in the 1960s or so, which is quite interesting. Now, an issue that arises is the let me make sure I have it correct. The fertilization of the chimpanzee is sometimes tricky because they don't want to be fertilized. just a moment. Please give me a breakdown of the
And
human
they're
Z.
built like tanks, so you know.
Right.
I mean, it's a funny image in my head seeing a bunch of scientists trying to like with like a fucking syringe trying to impregnate like a fucking furious chimpanzee, right?
Right. So Soviet biologist Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov tried to create such hybrids through artificial insemination or other methods. Ivanov's experiments in the 1920s failed and were heavily criticized for ethical reasons. But I mean, it has its own Wikipedia page. Let me go to it. Humanity. Here we go. A humanzee, sometimes known as a chuman, a manpanzee, or a chumanzee, is a hybrid of a chimpanzee and a human, thus a form of human-animal hybrid. Serious attempts to create such a hybrid were made by Soviet biologist Ilya Ivanovich Ivanov in the 1920s, and possibly by researchers in China in the 1960s. So the possibility of hybrids between humans and other apes has been entertained since at least the medieval period, um, leading a bunch of people who tried to thought about it. Genetic animal hybrids with different chromosome numbers decrease the probability of viable offspring and rarely occur in the first cross. Evolutionary biologists have found evidence that hybridization between humans and pan troglodytes resulted in some varieties of archaic humans. Interesting. Chimpanzees and bonobos are separate species, but hybridization has been documented. Genetic similarity and thus the chances of successful hybridization is not always correlated with visual appearances. Domestication and backcrossing has been found to increase fertility in subsequent generations. All great apes have the same genetic chromosome structure. Humans have one pair fewer chromosomes than apes, as humans have 23 chromosome pairs while all other apes have 24, with ape chromosomes 12 to 13 fused in the human genome into a large chromosome, which contains remnants of the centromere and telomeres of the ancestral 12 and 13. Then it names a whole bunch of chromosomes and stuff. Okay. The degree of
So
chromosomal.
pretty much what you got to do is line the chromosomes up or find a way to get the chromosomes to match each other.
Perhaps. In 1977, researcher J. Michael Bedford discovered that human sperm could penetrate the protective outer membranes of a gibbon egg. Bedford's paper also stated that human spermatozoa would not even attach to the zona surface of a non-hominoid primates, so the baboon, rhesus monkey, and squirrel monkeys, concluding that although the specificity of human spermatozoa is not confined to Homo sapiens sapiens alone, it is probably restricted to Hominodea. However, in the opposite direction of closely related species, it is found that human sperm binds to gorilla oocytes with almost the same ease as human ones. It seems like it could be done. Hybridization between members of different but related genera is sometimes possible, as is the case with a kama, a camel and llama, a wolpin, common bottlenose dolphin and false killer whale, and some felid hybrids. Even hybridization between different families, in the case of the struttlefish, is possible, albeit exceedingly rare, provided that parent species are genetically similar enough to one another. So the reports of it happening, um, let's see here, in 1910, in a presentation of the World Congress of Zoologists in Graz, uh, Ivanov carried out a series of experiments. In the 1970s, a performing chimpanzee named Oliver was popularized as a possible mutant or even human chimpanzee chromosome. Claims that Oliver had 47 chromosomes, midpoint between the normal 46 for humans and 48 for chimpanzees, were disproven after an examination of the genetic material at the University of Chicago. In the 1980s, there were reports of an experiment of human chimpanzee crossbreeding conducted in China in 1967 and the planned resumption. I never know what they're doing in China, so I don't want to say that perhaps they might not be
Apparently,
doing it.
they found a cure for diabetes over there. I don't know how true that is. You know, they are a bunch of communists, so they like to lie. But
It's very interesting. Okay, so that's something that we talk about
yeah,
in here. Now, the other thing, we're talking about artificial gills. There's another thing in here that we talk about is liquid breathing. So that's a method of breathing using liquid, for instance, perfluorocarbons instead of air, theoretically enabling extended underwater survival. Whether it can happen, who knows? Male egg, a concept where male cells are engineered to produce eggs, allowing new reproduction possibilities. And then there's female sperm, the reverse of that, essentially. So those are some things that we talk about with biology. There's a bunch more too, but then when it comes to engineering and manufacturing, a biogel refrigerator, a cooling system utilizing biogel technology to preserve food without traditional energy sources, a chitlin cellulose composite, a biodegradable material made from chitlin and cellulose, offering sustainable alternatives in manufacturing, diamond trees, structures made from diamond-like materials for extreme durability and utility in construction, an exoskeletal engine, a wearable exoskeleton that enhances human strength and endurance, potentially for industrial use. Um, a
That sounds like power armor.
essentially it's what it is. Yeah, like what you're saying. Um, and these are things that perhaps within the next 50 to 100 years may become a reality. A vertical zoo, a multi-level zoo that design that allows for more efficient space and use and more natural habitats for animals. I personally think the better zoo model is where you allow the animals to be roam free, and then you go through it in like a car or some kind of capsule that the animals can't get in. And
Like a safari park.
exactly,
Yeah.
100%.
I agree with you there. Because like keeping them in cages ain't okay.
Yeah, I agree. A wearable generator, a device that converts body movement into electrical energy for powering personal electronics. And I'd really like to see this in telephones or like smartphones. Basically, like right now, currently, we use lithium batteries, which are only so
Lithium
powerful,
ion, yeah, they're
and they're only so
not the best.
exactly.
They're good, but they're not the best.
Right, and there's something called the gravity battery that uses microgravity of just being in your purse or your pocket and the movement of that to generate power where you would never have to um, plug in or charge your phone ever again. And I'm a huge advocate for that because who doesn't hate it when their phone's about to die? Other
Oh yeah, no, it sucks. Like I haul around batteries and shit. It would be nice if I could just have a small, slim phone in my pocket that I don't ever have to worry about charging or running out of battery.
exactly. So I really
It'd
like
be
to
nice.
I really like to talk about mega structures and mega projects as well. Some of these are more realistic than others. The two that are really near and dear to my heart um, are the uh, a um, Bering Bering Strait tunnel, basically a tunnel that connects Asia to North America under the Bering Strait. It people don't know, but
Oh yeah.
it's only 51 miles, and it's not
Yeah, it's not much. It's like the British Channel. The
exactly
only reason it's not been done is because of political circumstances, right?
100%.
For the past 80, 90 years, we've been kind of enemies with Russia, right?
Right?
So you don't want to build a tunnel like that where
Well,
they can just come through, right?
100%. But I mean,
So it,
just like with the Suez Canal or the Panama Canal, there could be perhaps arguments to be made that those belong to the world and that they shouldn't be closed down. But I understand. But it to me would be very interesting to be able to drive from Los Angeles to Paris or New York to Cape Town pretty easily.
dude, I would love to do that.
Exactly, exactly. And then another thing is the Darien Gap, which is a little area in northern Colombia and southern Panama that is just controlled by cartels and it's jungle. And essentially, if we were to just build a highway through there of about 70 to 100 miles, which isn't that much, especially in comparison to the fact that 2,000 of the miles or even more of that are already completed in the Pan American Highway. We just need to complete this little area. If that were to be done, then you'd be able to drive from Buenos Aires. to Paris or Rio de Janeiro to Cape Town, which would be really exciting. Um, okay, so
That would be. I mean, it opens up a whole. And on top of that, importing people will people won't fly anymore. They'll just drive their shit and move over to a different country. You
exactly,
know, imagine renting a U-Haul in like I don't know Colorado and saying, "Oh, I want to go live in Switzerland." You could
Ex-
drive there. You know, you just
exactly.
pack all your shit up in a U-Haul and drive over there.
Exactly. And I think that's just absolutely fascinating. Now, at least with South America, one issue that arises, it's not just as simple as closing the Darien Gap, and being able to drive through it necessarily, because the Amazon River currently does not have a bridge that crosses it. So that would be another thing that we'd have to do is create a bridge that crosses the Amazon River. The reason why it hasn't been built is generally just due to infrastructure, but there aren't any major cities in the Amazon rainforest. No major cities that require a bridge, but normally where you would build a bridge is across the river. But the thing is, the Amazon River in the rainy season can rise like 20 meters or 20 feet in the air, uh, or 20 feet above its normal range, of the river at its high water mark under normal conditions. And so when you normally would have a bridge that might have to span like perhaps 500 feet or 1,000 feet, something like that, you'll have to create perhaps miles long bridges. But that's something that I could see over the course of the next century, um, humanity doing, and that's really interesting to me. Have we talked about life extension technology, Dr. Don?
Yeah, I'm still here.
No, I know. Did Have we talked about life extension technology?
I don't think we have. I mean, it's been around for quite some time. It's just the people that have it will never tell anybody
Well, I mean, it's arguable to say that.
because everybody. Well, here's the thing: is everybody lives forever and ever, right? Let's say we get to that point, like that one guy we were talking about, Saint Germain, right?
Okay.
We're gonna overcrowd the earth. Overpopulation will occur, and it'll get to a point, right, where there's gonna be too little land and there's gonna be too many people, right?
I don't agree with that. So, if I may just say that every single person in the world could have an acre of land and it would still only take up the state of Texas.
Okay, yeah, you are right there, but I mean, I'm talking about these. Well, okay, there is a counter argument to that where if we continue with space travel technology and we terraform, let's say Mars, right?
Right. We're getting to that. I was going to talk about that upcoming. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go to Mars and then we'll have a whole nother planet of land just to fuck around with.
Exactly. And then perhaps Europa as one of Jupiter's moons. I mean, people don't know, but Jupiter has 90 moons that we could perhaps use for exploration and then terraforming. And then there are other options like Venus. I know it's more difficult, but essentially Venus is the same size as the Earth, so the gravity would be about the same. The issue that arises with Venus is the heat, but there are ways to perhaps terraform it over the course of many years, and that might be an option as well. But yeah, I mean, there are ways to explore, um, or there are ways that we can explore, so that we can increase the amount of people who are on the planet. Now, will the powers that be allow that? Probably not. But these aren't necessarily things that we should discount or reject just because we can't do it now. So, for instance, some people may make the argument, well, we don't have that much food to be able to provide for people. Okay, well, here are six really good ways that we can improve and end world hunger through vertical farming, through hydroponics, through cloud seeding, through saltwater greenhouses and floating greenhouses and hydroponics. These are all really good ideas that we don't currently use. Oh, and agricultural drones. So that
We have oceans too.
most
I mean,
certainly.
we got we got clam farms. Shit. So we got. I think a big majority. I think 2/3 of all Earth is covered with water. So
That's correct.
I mean, that's plenty of us used to farm clams, make food.
Exactly. So and we could use floating greenhouses and expand indefinitely. But there's no reason that we need to necessarily have greenhouses on water if we just put them in areas of Earth that need them the most. So those are just ways that. So I say, according to whom? Because we're not currently utilizing that could perhaps improve society to the point where we don't have that issue anymore. And really, what we're running into is a breakaway civilization. People who are the haves, who have the opportunity to utilize life extension technology, things like human growth hormone, stem cells, things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people, things like perhaps nootropics and cryonics, cryogenics. There are going to be people who can afford that and take advantage of that. And then there will be your average Homo sapien who either cannot afford it, does not have the opportunity at it, or perhaps does not want it. There are people who I talk to just about every single day when I talk to them about life extension technology, and they say, Rabbi, that's all really cool, but I don't know if that's for me. I don't know if that's something that I want, and I respect that as well. So there's some people who just want to die at the normal life expectancy, but for those of us who want to continue to live, there's life extension technology, and then we move into mind floating technology. Dr. Don, has anybody ever told you they don't think you're going to die?
Yeah, yeah. We had that. We were talking about that.
Excellent. So
You
I'm glad.
uploading your mind to like a computer.
Exactly.
I
So
mean, at the end of the day, our minds are just quantum computers, right? Um, the only difference between the quantum computers sitting in a scientist's lab right now in our brain, right, is that that one's not that advanced, and secondly, it's not organic, right?
that's correct.
Only two differences. But
Exactly.
if you right now we have on the market, you can buy quantum computers, like a 4-qubit system for 5 grand,
There's
which is insane, right?
right.
Never thought I would see that,
That it's
but
available to
here
the
we are
general
with
public.
4-qubit systems.
Exactly.
And if we stay on the same track we did with normal computing, right?
Right.
Give it 40 years, and it'll be normal to have like a 32-qubit system for RAM or like a 64-qubit system on your normal desktop, right?
Right. Perhaps. Well, these are
And
just.
then at that point,
Go ahead.
I think a computer could theoretically transfer our electric signals into that computer and run our processes.
I'm in agreement with you. It may be the way that you store your soul, so to speak, or your um, all your memories and all your personality and everything. You may have your own ability to store that in your own quantum computer, should you wish. Well,
Yeah, you would have that choice.
exactly. Well,
VR, shit, just transfer your mind into the computer and you're in the land of virtual reality.
exactly, exactly. Um, well, in taking that idea and then utilizing it with this other type of technology, a lot of times I hear people who say, "Well, yeah, a Bering Strait tunnel is really great, and closing the Darien Gap would be really great, and building an Amazon bridge would be really great, but I'm not going to live to see any of that." And I say, okay, well, if you want that, that's fine. If you want to die, that's absolutely fine. But for those of us who want to live as long as possible, perhaps within reason, then we want to work on these things. These are basically goals for the human race, and I think that they're fascinating. So some of these other mega projects that we talk about are things like Cloud Nine, a large floating structure designed for habitation or recreation, utilizing tensor gravity principles. Globus Cassis, A proposed massive structure that could encompass Earth, potentially for habitat or resource utilization. A sea scraper, an underwater skyscraper designed to maximize space in ocean environments for living or research. And then there's also the idea of a floating skyscraper. So a sea scraper actually sits on the ocean floor, and you can treat it like a building. But then there's also the idea of a floating skyscraper. And one of the things that I've seen with this floating skyscraper is the ability to move it whenever there's a storm. So if there's like a typhoon or a hurricane or something, the ability to move it.
Just move it.
Exactly. And then the idea as well of um, a floating airport, especially in busy areas like Hong Kong and Tokyo and such, where it's very difficult to have a um, an airport because of the density. And I mean, even in LA, LAX is really right on the west side of LA. It could be used.
It's like right on the corner, yeah.
Exactly. It could be used. That land could be used for other things, and perhaps we could have a floating airport if needed. Um, these are just some ideas. Other ideas: a vertical city, a high-rise city design that stacks living and working spaces vertically to conserve land and resources. A shell world, a vast multi-layered habitat encasing a planet or star capable of supporting life. Um, there are others. So there's an ET3 Global Alliance, a proposed transportation system utilizing vacuum tubes for high-speed travel. So I really think that Elon Musk's Boring Company is really at the forefront of this to essentially allow for transportation underground. A flying sub.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
I mean, I think that's the only place he's really got where I'll agree with him is the Boring Company, but like a lot of the stuff he does, I think is really, really stupid.
Okay, you're entitled to your opinion. A flying submarine.
I think Flying Submarine is pretty cool.
A vehicle capable of operating both underwater and in the air, enhancing military and exploration capabilities. I mean, we hear about these in the UFO world with USOs, unidentified submersible objects. Things just fly out of the ocean into the sky. That's essentially a flying submarine. A gravity train, a transportation system using gravitational forces for high speed travel along the rail network. A gravity vacuum, yes, they do, and they have for 60 years. That's something that they've had that for 60 years, and at least in the United States, we still don't have one because of many reasons. The petroleum industries hold on.
Because it cuts into their price.
Ex-
They don't want that.
Exactly.
Here in Germany, we were gonna get maglev trains, right? But the oil companies and the power companies here shut it down.
And automobile
they
companies.
The electric ones we have, they work and they're good, but they're massively inefficient compared to the maglev trains in Japan.
Exactly. So gravity vacuum transit, a system leveraging vacuum tubes and gravitational forces to transport passengers efficiently. A transatlantic tunnel, I really think is interesting. A proposed undersea tunnel connecting North America and Europe for rail or vehicle transport. So essentially, like a tunnel from New York to Paris.
Like London.
Yeah, exactly. A vacuum airship, an airship that uses vacuum instead of helium for buoyancy, potentially reducing costs and improving efficiency. A water-fueled car. This was Stanley Meyer's proposition.
Stanley Meyer, yeah, they killed him for that though.
Exactly. A vehicle powered by hydrogen extracted from water, offering a renewable energy alternative. People don't know this, but hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. So why aren't we using it? Um, so those are those.
The biggest thing that they say right now is it's because it's dangerous to store it. But literally, we've had the technology for water powered cars since we've able to have lithium batteries, pretty much. Um, all I really, really shouldn't say something like this, especially with like a bunch of people listening. But I am anyways.
how a distributor cap works in like an older car?
To some extent.
Basically, it's a little in the inside. You've got like
It's
a
like that
little
spray thing,
shaft, and on
right?
the top of that is like a piece of metal that hits other conductors to create a firing pattern, right?
Right.
All you got to do is take that idea and have hydrogen generators, which anybody can build, right? You can build a hydrogen generator at home with shit from the hardware store, right? The only problem with those is that they heat up. So if you can find a way to cool that down with a distribution system, right?
Right.
You theoretically have a water-powered car. You know, you might have to upgrade your alternator. Theory, you're cut off of water.
I gotcha. I like to talk about anti-gravity. It's one of my favorite objectives, or the force of gravity, enabling levitation or advanced propulsion systems. That's why I really like to watch that Joe Rogan with Bob Lazar, because Bob Lazar is basically the most public expert that we have in anti-gravity. He's the one who introduced us to the idea that anti-gravity, that extraterrestrials use Moscovium, also known as antimatter weapon that utilizes antimatter reactions to produce explosive energies or to simulate gravitational forces, possibly through rotation or advanced technology for space habitats. Brownian ratchet, a hypothetical device that could convert thermal energy from molecular motion into useful work. A cloaking device, technology designed to render objects invisible or undetectable by bending light around them. Cold fusion, a proposed method of nuclear fusion at room temperature, which could provide a virtually limitless energy source. A co-opter, a theoretical advanced technology for efficient energy conversion inspired by the mechanics of beetle wings. Computronium, a theoretical substance optimized for computation where matter is arranged at a molecular level to maximize processing power. Electrogravitics, a proposed method of propulsion that uses electric fields to manipulate gravitational forces. Faster than light communication, theoretical communication methods that would allow information transfer faster than the speed of light. Fusion torch, a device that utilizes controlled nuclear fusion reactions for high energy applications such as cutting or welding. Um, Gravitational shielding.
So basically, fusion cores, like a lot of this stuff sounds. I do like the idea of all this stuff. Cold fusion is the one that I really like. Because I know a lot about it. I love nuclear shit, right? And I study it time to time just in my free time.
Sure.
And dude, if you can find a way to like make muons to sustain the reaction in cold fusion, right? That's needed for the hydrogen and helium to bond, dude, you're golden.
I think so.
And there's so many more pluses to that because not only are you not getting the nasty gamma radiation that we have with our modern reactors, it's still a problem, right?
Right.
The biggest problem you're going to have is X-ray. And X-ray, you've had an X-ray, right? You just go, you put a lead apron on,
Right.
done, you know?
1/8 of an inch of lead, yep.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all you'd have to do to deal with that. You wouldn't have to deal with contamination. If it blows up, oh well. It's not going to contaminate the environment like Chernobyl.
Perhaps. Neutronium, a hypothetical form of matter composed entirely of neutrons, theorized to exist under extreme conditions. A nuclear bullet, a theoretical projectile that uses nuclear reactions to enhance its explosive power on impact. A nuclear clock, a highly accurate timekeeping device that relies on nuclear transitions rather than atomic ones. A nuclear light bulb, a conceptual device that uses nuclear reactions to generate light, providing a powerful illumination source. Nuclear shaped charge, a weapon design that focuses nuclear energy in a specific direction to maximize damage. An organic nuclear reactor, a theoretical reactor utilizing biological materials to sustain nuclear reactions for energy production. Perpetual motion, a hypothetical machine that can operate indefinitely without an energy source violating the laws of thermodynamics. Everybody says that they got a perpetual motion machine, and it's always, you know, at least.
Well, you know what they say about professional motion machines. The hardest part about building them is hiding the battery.
Right, exactly. Um, and there's also the argument to be made that once you start to invent that kind of stuff, you get a knock at your door from the government that says we're taking everything for national security concerns. Um,
Yeah, no, they'll do that. That's why if you ever invent something like that, and if I ever come across something like that, I'm not calling a single soul. I'm keeping that technology for myself. And if I can do it to a point where I know I can get that out there where the government won't be able to cover it up anymore, even if it costs my life, right?
right,
Even if they cut my head off with a chainsaw, I don't care, right?
right.
I would do it for the better of humanity because at that point, it is a dream of mine. I don't think I'll ever be able to accomplish it. Killing the oil industry,
Okay,
but I would love to see that happen one day, even if it's not by my own hands.
there you go. A teleporter, a hypothetical technology that allows for instantaneous transfer of matter from one location to another. This is also, I've heard, known as a
That's
jump.
not hypothetical anymore, though.
Right, exactly. I mean, we're able to do it in a small scale.
We're able to do it on the atomic level, yeah.
Exactly. A time machine, a theoretical device capable of transporting individuals or objects through time, raising numerous paradoxes. Um, Tractor beam, a device that can attract and pull objects toward itself, often seen in science fiction. A wet workshop, a concept for constructing spacecraft in orbit using materials sourced from asteroids or other celestial bodies. When it comes to space, an Alderson disk, a theoretical megastructure constructed around a star, providing vast living space and energy. Others are antimatter rockets, a propulsion system utilizing antimatter reactions to generate thrust, offering immense energy efficiency. An artificial universe, a simulated or constructed universe designed for experimentation or entertainment. Um, Others are, there are so many of these. Um, we've got,
Possibilities are endless, man. I mean,
right.
with science, everything's possible. It's just if we have the technology for it.
Well, I think we have the technology. It's just a matter of time for us to discover it. Basically, everything already exists. We just have to discover it.
Pretty much, yeah. In the quantum sense, you're 100% right. It already exists in dozens of ways.
I agree. So this is all very interesting stuff. I appreciate you allowing me to talk about this. I just feel that these are positive things for society. If you don't mind, I've got to use the restroom. I'm going to turn on the.
Yeah, yeah, no problem.
Excellent. I'll turn on the podcast though in the meantime, and then I'll be right back. Okay.
All right.
Excellent.
I see Hamas. They got a beard because they're bad motherfuckers and they okay, they blew on little pedals and kidnapped Jews. You want a beard, you earned it. Okay? You follow what I'm saying to you? But if you're just gonna have a beard to confuse people, because you look at yourself in the mirror. Look at type up what a terrorist look like. And if you got that beard with that stupid fucking look on your face, right? You gotta go to yourself, what's wrong with you? It's like when somebody goes to jail and they get tatted up. Let them get tatted up. It's this new generation that wants to get tatted up to their finger. I saw a chick with a black sleeve. Why would a beautiful woman do that? Oh, she wants to send a heart kiss me. No, because she's an idiot. Because God forbid somebody don't stop. That is so, and they take that home. We have friends on Facebook that write blogs. They're in no business to write blogs. In no business. In 3 hours, you got to check it. You ain't got that type of time, right? Go do what you got to do, which is fucking stand up. You just wrote a 10-hour thing. You could have wrote fucking 5 jokes. And what are they writing? Look at the final result. So people say how brave they are. It's not because they wanted to write it, right? It's because God forbid, to this fucking day, she works in New York full time. His mom, his mom, her family is in D.C. He's from D.C. They won't move here. And you ask yourself why.
There's no need.
Shut the fuck up. How is there no need?
Because they might have a better life in D.C.
No, no, no. You're not fucking following.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say to you is, they're based out of New York, okay? They live in L.A. I ask myself, why didn't they leave? Because that whole fucking thing would disappear. That whole little, oh my God, so brilliant. I've never seen a bunch of people that call L.A. should be landed with brilliant. Right? Everybody's brilliant. Everybody's a genius. Oh, that's a beautiful one. He's a genius. Listen, if they were a genius, they'd be in Cuba figuring out the fucking light bulb down there, the situation. Okay, that's a genius. You know what I'm saying? That's a genius. Not some fucking idiot like me, you know. I mean, Joey's a genius. No, Joey's not a fucking genius. He goes on stage and he tells dirty jokes. He learned how to do comedy on a fucking corner in North Bergen, right by Ashway. You got to be the, I came from the hometown that you just didn't throw a joke out. You follow what I'm saying? Like, I grew up with guys that you threw a joke out, that motherfucker better hit. Because if it don't hit, everybody's going to look at you. And then you're going to lose the right to talk again for about a year. Okay? That's the society I grew up in. Not these idiots that can just say, oh my God, he's a genius. No, you're not. You're a fucking moron. And say that again, I'll hit you right in the head with a stick. You know what I'm saying? Like, anyway, sorry, people. I get emotional about these fucking idiots.
No, I mean LA is the home of it. Like
it's the home of it. And now we have pieces of it here. Don't even think that we're fucking beyond it. We got pieces of it here.
But the only
fucking, what do they call them?
hipsters.
No, there's the real wives in New Jersey.
Oh
A
Jesus.
bunch of chubby chicks. You know, the real wives in New Jersey. What? Nobody else got wives? Let's go to fucking Utah. Everybody's a wife in Utah. No, the real wives in New Jersey, and they walk around like Sinatra. You think they're fucking Sinatra in New Jersey?
I hate those shows. All they do is yell, and they have them in. I hate that I know this, but they do have them in Utah. They have that show in every fucking city.
Big dummy Utah is with Mormons on.
I know they have that show.
Wives.
And they have that show. They have Real Housewives of Salt Lake. What do you mean?
What do you mean? We're going to take a quick break and talk to you people about a few ads here. All right, we'll be right back. Hey, Uncle Joey again here. Listen, we all love a great deal. Who doesn't? And Mint Mobile has a great deal when it comes to cell service. Get amazing wireless service for just, you ready for this? $15 a month with the purchase of a 3-month plan. It's that easy. No hoops to jump through and no BS. All Mint Mobile plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text, all delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Listen, you know me, though. Mint Mobile is tremendous. Plus, 15 a month for 3 months, 45 bangers. Where are you going to get that? You can text all over the world. In case you see, can't be more easier to make the switch, all right? Get the new customer offer and your 3-month premium wireless plan for just $15 a month. Again, go to mintmobile.com/Diaz. D-I-A-Z. That's mintmobile.com/Diaz. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/DIAZ. 45 up front. They ain't playing games. You know what I'm saying? And it's required for 15 a month. 3 times 15 is 45 last I checked. New customers, first 3-month plan only. That's it. Speed slower than 40 GB on unlimited plans and additional taxes, fees, and restrictions apply. See Mint Mobile for details. Merry Christmas. We're back, bitches. I was telling Lee after his surgery,
I hope I don't need
you
one.
can't walk around with no fucking iPad. I'm talking loud because the heavy duty Jews. They never wear eye patch. Yeah, if you went to Auschwitz, you got problems. You don't get two eye patches. You
No,
know?
I don't think they gave out that patches
They
at
did.
Auschwitz.
They gave out eye patches. Auschwitz. Anyway, sorry about that, guys. Whew. Anyway, it's a new fucking year, man.
Yeah.
Let's cut this shit. Like, Christmas. But next Thursday, you motherfuckers, we got 5 days left before all shit breaks loose in 2025. So I hope you motherfuckers are ready, dog. Think about that. All shit's gonna break loose. You have to assume right now.
What do you think? I don't.
I think that these fucking drones are gonna land. They're gonna come out and give people flowers. I don't fucking know. You know.
What's up, Tim?
Yeah.
He's gonna get inaugurated on the 20th. Who knows what's gonna happen after that? But as far as I'm concerned, like, I don't give a fuck about the eye patches. 2025 is gonna be a good year for us. We got comedy shows.
Yeah.
We got fucking Philadelphia. We got Mickey Ashley's. We got Nick McIntosh. We got the birthday boy. He won't even know the second piece of fucking mushroom on his birthday.
Well, because you've been saying
I only do. Anyway.
and you're not really a negative dude, and I don't think necessarily you're being negative, but you've been saying for a while now, like that you think shit's about to pop off, and I think we're right on the edge. I definitely think we're right on the edge, but
Something's got to give, man. Before eggs go down, before the price of eggs go down, something's got to give.
I'm not really sure what you mean by the eggs.
Everybody's thinking about, like, hopefully prices are low.
Right. Oh well, that would be good then. I mean,
Dog, I was gonna fly my Cuban friend in
okay.
to cook for my wife on her birthday. I might as well buy a fucking plane because Miami's always ridiculous compared to
No.
I don't know what it is about my after the 26th. Forget it. Like,
It's even
go
more
look right
expensive.
now. American Airlines, December 26th to Miami, coming back on the 1st. Do me that favor. Watch the fucking price.
But especially from here.
I remember that one year I did Miami late.
Yeah.
My fucking ticket was $1,200. Jesus. And I kept saying, what it is because everybody goes to Miami.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy here too. Like flying to New York, and New York has been busy. Like I was out yesterday, it was fucking packed out.
How much? That's not bad.
That's not
I can
good.
sit in the back of the plane though.
11:50
for people with COVID. Yeah. You don't even get water until 11:50. They just put you back there like, nah. You don't even count. 11:50. Wow.
Have you noticed like they have like boarding zones up to like 10 now?
Oh yeah, I'm done. Listen, you know what? I don't care if they have 20 planes.
No.
First of all, what they do is I look at the tickets. I always listen, guys. I'm a nerd. I get stoned at night and I look at. I'd love to go back to LA for a couple of days. I was gonna take Mercy to see a concert. The same ticket I paid 1,200 for, triple, and I couldn't even get a flight out of Newark. Sold the fuck out. JetBlue missed. JFK to LAX is the best. You get your own little window. Close the door. You scratch your nuts. Fucking do edibles. Watch movies. Work. They give you a fucking blanket. It used to be $900, $9.99, maybe 11.50 tops
For first class.
mid.
Right.
And remember, I don't know if you've been on fucking the road behind that. JetBlue has like 3 or 4 rows, but it's just as good as first class.
They used to. I heard JetBlue kind of sucks now.
It fell through a little bit. I haven't listened. I haven't been on JetBlue since before the
Like
pandemic.
Spirit Club, I was listening to.
But everything fell down.
Yeah.
How many fucking flights you get at Newark and all of a sudden there's no Wi-Fi? What? I gotta go to fucking Australia. I don't know because there's no Wi-Fi. Get up. I gotta go to Australia here. I paid $92,000 and you're gonna drop this no Wi-Fi on me now. Go fuck yourself. This can't happen. This can't happen. This can't happen.
I never would have thought you'd be upset about Wi-Fi.
It doesn't fucking matter, but I'm thinking about the business guy. I'm thinking about that lawyer that finally has to get on the plane and go, I got 14 hours to Auckland, Australia to do this shit, and now these fucking United people are telling me that there's no fucking internet. Or they ran out, or the food didn't How many planes did I get on last year? Maybe 10? Two of those flights were, sorry. If you're hungry, go fuck yourself. Got nothing for you, not even a cracker. You might as well chew on that napkin. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're out of control. That's not fair, guys. That just, listen, at that point, you're just getting abused and you're taking it. And when you call United to complain, you're number 2,000 on the SWAT. They'll call you back in 1 hour, 20 hours to get the complaint. And by that time, you forgot what the fucking complaint was, right? They know what they're doing. They know exactly what the fuck they're doing.
Speaking of which, you called someone this week and didn't trust like the "I'll call you back" thing. Do you remember that we were on the phone, speakerphone, and it's like, hey, if you want to hold the place in line, put your number in and we'll call you back. And you stayed on hold for like 40 minutes. You didn't trust.
No, I don't want them to call me back. I finally got on this fucking line. I just got these motherfuckers on the line, and I'm gonna hold them fucking to it. You ever get on those lines, and all of a sudden, the fucking thing goes down? Like all of a sudden it goes, call back, goodbye. Bitch, I just lost 35 fucking minutes. If I was 21, I wouldn't be so mad. But 20 minutes to me at my age, that's fucking big. That's a big chunk of fucking life right now. I was planned to live 100. He's 6 foot pounds. It's his birthday today. He's 100. Listen, shoot me now. For 15 years, I gotta advertise to him. People met me and shit. I got 3 hairs. Just shoot me the fuck now. I don't want to live to be 100. Joe Diaz, the oldest American. Get the fuck out of here. He wasn't pissed. He doesn't have a dick no more. He's so old, his toenails stopped growing. The fungus gave up. There's no fun in that. There's no fun in being like my uncle's 85 and he acts like he's 65. He bitch to me, he'll bitch on the fucking phone to me every time I call him. But, he still walks 5 miles a day. I fucking get it. He's the first guy that'll tell you. The first time you sit on that couch for a week, you die. After 65. You sit on that couch for 1 week, you'll fucking die. And he's right. That's why I'm buck wild now. Still mushrooms, fucking looking at dirty pictures, the whole thing. I'm wilder than ever.
I don't think those are on the same level. I think plenty of 65-year-olds look at dirty pictures. I don't think a lot of them look at 65 yet, but Jesus Christ.
I never looked at dirty pictures.
What are you talking about? You never looked at dirty pictures?
I don't listen. I don't even have. And it's the one with Hollywood Henderson.
What do you mean? You never looked at porn before?
No, I made porn. What are you looking at it with? The crazy with drugs, that whole sex life for me disappeared. I wasn't I didn't like fucking love. You think the rules are understood, you know what I'm saying? A snatch, train, or whatever you got, tic tac, whatever the fuck you got, those explosives.
Wait, you say no pop rocks?
When you put pop rocks in that pussy, they go, but you're not gonna meet a girl in a bar and go, listen, let's go back to my house and put some pop rocks in your pussy. You're too sober. So look at you, they'll call 911. You gotta get them nice and soft. A couple lines of coke, they get all crazy and shit, and then you go, listen, I'm gonna make your pussy blow up. Really? Yeah. You put those pop rocks on and they go fucking, it's like the 4th of July drones.
Holy, because I remember you telling me to do that with pop rocks.
In the 80s, I would show up with
You
pop
left me
rocks
off the
and
drugs.
K-Con. I used to have fun. I used to have fucking fun doing coke with bros, fucking eating ass and,
Wait,
doing
so
nasty shit.
are you telling me on coke you put pop rocks in their pussy, but without coke you're too embarrassed to look at porn?
Oh, without coke, I'm worthless. I still love eating pussy. I'm married 25 fucking years.
Right.
I still love eating that dirty pussy, but I lost my thought there for a second.
But
I'm an old man, pussy. Anyway.
You said without coke you don't really go crazy.
I don't pull hair. When you do coke, you can choke me to she wants to have sex, she better know that her muscles are gonna work in her mouth because it benefits me. You know, what you're talking about in the third grade, my father stuck a few. You know, all of a sudden your dick dies. I gotta start from scratch again.
Right.
You know, and then once you eat their snack and you get a little hyped up, then you know why are we talking about this?
I don't know.
It's the holiday season. You know what I'm saying? Why are we talking
I was
about
just
it?
thinking,
How did we
like,
end up with
YouTube's
Pop
gonna love this
Rocks
one.
and a woman's poor monkey a week before Christmas? We should be talking about it. You know.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, like
Eggnog?
blind kids marching at the tree. I don't fucking know.
I don't think they go to see the tree. Oh my god.
What my new idea is for me to come back to comedy and fucking do what I do with the podcast. I'm going all out, guys. No more instruction. I could care less. I'm too old. I had no rules when I was 30. Why would you think you're gonna put rules on me when I'm 60 fucking 1, 62, whatever the fuck I am? You know, it's over. I'm here to have some fun. Whether it's a podcast or stand up, we're gonna say shit. People are gonna say shit. That's part of being what we are. And what, I gotta stop saying shit because people feel it? Whatever. It's not even about feelings. It's about raising your hand and going, I didn't like that joke. Go fuck yourself. I don't like pickles in my tuna. You know what I'm saying? I don't like a lot of fucking things. I don't like a lot of fucking things. Anyway, we're gonna take a little breather here. We're gonna talk to you about some Christmas stuff, some Christianity. No, we're gonna take a little breather and talk to you about I don't know. We'll be right back. Hey guys, Uncle Joey here for DraftKings. Listen, it's the most wonderful time of the year for getting in on all the hoops, football, and hockey action at DraftKings Sportsbook. Listen, in the season of giving, we're being gifted college football and basketball and pro football and pro basketball and even hockey for you savages. With all the games going on, it's time to place a couple bets. Listen, you got to make the games more interesting. You're sitting there with grandma and the rest of these snooks. Come on, let's get the party started. Give grandma a shot of tequila and see what she's made of. You know what I'm saying? So go ahead and try your hand at winning back what you spent on Christmas gifts at DraftKings Sportsbook. Listen, I got a tremendous offer for you. And here's a gift for all the customers. Bet $5 and they'll throw you 150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. How easy is that? $5, a buck 50 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Who's better than you? Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Right now. Why play games? Press in code Joey, Joey. That's code Joey for new customers to get 150 in bonus bets if your bet wins. When you just bet $5. That's it, just $5. So do yourself a favor. Happy holidays from DraftKings. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app right now. Use code, what is it? Joey, Joey, and let's get the party started, all right? On the leg. DraftKings and myself and the whole Church New Testament wish you a very happy holidays.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/bball.
Uncle Joey here. Listen, when it's all said and done, it's the memories that mean the most to us. This holiday season, give the gift of letting your family relive their favorite times with an Aura picture frame. Named the #1 digital photo frame by Wyatt Gunner. Listen, I know these people are, but Aura frames are incredible. They're easy to use. They let you upload an unlimited number of photos and videos from your phone right to your frame, you, the dog, everybody. That means if the kid did something funny at lunchtime, you can send the moments right to your grandma's Aura frame before the meal is even cleaned up. Who's better than you? Nobody. My wife loves the Aura frame. When they came in the mail, I'm like, who sent these things? But we put a couple pictures in there, and now we got the party started. You understand me? We got memories, Jack. So Aura frames are the best way to share your memories. whether it's an embarrassing photo from high school or a nice family portrait. Listen, give the gift of memories and laughter with your family. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com and get $35 off Aura's best-selling hardback frames by using the promo code Joey at checkout. That's Aura, A-R-A-U-R-A frames.com, promo code Joey. This deal is exclusive to the families right here, not the New Testament. So get yours in time for the holidays. Terms and conditions apply. We're back! Anyway, I want to talk to you guys real quick. I left here in 1985. When I left, I was staying with a buddy of mine. At the time, I had a lot of buddies when I left in 85. And over the years, I'm really lucky. I have all these fucking little buddies from different fucking parts. I was gone for 23 months. And when I came back to Jersey a couple of years ago, it was fucking weird. Like, the people I had grown up with, like 45 fucking years before, they just wouldn't respond. When I'd speak to them, they'd giggle at me like I didn't know what I was talking about. And then it took like a year and a half, and finally I unloaded on one of them, which I love him to death. I still love him to death, you know. And then another buddy of mine stopped talking to me, and that was a whole fucking thing. But through and through, my brother will never fucking throw me to the wolves. It's just really weird. We met in '79, the summer before my mother died. And my mother died, and he kept in touch with a friend of ours, a mutual friend of ours, Denise. Nick, right. And she used to fill me in. Then I lost contact with George. I met him again. I was casing out places up in Bergen County one day. It was a fucking dead of the winter, and I see George fucking chopping grass and stuff in somebody's lawn. He gives me his number. And I think that's the night I got arrested. After I left him, I got arrested. And I had nobody off the phone. I called him. He said, come on back to my house. And I stayed with you for 6 months. Then I left to Colorado. You came out there. And you were there when I kidnapped the dude. Oh, fucking New York. That left me. Thanks for always keeping me out of that. I'm never in those stories. That left me fucking traumatized. I can see in your face. Yeah. You were there when I got sentenced. I know that broke your heart. And it's just really weird. Like, I put out a book a couple of years ago, and people reached out to me like, oh, you had such a rough life. Your mom, I gotta be honest with you, man. I learned something. Like, I was really fucking angry at God. Like, when my mother died, I was pissed. I was like, what kind of a God takes a mother, killing 15 years old? So I lost faith. I just lost faith. And it was George. Like, George, little by little, and then I kidnapped the dude, and I went to fucking prison and all that bullshit, and then I think we lost contact. No, I came back for the wedding. Ronnie was late, so I had to be a best man. Ronnie was too fucked up. Wasn't even in town. I think it was like a half hour before the thing. He was there. Oh, he was there somewhere else? Fucked up. And the priest pulled me aside. He goes, he can't do this. He's got rings around his neck. And these people, So you got the call 30 minutes before, George? Whatever. I don't think I was in the wedding car. I think you already invited it. But yeah, I mean, I just got a halfway house to get married. The fucking counselor, he was there, not the counselor. The guy would follow me around. I don't know if you remember, I had a small coat, like, different, and I broke down. Right. Yeah, that was the one dude that you met after I left. The tall, he might have been Cuban. Yes, he was. Had all the blonde, right? He had all the blonde. He had a lot of shit. That guy became a professional gambler. He had $10 million fucking dollars. Jesus, now he won't return my call. That was good. But it's just so weird how I was down on religion, and I think about it little now, how God had a different, you're never going to hear me say these words, but God had a different thing to teach me. He took my mother, but he showed me, like, the beauty in other people. Like, I don't know what it was. I had brothers, your uncles, him, Jimmy Roots. I got showed me that. That I have nothing but it. My brothers have nothing but it. We breathe. Me and George believe. I don't even want to be dishonest because I can't live without him. I call him 3 times a fucking day. You know, there's always a fucking different situation. I smoke dope before I call him a day because
He starts laughing before I.
But we've been doing this since 1985. He would do whatever he was doing. I'd do whatever I was doing. We'd meet, we would with grandma, and then we'd disappear and smoke pot. We'd come back and grandma would say, "You two eat peace." She called me for eat peace. And then I went down to the basement one day and I was smoking the morning and the fire alarm went off. The things we did for that poor woman, and we laughed, and she loved us. She loved George. Oh my God, George.
She loved you.
Oh
Probably,
my.
I thought more than me at times.
Oh my God.
That's the only time I didn't really like you.
I robbed the fucking liter of champagne, the Dom Perignon, when we took over the fucking Bellissimo. Oh my God. Oh my God. We used to stay up till 2, 3 with grandma.
And my grandmother loved him.
Oh, we would
I mean, and he spoke Spanish.
Oh,
he broke the chops. He just.
you have no fucking idea how I see it.
But he could still do no wrong.
What happened?
He could do no wrong.
Oh my God, but what about when I robbed the lady?
Hey!
Oh my God, I go back in 93 and, you know, me and George are still at it. And George is sleeping. And I see the lady in the back barbecue. And I go, you know what? This is a good time to rob that bitch. I put my sneakers on. I run upstairs. I open the door. And right there's her purse with a deposit. Like the old days, they give you a check or, you know, money back in the envelope. Stick it out of the purse. I just took the whole fucking thing. I hid it in the basement because I knew fireworks were coming. Jesus. He's sleeping.
I'm laying on the couch, knocked out, with a cigarette with an ash like that long. Because I thought he let the cops in there like, what is it? I go, I don't even think he has a pulse. Again, he went upstairs, grabbed something and came. He hasn't moved in like 12 hours. So he left. But she freaked out, that lady. Oh,
I know she.
She was going, what the fuck?
I haven't moved in years.
I go, look at my ash. Like, how long does it take for an ash? Like, it didn't even fall. I would light the cigarette and not even puff it. And the fucking.
The ash is behind the couch.
Oh my God. I think that's how they built the pyramids. Oh my God.
Rock that motherfucker. Grandma would go to bed. She like David Letterman.
Oh.
So she would leave the door halfway cracked. At that time, she had like 4 or 5 cats. They would jump on her, and she had nothing to happen in her fucking heaven. She had a cat staring over me. I would take a big pen, one of those cocaine pens, hit me in the center, cut a bunch of fucking papers. I'm a professional spitball guy. And I would kick it down the fucking door down, like right over there, like she saw a little friend come through. And she would be laying there happy as a baby. And I would shoot the cats one by one. And after like the third one, the cats would start leaving. And all like the third cat would leave. And grandma would go, what the fuck happened? And the cat would leave. Mimi, whatever. And then she'd look at the blanket and the white thing, and then she'd look at the ceiling. She'd look at the ceiling right there, I fucking knew, right? And then she'd see him throw the fucking blanket. What happened? Oh my God.
And we had like this really big like gong. Those things that get gong. And it was like hanging on the wall. And mother was an artist, and I always call her for the fucking gong on the wall. No one ever touched. The gong. It's been 10 years. He's living with me. My grandma. grandma would just fall asleep, and he'd walk
No.
out.
Listen to this
Oh,
story.
oh.
It's early. You was going to bed with her. She goes, ooh, I'm tired, man. Okay. You lay down. You there, son. What? He was waiting for grandma to go right to bed. That's all he was waiting for. Grandma had to process the tea, the whole fucking thing. And I could feel him in there sweating because I was next to him sweating too. I had like a half an 8 ball. I'm waiting for grandma to go to fucking bed, so we stuck around in the fucking room. But at that time, grandma was going, she knew that it was fucking out of my mind. And she knew George was out of my mind. So that door was open, and George is going to fucking fly open, and he's running in that bathroom, getting ready to do his thing. I reach for him, lock the door. I go on tiptoe. I take the gong, and I just go, boom, boom. And I was a reaping bandit right there, right? 3, 2, 1. And she was running. Bumble. This is 11:40. Sucker, what the fuck?
Where's
is that?
Georgie?
And then she looked, at me. Where's Georgie? I don't know, he's in the bathroom. She died. Georgie, open the fucking door. Oh my God.
Why would you let him stay with you? Like, and then,
Yeah,
you know what? He was my big brother. He was 11 months older, but I
I was
yeah.
gonna say
And
earlier,
it
like
was
you guys,
funny.
you guys like act like
Summer school.
we
I
don't meet a lot. Like you guys are, you're always at his house. You guys are like big brother, little brother. Like you guys like fight about this stupid.
I know.
Ringo's father used to drive a bus, and he would let me go on the bus for free. I had $8 in my pocket. I was a fucking cokeman, and I had to get to the city to sell cars. So I'd get up like at 6:30 and do this, and I'd run up to the corner and wait for Mr. Raymond, if there was a payment. And I would get on the phone, 201 943 and grandma would pick it up. Hello. And I go, wow. I gotta hang up now. Oh my God. This happened. I let this go for a year. I could call her. I could be on the street, and I'd go, hold on, I gotta call grandma. Wow. And then I'd sit there with her at night, and she tells George about it. George, some fucking guy called me. And I'm fucking dying. So this goes, it's getting close to Thanksgiving. And she's like, George, George said he tried to call her. And she goes, I take the phone off to that fucking guy. He called. He called. I ain't saying anything. She plays. I don't know fucking. She goes, I don't know football. I don't know. I go, grandma's like this. Wow. And I did the voice.
Did she freak out?
She fucking lost it. She fucking lost it. Oh, I go down to fucking Little Fish Market where fish eat right now. Chris Fish. Oh man, I see a fucking box of fucking clams, right?
Yeah.
I don't say nothing to Chris. I pick it up, put it in Chris's truck. I stole the whole fucking box or whatever. And the whole way there, I'm like, George's mom makes some mean spaghetti and fucking clam sauce. So I get fucking clams and all my stuffing and bread. I bring it in. It's too late at night. She goes, don't worry about it. I'm gonna make you the best fucking spaghetti and clam sauce. But I'm broke. I'm walking in the city all day. All I'm thinking about is that fucking spaghetti and clam sauce. Now, George's mom was an artist. Like nothing was fucking straight, right? She would put on reggae music for anybody. She would fucking smoke hookahs, little fucking things where she would tell me stories. And I go, what the fuck is she talking about?
We used to find the special oregano. They were like 3, 4 years old. It was in this container.
So small, chest, not really getting around, but motherfucker's fucking crazy. Oh yeah. So I thought I was gonna kill her. How long did I talk to her for? I didn't talk to her.
Oh, forever.
Very.
She hears you now, huh? She's dead almost 10 years. She's still here.
No, you know, that was fucking killer because she left me. I thought you loved Terry. I mean, what the fuck?
Did I come
I would have fucking take his hat on or something like that. Fucking Terry. Oh, oh my god, he used to fucking laugh a lot at me. His mom saved my life too. 1993.
Because you stayed with us a little while. I wasn't around.
Yes.
When the trade center got bombed.
Yes, we were watching movies. Fucking brilliant line, if I know that. And I told her, let's watch this. And you know, when you watch something and you want it to be good and you're laughing just for the other person to laugh, you know. And after that, she goes, listen, I thought you were going to say, you used to be a comedian. You can't have an insecure little friend you fucking laugh. I thought she spelled it out for me. And I was like, all right, done. I won't do that no more. And that was it.
Wait, you had a different laugh?
Yeah, at the time I didn't know what was given. I went and got my confirmation receipt. That the Holy Ghost would fucking calm me down. That motherfucker made me strong with 3 hands after that fucking Holy Ghost backfire.
What was your laugh like?
Just insecure. You know, it's like, even now, he's been on a bit of a slide down. He's got one in particular. And you typically before that, you are leaving the scene. You know what I'm saying? So everything he would say, I go, ah! And I hit you fucking 3 idiots. What the fuck is he laughing about? Yes. But, you know, it's his birthday and I want to put him on, but I just want to say you have no idea how lucky I am that my mother died because I got to see, he's my brother. I'm above in the DNA. You can look in it. Somewhere they're going to go, yeah, you guys are brothers. And I have like 8 guys like that. But this guy's my fucking brother. There's no getting away from it. It's unbelievable how the fucking Lord works. So,
Oh, we thank you. We thank you.
oh my
I
God.
mean,
We used to, I told this motherfucker to pick me up when I was robbing a gas station. He had no idea. He was like, gave him a couple hundred into the city with your uncle. We went to the pink,
the red
the
parrot.
red parrot. And who was there?
Was Madonna there?
Who was there? The singer from the Eurythmics was a boyfriend for the guitar player.
Oh, Dave, whatever, and
Yeah, he thought he was fucking, like he was eating sushi that night. Nobody even knew what sushi was. And that motherfucker was eating
Oh,
sushi.
Rabbi, you're back.
Yeah, dog, I've been here for
yeah,
like.
my
Notice that
mother's
shit.
friend, the fucking chief. The parrot on the shoulder.
Sorry, I'm getting carried away. I'm cleaning a bunch of junk right now.
You do you, man. Just chill. Enjoy yourself.
I know you introduced George to Ralphie.
Like that?
Yeah, Ralphie, listen. First time I met Ralphie,
Oh my God.
I was down the shore, and Coco called me. He's like, you got to go up to Nyack. You got to go meet my friend Ralphie today. He's got something for you. So, I drive back from the shore. I get there, the show's over. I walk in, and Ralphie's signing for everybody. He looks up, he's like, George, hey! How the fuck does he even know my name? He knew me as soon as I walked in. He's like, come here. He goes, Coco told me to give you this. So it was a sugar cookie. I'm like, thanks, Ralphie. Nice to meet you. Now, what I forgot was that he used to pick you up at our house all the time to take you to the airport. Which is some,
No, he fucking,
twice, I think.
his wife had family.
Right.
And this is 1998. This is like, we met in LA.
Yeah.
We hung out, he made tacos. One day, I had to pay for it. And and he's like, come out, come up here and And I had to call him back. I told him George is at work. He picked me up and I took him to Ashland. I want to go to Ashland. You've been hearing all these stories.
Yeah.
Right. So he's like, I need to go to Ashland. That motherfucker tasted that rice pudding. He went hard. And after that, it was pretty much like,
Gary would give me like 5 or 6 trays of rice pudding if we were last. Holy shit. By the third one, I would load it. Ralph, hey. I mean, even Ralphie could eat, with that much rice.
That motherfucker didn't listen to no further. Then when he told me this story, he listened. So he came here. He's playing bananas.
Yeah.
It was the same night that the fucking plane went down at Hudson River. And he took the stage of bananas, and the first words out of his mouth was, I hope the Indians down there giving out cards. Like, this is the guy that's from fucking Alabama, wherever the fuck he was from, but he listened to all those nights. That's how he opened the fucking show. He went up there and he goes, how's Anthony Ranieri down there giving out cards? A lot of dead people down there, man.
He always did shout outs to
Oh my fucking God.
But the sweetest, Ralphie was the sweetest man. I mean, even my mother walked up to him and just grabbed his face and said, "You're so handsome, Ralphie." She's like, "Please, you're such a handsome man." And we became great friends. Every time he came to New York, we went to games, to movies. I went on little trips with him. I helped him with the merch, which is a lot easier, like just getting high with him. I went one time. He wanted me to sell merch. I think it was the Gotham or something. And we parked the car. This is like when he started headlining there. Like in the beginning, he used to do the midnight show at Gotham because he was too dirty. And like all of a sudden, it's like year after year. I don't know this comedian's name, Godfrey, but like he was headlining both times as he's coming out. You walking in, very friendly, but you would draw more than him at those midnight shows. Finally, but that one time, like, hey man, I got this merch. All right, I'll sell it. Fucking edible. It was like I was Lee before Lee. All right, does that make sense? Like he would fucking lie to me every time. At 10 milligrams, always 10 milligrams. So we walk in and I'm fine. I drink 2 beers. I'm sitting there watching the show. All of a sudden, I'm like, I'm dribbling on myself. I'm like fucking retarded. He laughs, and I got to what did I pass? I remember I was asking her, Marjorie. She came up, gave me a hug. She's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "No." And she started selling the shit because I was fucking.
So the best was John Jones fighting for the championship. He's fighting right here in fucking Newark.
First fight.
It was fucking beautiful. I'd never even seen Newark. So I go to his house. I eat dinner with him and his wife, girls. George is gonna drive. I got tickets for him. We're gonna go.
He's lying already. No, this is what happened. I picked you up from the fucking airport. You showed me this Auntie Dory. Gave him a hunk of fucking banana bread as big as a suitcase, wrapped in tinfoil. Right? We pull up to, we go to Champs. Luke pulls up. We go like fucking crack this fucking banana bread. He gave me like an L, like a fucking piece of Wonder Bread, like the crust. It was an L. I ate it. We go to Champs. Luke gets the same. We eat. He goes to my grandmother's to shower and get ready.
Right.
I went home. My wife, there was a party in fucking somewhere. Verona, right? Family party. I'm like, I can't go to the family party. I'm going to the fight with them. She's like, all right, well, you got to pick us up after the fight. It's only 2 towns over. I'm like, sure, whatever. I take a shower. We get ready to go to the fight. As I'm driving to pick them up, I'm fucking fading. So we get on the fucking turnpike.
You won't shut the fuck up on the turnpike.
Yeah, I think I was.
I'll pick it up. Right? I'll pick it up back to the This cocksucker won't shut the fuck up. And now I'm like, George, get in the fucking left lane. George, cut that dude off. Get in the And at first he's okay. It was 65. And it was like a fucking every 6 minutes. I'd go down. Now he's doing 55. Now I go, George, sit down. Right? He got all the way around. He was doing like 8. He dropped me off. I don't know what happened. Well, George, go get parking.
There was no parking. And as I drove, I told the story. I was like the steering wheel was a dragon, and I was holding on to every parking lot on Martin Luther King Boulevard. All right, stoned to the gill. I'm like, I'm not going over here. I thought I'm in East Orange. Now I'm fucking really freaking out. Decide to go home. So I drive a little bit and I see the arena and the lights, but it's across the highway, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm going home. Yeah. So I drove 8 miles an hour in the fucking slow lane. I get there. Also, his phone had no power. He had like one sign. He didn't bring his charger.
My wife in California.
Ari called me. Go home. Just the fuck me from the fight. I said, where the fuck are you? Ari, just really fucked up. You gotta come. You gotta come. Pick her up in Verona. I took 2 showers to fucking get. I never ate that much fucking bread or anything. I was fucked up. 15 miles an hour. I get there. I'm like, Essie, I'm really high. Tell your family I'm sick. They all come out to meet me. Where's Coco? I'm like, stay away. I'm sick. They're like, while the party's over, there's cake in there. And I'm like, oh, really? I go, just stay away from me. I'm going to grab some cake. We're getting out of here. So
I the next day.
No, 2 in the morning he came, we lose. Because you didn't have the key to get to my grandmother's. You were pissed. Oh, I was like, he'll never talk to me again. And then he did. You know, he always does. He gets mad at me and see now, like Charlie Brown, what the fuck?
I started coming in 98. So in 93, I had like my whatever, and I came back here. I was heartbroken. I was getting divorced. I was losing my child. But I fucking loved it. I don't know what happened. I'm living with George. And he puts out with his grandma. And he jumps the gun. Let's go to New York. First fucking jump gun he wrote. This is the dumbest fucking thing in the world. Those dudes that walk around New York City with the idiot that Gotti shot him. Oh my God. Those idiots that walk around New York like
Guardian Angels?
Guardian Angels. He used to write jokes at them. And he said, the Guardian Angels are back. Tell them to put your Bose speakers back in the window. And then he wrote a joke about
the Puerto Rican Day Parade, the Navy.
Right.
Puerto Rican Navy.
The Navy crashed into the dock in the Hudson River. 400 Puerto Ricans in there. That ain't nothing new. We were fucking dying. I even tried to joke on stage, not a laugh. I'm like, what the fuck are we doing together? Spies. But I still remember this motherfucker coming home one night. And again, he has the quality of my mother. That's why I love him. He always, this motherfucker don't come home empty-handed at 2 in the morning. If he wakes you up, he's got a daily news. All right, he's got something, a sandwich, something, a joint. He always woke me up with something. So this one night he comes in, he's like, man, it's fucking hot here. How heat? And I'm fucking coked up to the gills. I'm just hiding under the blanket. I'm all jerked off out. Like it's like 4 in the morning. I'm jerked off 80 times. I'm out of juice. I'm just waiting for fucking something to happen. And this idiot comes home. I had like a salami sandwich or whatever. And I'm really, he goes, man, it's hot here. And he goes, where's that pregnant? There was a fan there. He picked it up.
The big box fan.
Oh my God. He goes, I'll hook you up. and puts in the window. About 3 in the morning. Puts his playing out on the bathroom outside. Sure enough. What the fuck happened, George? And Grandma comes out.
Caught us up.
Oh my God. This was a, you can't write this shit. Like I always said, if I get a show, I gotta add all those nights of how much we fucking used to laugh late night. And the whole thing was for Grandma to come on and go, what the fuck happened? Every night. That's when we'd stop. And we loved it. Oh my God. What a fucking time.
Yeah, I had two good women though.
This motherfucker. Alright, so he's my writing partner. He's my ace. He knows what's coming next. I'm a fucking million. I said, listen, we're partners. Come to the city with me and fucking watch my set and give me notes.
You used to have to bring someone a lot of those.
Yeah, but I bought you dinner. Tell the story. I almost forgot when I went back home.
And you gave me money. And then when I gave you money,
I go on stage. I come back, he's gone. I'm like, fucking what?
I think wait, that's what was the. That was a fucking show you did on Broadway in Harlem.
Yeah, it was 108th Street.
Yeah,
Right
it's like,
there. I'll never forget
yeah.
that.
And the dope spot was like 8 blocks from me. So
This
oh my God.
motherfucker. But yeah, I'll leave you. I got like a little pen. He was like my manager. So then I fly in. And I had a whole new manager. His name was Darren Rosa. And that's when the party fucking started. And I'm still me and him doing the coke, coming back, and we're like, who's walking on the bridge? Oh, it's George. I said,
I didn't remember that till just now.
you cannot write this shit. You cannot write this shit.
Did he get hit by a car?
No.
Nah.
He was breaking me, so the cops wouldn't stop him.
Oh, okay. Now look at his heart.
Oh my God.
I get it though. Sometimes you gotta limp to get ahead.
Let's take Grego to Caroline. He's the bad motherfuckers in New York. Take Grego to Caroline. We always stop in Harlem, go back to Coke. And then go do comedy. I would do the Coke. He would sit there and fucking coach me. Tell people to shut the fuck up. It was hilarious. I do my set. I perform. Caroline. I get off. He's like, I'm gonna wait till midnight. I'm gonna enter the contest. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is the world I lived in back then. He's like, yeah, it's gonna be alright. I'll buy you a drink. You come to the show. I'm gonna fucking kill him. Just start fucking on the first night. There were like 10 people there. This Grego went up there, lit that fucking room on fire. He went like a porno. You can't write this shit, guys. What a fucking hell of a fucking ride that was. Something else happened the night before. At the Disneyland, I had to beg him to take me to see Rambo. He fucking hated Rambo. He fucking hated Rambo. So I took him to the Black Movie Theater on 125th Street.
Nah, didn't we go on 181st?
Yeah, 180.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God.
And we had the Chinese, that's the Cuban Chinese place. On what, like 178th or 179th?
Yes, yes. And the cartel around the corner, and they the coke, not the cocaine. Well, the coke place was dope. That was on point. And they used to have a double.
They had everything. They had gambling.
They had everything.
They had everything in the Heights.
No, you used to pull your car in to the parking, and they take you to the 12th floor. The door opens up. Wow! It was fucking Chinese people, chicks, it was prostitutes, fucking drugs. I went there with Turkey and Crispy to rent them one night. We left there like 8 in the morning, and they gave you sunglasses.
What was the place? It was 170 something. It was like the
No,
garage.
right there. Right
The
in the
garage.
garage. The garage.
Yeah.
You just pulled your fucking car, they took you upstairs, you got out of the car. Cocaine, heroin,
And the Irish joints and
chicks
dice.
ready for you, dice. Fucking amazing.
Yeah.
8 in the morning. Holy shit.
And if you won, they let you out. You know, they weren't. But if you robbed or all you want getting out of there. But if you won, they made sure you got to your car and got the hell out of there.
You got a guy walking across the fucking bridge.
Jesus, everybody in Cliffside was robbing their mother's jewelry and going there. They were robbing it because gold in the '70s, gold was so high. They were getting big money.
Part of that Cuban crime wave
They
myself.
were taking that gold.
Dog, I was
They were
robbing
taking.
gold. I was beating
They were melting it down in 3 minutes. No evidence.
Unbelievable. That shit.
This place in Cliffside, it was silver or something. They had right in the back, just right behind the counter, they had the melting thing.
I had a guy. The place was right over next to that. Used to be a strip club.
Oh, Park Lane Theater, right? Parkland.
Parkway Theater. There used to be some nasty hoes. I mean, just nah. I don't even know when they picked them up. They picked them up like a sea caucus and brought them there like fresh from the fucking.
Oh, and they got kicked out of the
Oh my
AJ's
God.
or whatever.
Oh my God. Next to
Naval Base.
It was a chick. Chick who told me that. And the guy that owned the pharmacy, his son just got arrested for whatever. Touch a 6-year-old or whatever the fuck.
Pedophilia?
Holy shit. Met him down at like 53rd Street. And, yeah, that his father owned that stuff there. There was a trophy shop out there. But there was a dude there who sort of like a little thing drinking. Everybody knew he was no good.
Well, Guy McCann had a store over there.
Shit. I remember he's like, dog, this shit's so big. I'm out of cash. This kid was crying. Like, he was closing his 6. He walked in like 5 this thing. Listen, lock the door. Oh my God. That dude, there was a place next to the donut shop. Dunkin' Donuts. Across from Hudson County Park. That dude was king. I brought him a couple of fucking neck pieces and shit. He was beating them, man. I was thinking of robbing him myself.
Good times. Good times.
Good fucking times. Listen, we're done. All right? It was a great fucking Tuesday morning. Sorry we went over the time limit. We love you. You got what, 7 more shopping?
This goes out to Doctor. Here is Bob Lazar. From Joe Rogan.
What's up?
This goes out to you. This is Joe Rogan, Bob Lazar on anti-gravity.
Cheers, gentlemen. Let's have a little toast. Relax. Bob, thank you very much for doing this.
Hell
I
yeah.
really appreciate it. I understand that you've told the story many, many times. You've been grilled many, many times, and it's very stressful for you, so I really, really appreciate your time. For people who don't know the story, there is a documentary. Jeremy Corbell has a documentary out right now. It's called Bob Lazar, Area 51 and UFOs
And flying saucers.
and Flying Saucers.
I'm
Not-
sorry, Air 51 and flying saucers.
Okay. I first heard your story decades ago. I told you last night we went out to dinner. I've seen pretty much every interview you've ever given. I've followed the story incredibly closely. But for people who don't know the story, let's give them the bullet points. You used to work at Area 51. And Area 51.
Hey, Rabbi, I'm gonna hop out for a bit, but
Well,
I'll catch you later.
wanna be
Excellent, man. Come by whenever you can.
S4. Okay.
It's about 15 miles
All
south
right,
of there.
take care.
Peace,
Okay.
bro.
You worked in what would you? How would you describe it?
I guess
Someone is gonna
within
fucking
the
watch
area
this
of
with me. What the fuck? Why doesn't anybody want to watch this with me? Somebody's gonna watch this fucking documentary. Whatever. Can we listen?
This is not a nice Islamic fatherly regime. Clear signs of fascism, clear signs of state control and pay any price to stay in power, even violence, extreme violence.
The following is a conversation with Abbas Amanan, a historian at Yale University specializing in the modern history of Iran. My love and my heart goes out to the Iranian people who and their current struggle for freedom. I hope that this conversation helps folks who listen understand the nature and the importance of this struggle. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Abbas Alana. Let's start with the current situation in Iran. On September 16th, protests broke out in Tehran and quickly spread over the death of a 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Eyewitnesses saw her beaten to death by the morality police. This is a heavy topic, but it's a really important topic. What can you explain what happened?
The protests are now in their sixth week. The death of that young woman occurred. Who was visiting Tehran as a tourist. Sparked something very deep that particularly concerned the younger generation. That is what you would call the equivalent of the Z generation in this country.
Yes.
They call themselves Daheh Hashtadi in Persian because Iran follows the solar calendar of its own as an ancient solar calendar. And the time that they were born, they were in the 1380s. That's what they call themselves Hashtadi. 80s, Hashtad 28. And the circumstances that surround the unfortunate death of this young, beautiful Kurdish woman is really tragic. She was arrested by what is referred to as the morality police, morality patrol, called the Gasht Ershad, guidance police, that is. Presumably there were two women fully clad, that is, officers serving on that force, and two men. And nobody exactly knows what had happened. She had been beaten up, and apparently there was no sign of any wrongdoing on her side. She was fully covered. It seems that there was some altercation in the process, and the outcome was that she was unconscious, not necessarily when she was arrested, but in the course of the detention, when they take them to a center, presumably to re-educate them. And she apparently collapsed, and maybe my sense is that she must have had some kind of a problem because of the skull being broken or something that happened. And she died in the hospital the next day. And that, through the social media, was widely spread throughout Iran. And almost the next day, surprisingly, you could see this outburst of sympathy for her. People are in the streets weeping because she was still such an innocent young woman, 22 years old. And the family, the mother and the father, also mourning for her. And being a Kurd visiting Tehran, this all added up to some kind of a martyr. And that's what it is. Her picture, graphics that were artistically produced based on her portrait has now dominated basically as symbol for this. Everybody was thinking, or at least the authorities were thinking, that it's going to die out in a matter of a few days. But it became more intense. First in the streets of Tehran by young women, mostly probably between, I would say, 17, 18 teenagers in the 20s and 23s, or there, or even to high school. And that also made it a very remarkable quality was the youth, and not necessarily the older generation. You see them around, but not as many. Also, you see men and women together, young girls and boys, and they are adamant, they are desperate in the sense of the tone of the protest, and they are extremely courageous because they stand against the security that were immediate, were sent off to the streets. So, and in full gear, that is.
So what are the currents of pain, emotion, turmoil that rose to the surface that resulted in these big protests? What are the different feelings, ideas here, the scaling of this protest?
What is main slogan, which is the message of this movement? It's called Women's Life Freedom. Zan Zindagi Azadi, which is a translation of actually the Kurdish equivalent, which is close to Persian in the Indo-European language. And it's apparently initiated first in the Syrian Kurdistan, Islamic Daesh, because they were attacking the people. So it has moved to Kurdistan, and from Kurdistan being the message of this movement, sums up what this movement is all about. Women in the forefront. One might say discrimination, the treatment, the humiliation that the younger generation feels, well, not only the younger generations, but most of the Iranian secular middle classes since 1979, basically, for the past 43 years. And they would think that uh, these all basically symbolize or represented by the wearing, the mandatory wearing of the hijab, which is at the core of this protest. You see the young women, and if you look at many of these clips that come through the past 6 weeks, women in the streets take off their mandatory scarf, which is a young shawl, or some kind of a head covering, a toque, and they throw it into the bonfire in the middle of the street, and they dance around and slogans. So there is a sense of complete rejection of what this regime for 43 years have been imposing on women. It's not, as it's sometimes being portrayed, a movement against hijab through and through, but it basically says, there has to be a choice for those who want to wear hijab and those who want to remain without hijab.
Yeah, the hijab is a symbol of something much deeper.
Much deeper. And actually, before we get into that, it's interesting to note that in many of these demonstrations you see in the university campuses or in the streets, you see women with hijab, young women with hijab, are next to those who have removed their hijab, and they are together basically protesting. That's the most interesting feature of this demonstration. And then men and women together against the segregation that the regime has imposed upon them in all these years. Now, in terms of what it represents, as I pointed out, one is the question of the whole series of, one might say, civil and legal discriminations against women. You are considered as a kind of a second-class citizen. You depend on your men. It's a kind of a patriarchy that has been institutionalized in the Islamic Republic in a very profound fashion. And that means that probably in matters of divorce, marriage and divorce, in matters of custody of your children, in matter of inheritance, in matter of freedom of movement, you depend on your husband, your father, your brother, a male member of your family, your child about the world as much as an American does. American kid does, and probably sometimes more. They're very, very curious. It's from what I hear, or sometimes what I've met a few of them outside Iran. You will see that how this new generation is completely different from what the Islamic Republic wanted to create in its social engineering. It's basically the failure of 43 years of the Islamic Republic's act of imposition of a certain so-called Islamic values on women. Then it's a matter of education. You would see that there is segregation in the schools. One of the issues that right now, is at the heart of this demonstration is that self-services in many of the campuses of Iranian universities are segregated, male and female, to different rooms, to different halls. Now they're breaking through the walls virtually everywhere and sit together in order to basically resist the authorities who wants to impose segregation. In matters of course, it may seem to us as kind of trivial, but appearance is important. Clothing is important. How you would imagine yourself as a would like to impose the idea of a chaste Islamic woman who is fully covered, and the idea of a male member of the family protects the female. That is the heart of this. And of course, with everything else, second message, the idea of life, it means, if you like to use the music, they want dancing, they want to be in the street, they want to have boyfriend, and don't be constantly looked by the big brother to tell them what to do and not to do, or not to do. So that is that they share virtually with the entire Iranian society as a whole. What you would see is the older generation don't, so far at least, don't take part as extensively as one might imagine. And this is a variety of reasons. Perhaps we can get to that later on, if you like. But as far as this younger generation, they don't care. They don't listen even as much to their parents as the older generation. Or one might say even the nature of the relationship between the parents and the youth has changed. It's not the concept of, again, a patriarchy, that a father or daughter or son, what to do. But basically they have to negotiate.
It's fundamentally a rejection of the power of authority. Parents, government, it's that every person can decide their own fate, and there's no lessening of value of the wisdom of old age and old institutions.
Precisely. And they are surprisingly aware that where they are as a generation, so it's a sense of pride. We are different from the older generation. Parents who compromise and lived with the restrictions that the Islamic regime put on their grandparents, was the generation that and these are the third generation after the revolution of 1979. And therefore they differentiate themselves in terms of their identity from the older generation. The life part of it, I think one can go more and more. See on social media, motherly skills than my generation. And personalities, they know about all the celebrities, they know about all the trends that goes on outside Iran. So that's a second part of this message. And then, of course, the third part is the word azadi, meaning freedom or liberty, which is this long-standing demand of the Iranians, I would say, for the whole century, ever since the constitutional revolution of 1906. Iran has witnessed this problem of authority that usually emerged at the end of the revolution to basically impose its own image on the population, on the youth, and create authoritarian regimes, of which, over the course of time, I would say that the Islamic Republic is the worst, in the sense that it Yeah, and it's not only in the political sense, for instance, banning the freedom of speech, meddling with the elections, banning political parties, all sorts of that things because it's political or civil freedom. But it's intrusion into the personal life of the individual, which is the worst kind in a sense, as you would see that there is always that authority that basically uh, dominates your life or monitors your life. So, and they do it in a kind of a very consistent fashion, which makes this idea of freedom so important message of this new movement. Um, you would see under no independent political parties, there is very little probably freedom of the press. I wouldn't say that it's entirely gone, but it's fairly limited. There's enormous amount of propaganda dominates the entire uh, uh, radio and TV system in Iran, completely in the hands of the government. And of course, you would see this variety of other tools for trying to indoctrinate uh, Iranian populace. So that's another sign of this kind of a uh, sense of being totally left out. You're not belonging to what's going on in terms of power. That idea of the three somewhat miraculous, unintentional, the three parts of this message uh, complement each other. Because for the first time, we see that women are in the forefront of a movement. I hesitate to say revolution because I'm not particularly happy with revolution. Revolutions worldwide in Iran have always been so miserable in terms of their outcome that we have to be careful not to use the word revolution again. So that's where it stands now. And the regime was thinking that, well, these are kids, they're going to go away, and then of course they're completely conspiratorial in their thinking. They constantly think that these are all the instigations and provocations of foreign powers. These are the great Satan, the United States. This is Israel, or these are the actually the supreme leader said in so many words in his only response so far that he had in the past 6 weeks with regard to these demonstrations is that these are the children of the Sabak being the security forces of the Shah time. That 43 years later, he claims that the children, 16, 17 years, 20 years old, kids in the street are the grandchildren or children of some imaginary survival of the Shah security force.
So there's the idea is that these protests are internal and external saboteurs. So people trying to sabotage the government.
Yes,
and
they are misled. That's as far as they can go.
And then there's the great Satan, the United States, and other places are controlling, sort of either controlling the narrative, feeding propaganda, or literally sending people to.
I don't think that they have. I don't think even they have that kind of imagination precisely to say what you have there.
Yeah.
That they would say that they're controlling the narrative. They basically say, no, these are agents of the foreign powers. And their families are all sold out and they are basically lost their loyalties to the great Islamic Republic. And therefore, they can be treated so brutally, they can be suppressed so brutally. Which I haven't actually said what they are doing because I thought perhaps first we should talk about who these kids are in the street. response of the government. But one major factor which seems to add to the anxiety of, well, the regime is extremely anxious now because they're in a position. This shows that they don't have the lack of confidence in a sense that they would see them reacting in a very forceful way because basically they don't seem to have that kind of a confidence to allow this message or the movement to be aired. But the one element which corresponds to that is that there is an expatriate population of Iranians worldwide. There are probably now, according to some estimates, close to 4 million, even more, Iranians abroad, and they're all over the world, from Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Western Europe, Turkey, and United States, including Canada. So, just to give you one example, last Saturday, there was a massive demonstrations in Berlin by the Iranians from Germany and all over Europe, Western Europe. And it was at least, I think probably the conservative estimate was about 100,000. So 100,000 Iranians showed up in Berlin demonstrating against the treatment of the women in Iran or the movement in Iran. The government thinks obviously this must have been some instigation by foreign powers and they want to destroy the Islamic Republic. And not only that, but the propaganda is kind of ridiculous because I listened actually to how they portrayed it in the newspapers. I listened to the Iranian news that is officially controlled, government controlled news, and in the papers, much of the papers that are in control of the government. One of the, or actually, the major news program portrayed the demonstrations that 10,000 people showed up in Berlin and protested against the rising prices, rising rates for gas and oil in Germany. So that's how they mislead in a very rather stupid fashion because probably 95%, if not 100% of the Iranians are listening to Persian speaking media outside Iran. There's the BBC Persian, national, there are at least 5 or 6 of them. That's probably important. Iran is a very modern and tech savvy nation. Not just the young people. Probably more than I feel sometimes when I compare myself to what they are doing. Since 1979, the earlier years, for a decade or two, they tried in a very crude fashion to restrict access to media outside Iran because it's all through dishes, okay? And satellite dishes are everywhere. If you look at the, buildings of small houses, small towns and villages in Iran, there is always a dish, and they watch all kinds of things through this, and particularly because of what's happening now, they listen to all the news uh, uh, broadcasts from all this media, and they're extremely active. There are probably some of them even 24 hours or close, very extensive coverage of every clip that comes through. So what the government is doing now, the Islamic Republic, is that they restrict the entire internet. They shut down the internet. They shut down the internet, but they cannot afford shutting down the internet because much of the business, much of the everyday life, much of the government affairs depend on the internet, like everywhere else. And Iran is extremely, if I hear from many of the colleagues and friends, it's like, in certain respects, it's like Sweden, where you go there, there's no more currency, and for a very good reason, because there's so much inflation that the bank knows anything. So everything is in your card. And that entire system is in standstill because people cannot buy food. So they deliver everything. And because of the COVID, it became even more. And they have to pay all through the system. So what happens is that now they're estimating that every day $50 million the Iranian government or the Iranian economy is losing because of slowing the internet.
Plus, the frustration is growing because you can't order food.
Among other things,
Right.
I mean, they are in touch with WhatsApp.
Yeah.
Every Iranian, virtually every Iranian, that has education, and education in the sense that has gone through the high schools and the universities, knows how to use the WhatsApp.
So there's a big middle class. You said secular middle class in Iran, and there's a lot of at least capacity for, if not revolution, then political, ideological turmoil.
And a huge amount of hatred.
So the hatred is growing.
Yes, hatred of the policies, of the regime, of isolation. That's a huge point that we hear a great deal about. We don't want to be isolated. We don't want to be humiliated. Iran is not about this miserable regime. It's ruling a great culture. So there's a sense of a pride in their own culture. Islamic, some of it Islamic. So they a sense of a pride in that. And they see that they cannot communicate with the outside. They want to travel abroad, which they do. I mean, for one thing, the Iranian regime never actually, for majority of the population, never puts restrictions. It's not like Soviet Union where you have to have a, you used to have a permission to move from one place to another. And then, of course, the Islamic regime since 1979 basically chased away or destroyed the old middle class. It was my generation, or my parents' generation. These are the secular middle class of the Pahlavi era, in the hope that they can do this social engineering and create this Islamic society of their own. The bad news for them was that didn't happen, and that memory persisted, and the middle class that was created since past 40 years is much larger in size than what it was, because there was, of course, the demographic revolution. That's the very foundation of it, is the demographic revolution. Population in Iran, I've written an article about that. Population in Iran since the turn of the century, last century, 20th century, population of Iran was about 9 million. It's now 83 million. And that is, since 1979, the population was 35 million. Between the past 40 years, it's basically doubled. So it's 83 million. Although, one of the great successes, I don't want to bore you with the details about the demography, but it's important.
Demographics is not boring.
Okay. You can see that again. But Iranians, because of the shift to an they basically, the pattern of the 2.8 or 3% birth rate in around 1980s, I would say 1970s, 1980s. Now it is 1.1, and it's probably the most successful country in the Middle East in terms of the population control, despite the government consistent attempt to try to encourage people to have more kids. Middle class refuses to do that. And this is middle class not only anymore in the capital, but this is where smaller towns and cities, places that used to be villages. Now you look at them, they have a decent population, 50,000, 100,000, and they live an urban life, and they don't want to be subjected to that old pattern of the agrarian society when you had 10 children or 8 children. And of course, it's a much more advanced because of that, you see that this urban population in the cities have completely different demands. And of course, the education is important. That's another area of how the social engineering of the Islamic Republic went away, because they were thinking that, the growth of the population, the growth of the educated, higher educated middle classes is their benefit. But they could not even control it, in a sense. Now, Iran, in my time, probably had, in the 1970s, probably by the time of the revolution, had 10, 12 universities. Now it has 56 universities all across the country. And there is something referred to as the Free University, which has campuses all over the country. It has 324 campuses all around Iran. What does that mean? In many respects, this youth that were brought up in these families, even in small towns, in very traditional families, in families that belong to that kind of a more religious, loyal to the clergy or to the clerical classes, their children can now move on, particularly women. Because in my time, it would have been unheard of that you would have a young woman of 18 or 17, 18, 19 from a traditional city such as, for instance, Yazd or in southeastern Iran, to move on elsewhere for education, as you do in this country. Okay. Now, it's completely accepted that a woman wears hijab because he's forced to wear hijab, to go to a university completely on the other side of the country. And this movement of the population, not only because of the universities, but in general, if you now visit Iran, you hear accents, local accents, provincial accents, all over the country. Azerbaijani, Turkish accents, rest of the country, you can get, and vice versa. So, there's a system which has been the subject of the recent massacre when they actually attacked the population when demonstrating and killed a fair number, at least 60 people. So, this movement of the population, this creation of a larger middle class, a better educated middle class, much better educated. Iran has 86% literacy, which I think probably, I haven't checked that, but probably is better than Turkey even. Is probably better than anywhere else in the Middle East.
And it sounds like that's quickly increasing. So
Yes.
because of the movement, because of the growth of the education system,
That's right. Iran has 1 million school teachers, which may not seem as much if you're in the United States, but it's a fairly big number.
When you live on the massacre, what happened there?
Well, the Sistan province, the Baluch ethnicity, of Baluch ethnicity. Baluch is a particular ethnic group in southern Iran, which is Sunni resident. Majority.
I should say that most of Iran is Shi'i, and that's a branch of Islam.
Shiism, yes.
Let's maybe just briefly linger Shiism and Sunni. Let's not get into it.
Yeah,
Let's do a one sentence summary, and that maybe which is actually linger on the Sunni, Sunnah, Shia means party, means those that be the party of Ali, the Islamic history, 7th century. I mean, I'm almost ignorant to this stuff like that. So yeah. Shia belonging. Shia means a person. Shia. That belongs to that belief. Are you a Shia? Yes, I'm a Shia. Yeah, and she is meaning community. And in English, when it was anglicized, it becomes Shiite. So if you say Shiite today, it's perfectly acceptable. Writing, there are always switch between one and the other. One of my books is always Shiite, the other book is always Shiite. And that hasn't been settled. But the Shia population is the smallest compared to the Sunni population in the world. But in Iran, it's the opposite. Iran and Iraq and possibly now Lebanon are the three countries barely and have barely majority population. Whereas Iran is large population due to its history of conversion to Judaism. That's why it's another story. But in the sense that the way that Turkey evolved, the center became more Shiite, and the periphery, Sunni. Communities of the Baluch in the southeast, and have the Kurds, a large portion of the Kurds are Sunni. They have Shias as well. Then they have the indigenous religion of their own called Ahl, which is the religion of indigenous Kurdistan. There are Turkmens in the north of Sunni. There are other communities in Khorasan region, in the peripheries of Afghanistan. They are also Sunni. And you have some Arab population, Arab-speaking population in the southwest of Iran, which is also, or across the Persian Gulf. So there are a lot of conflicts between these regions, and also, like, if I blindfolded you and dropped you off in one of the regions, would you quickly recognize the region? Like by the food, by the music, by the accents, by so on. Yeah, the answer to your lovely question, which I hope it would have happened to me, is that yes, you would see different cultures. Yeah, but different food, most important, different accents or different language, because they have dialects. Baluch is different language, or so for that matter, is closer to Persian because the European language. But Turkish are the probably closest, basically. Actually, if you have looked at the, let's say, even 19th century, early 20th century linguistic map of Iran, you would have been amazed. Communities that speak differently, all ancient traditions and languages. Yeah, and because of the great number of invasions that Iran witnessed over more than 2.5 millennia, of course, there are all kinds of cultures were introduced into Iran. There are also ethnicities were introduced to Iran, mostly coming from the northeast of Iran, from the lowlands of Central Asia and beyond, and continued into Iran proper. So, but now, what has happened, that's my point that I wanted to make. Century of modernity or modernization has produced a national culture of great length, great strength, I would say. I just ended my book, the book on Iran and modern history, basically saying that despite everything else that has created so much trouble for today's Iran, there is a sense of a cultural identity that is very strong. And I think I can say with, with some confidence
that despite these regional identities that are still there and are great and they should be celebrated, today if you go to Kurdistan or if you go to Sistan, they all can speak Persian. They all have an education in Persian. So they all basically are becoming part of, whether they like the regime in power or not. They have a sense of belonging to a culture and an identity with the center. And of course, the idea of a center versus periphery in Iran is very old. It goes back to ancient times because even the name of the country was the guarded domains of Iran. This is the official name of Mamalik Mahfuzeh Iran. Namely that it was recognized that this is not just one entity, but it's the entity
like the United.
Exactly. But the United States of America, in a sense, you can say that it was a very successful. Well, if you may say how successful.
To be continued.
That was basically invented, created, that you would have this sense of it. In the case of an old nation, which has been on the map of the world for 3,000 years, 2,500 years, this is not an exaggeration. I am not a nationalist per se, but I mean, if you look Persia on the map of the world in ancient times, it is still there as it is today. Very few countries in the world are like that. That they would have that kind of continuity over a course of time. And that's not without a reason, because there was this sense of a center versus periphery that has found some. There's a huge amount of tension, but there is also a sense of belonging to something. And the state is very much at the center of it. I mean, that's why the concept of the state matters for the creation, for the shaping of this culture. What happened is, therefore, you can see that today in answer to your point about traveling blindfolded, is that you would be surprised to see how much people share. And in terms of, I just give you one anecdote. In 1968, I traveled to Azerbaijan. I used to travel and actually photograph.
Not blindfolded. Mostly.
Well, yeah, not blindfolded. No, not blindfolded. So I went to a bazaar in the city of Khoy, which is in the northwestern Iran, on the border with what is today the Republic of Turkey. And I went to the bazaar and I was interested in the kind of leather work that they produce. So I tried to buy some stuff and I was surprised to see that how few people knew Persian. So they could not communicate in person with you. Either they have to ask somebody from some other store to come and translate for you. It was 1968.
So even though the official language was Persian of the country, it's still,
Yeah.
well, what do they teach in school? It doesn't matter.
But this guy
Doesn't
that
go to school.
hasn't been to the school or was not fully exposed to it, and
Or
bazaars
forgot it.
usually are very conservative places. So it stuck in my mind. Now, in the recently 2004, I was traveling to the same area, not to the same city, but to the same area. And I was amazed to see how the youth, as soon as they would know that you're coming from somewhere else, opening conversation with you, talking about the latest movies that was produced in the West. And it's not only Hollywood. Of course, there's a huge amount of fascination with Hollywood and Western cinema. Cinema is a major thing. Filmmaking is a major thing. So these kids in the city of Ahad were asking me, we were having lunch. They're asking me, okay, what do you think about this producer, not producer, this director or that actor? American, European as well, but mostly American.
Were they speaking Persian?
There's a complete Persian that I would converse with them.
learning language. And for a reason, because they think that's the way to get access either on social media or eventually to leave Iran, unfortunately. And because they don't see a future for themselves in the country. Like either you have to be part of this regime, or if you hate them and you don't like the way of their life, you look up outside. I was having drivers drive me around the country, the cities around Iran. And the guy was a young, English, well-educated, well-dressed. You would have looked at him, you could have found him in any street, in any country in the Western world. And his major concern, knowing that I'm from outside, major concern is, tell me which would be a better place for me to go. What's wrong with the place that you're in right now? You are in your own country, you sit alone like that. Oh, so good. I have to have a better future. No future.
Well, it's really interesting because the thing I feel about the protests right now is there's a large number of people that instead of giving into cynicism about, this government is no good, they're actually getting this energy, this desire for revolution in a sort of non-violent, in the democratic sense of that. Let's actually find ideas. Let's build a great nation. This is a great nation. This is my nation. Let's build something great.
Well,
That's my hope. That's
yeah.
That's what I'm hoping for.
I share your aspiration, but I'm fearing that I hope it's not a wishful thinking. Certainly that's what they want. Certainly that's what they want to create. But the historian always tells you from where they start to where they finish, there is going to be a huge kind of a change. And in this particular case, I wouldn't be. I would very much hope that it's not going to be a revolution like 1979 Islamic revolution. And I have my hope in that. For one thing, this is a revolution that doesn't have a leader. Okay. And it seems that they're comfortable with that. At least so far, because we're the sixth week of this movement, and I hope it's not going to be actually a revolution unless one is asking for it. I hope it's going to be more of a sense of trying to come to some compromise and gradually move towards change rather than collapse of this regime and replacement with what?
So the anxiety of the regime, you hope, will turn into a kind of realization that you have to modernize, you have to make progress, you actually have to make certain compromises,
Yeah.
or constitutional changes, all those kind of stuff. So the basic process of government and lawmaking.
The problem is that they say we have it all, you know? We have our parliament, we have our constitution, we have our elections, which is all fake. But they claim they have all of them. But the problem for them is that they try to superimpose a certain ideology, like all other ideological autocracies or autarchies, as it is, that tend to dominate all these institution buildings that they have, and they constantly claim we have this, we have that. And look, of course, there's a generational thing. The upper echelon of this regime are mostly older people, servants, they are clergy, that are afraid of this over their whole system that they do. This is sophisticated, huge system of government. And they rely on certain tools of control, which is the Revolutionary Guard and other institutions that are loyal to the state. They spend enormous amounts of funds that is available to them since they still have enough funds to do so. And in order to remain in power.
They're extremely ruthless in that regard. This is not a nice Islamic fatherly regime. This is a regime that is clear signs of fascism, clear signs of state control and even violence. To return to the massacre, what were the uses of violence suppressed? Well, yes, it was actually quite remarkable to see that from the first to the second day of the protest, you see out in the streets this riot police, which comes out in large numbers, fully geared up. Their appearance are rather terrifying, like any other riot police, any other riot police. They are violent, and they stand in the street when the students are demonstrating, even in smaller number. But before I go to that, I should point this out to you as well, that these demonstrations are not large ones in one place. You don't see 100,000 people in one place. But you see in every neighborhood, a couple of thousand of kids are demonstrating.
All over Iran.
All over Iran.
Now all over the world in different parts.
Yes. Actually, during the demonstrations 3 weeks ago, they, as I said, they had people in Sydney, Australia, New Zealand, Tokyo, all over the world.
All protesting high gas prices. It's funny. Everywhere.
Everywhere. And they said that they could be ignored.
Yeah.
But if they could not be ignored, and it's actually quite remarkable that this is very embarrassing to them. But somehow they think that this propaganda machine of them is working.
So you think they don't have a good sense? I mean, so there's an incompetence within the propaganda machine.
Yes, it is. There's an incompetence across the board. I mean, despite all of this massive government administration, or whatever you would call it, all these various components of it, there is a sense of inefficiency and incompetence that is associated with it in every action that you see, even in their suppression of this street movement. But in answer to that question, you would see that this riot police, very, it's quite obvious that they were trained for the purpose. So their appearance, everything, these are not just regular army forces or soldiers or conscripts. They are professional forces. And they come not only on foot in number, but they come on motorbikes. So you would see in any of these demonstrations, there are 10, 12, 15, 20 motorbikes with two passengers, one in front, riding, one in the back, fully equipped with guns, with paint guns, with pellet guns, and with bullets. So that's very fully equipped, and they're terrifying. They go through the demonstrations and hit and beat people. And then they arrest. And then you see behind the first line of these riot police, you would see all these latest models of these special armored trucks for moving to the demonstrations and arresting people, throwing them into this. And then behind that, water cannon. You see, and I was looking at that and said, okay, this is Tehran probably. They have this. But then you look at the smaller cities, they still have the same thing. So all over the country, one thing that they have managed to produce extensively, irrespective of the fact that whether they are effective or not, but you see them everywhere. So this just shows that how afraid this regime is.
But that also shows that there's an infrastructure that can implement violence at scale.
Yes, very much so.
they have, according to perhaps an exaggerated version, they said it's about 12,000 or so arrested that are in jail today, this past 6 weeks. They were 230 or 40 people were killed, including children, under 18. They are, they beat up women in the street, which is extremely, actually, disturbing when you see these scenes. So there's a lot of this is on video too, right? Everything is on video. Everybody has a camera, and everybody sends to major news outlets outside Iran. And they immediately showed every night, if you look at BBC Persian or Iran International or I think this is 6 of them actually. All over in England, there are Deutsche Welle in Germany, which has a particular interest in the Iranian. BBC World Service and so forth in London, and Voice of America Persian here in this country. There is another one, Radio Fardo, which is also funded by the American government. Also fully covers all of these events. So there is no way that these people can, that Iran can miss what's going on in the streets of this demonstration and the scenes of beating up women, which in Iranian culture, as I presume in most cultures in the world, there is a certain sanctity that you don't attack women. But they do, and this is an Islamic regime that supposedly have to have a certain sense of concern and well, protection. Protection, like a deep respect for women, grounded in a tradition of protecting them, but instead this kind of idea that was instilled in law has turned into a deep disrespect of women. Exactly. Or, yeah, that these women are not any longer the girls that we thought we are bringing up in this society. The source of you losing your power will be these women. That's yes. The fear. Yeah. And you see, of course, this government do have a support base. I mean, it would be totally wrong to think that the Islamic Republic has not created its own power base. It does. What it probably is, there is no way, there are no statistics that you can, well, I'm not aware of any statistics that I can give you in numbers what's the percentage of support for the regime in Iran. But quite frankly, I don't think it's more than probably 10% of the population. Very generous. I would be surprised if it's that low. I would say, so my understanding, because I've been very deeply paying attention to the war in Ukraine, to Ukraine, to Russia, and to support in Russia for Putin. I think, without knowing the details, without even considering the effects of propaganda and stuff like that, is there's probably a large number of people in Iran that don't see this as a battle of human rights, but see it as a battle of conservatism, like tradition versus modernization, and they value tradition. That what they fear from the throwing away of the hijab is not the loss of power and like the women getting human rights. What they fear is the same stuff you fear when you're sitting on a porch and saying kids these days have no respect. Basically, that there's a large number of Iranians that probably value tradition and the beauty of the culture, and like they fear that kids, with their internet and their videos and their revolution, will throw away everything that made this country hold together for millennia, right? Yes, I know. I would agree with you in the sense that probably like everywhere else in the world, this is just the generation I think. Every generation thinks differently about the younger generation. No doubt, it's the same. But there is another factor here as well. Those that we consider them traditional no longer seem to have their loyalty to this regime. That's how
that is prepared to kill children in the street and does a lot of things wrong. Of course, it tries to take care of its own power base. So there's a very strong sense of discuss here. There's a very strong sense in this regime that there are people that is there and there are others which are not there. There's a word for it in English. They call it Hodi, Bonaparte. Okay?
So it's that's very persistent.
Yes, yes. Or for that matter, I suppose Soviet Union, if you were a member of the party, and your children would have received a special kind of treatment yourself and so on. This sense of us versus them, for a while worked, because the younger people coming from the countryside to the cities, certain sector of them would have found protection and support from the government. They wanted to belong to something, and the mosques and the morning associations in the neighborhoods and so forth would have given them. There is actually a term for it called Basiji. Those have been recruited by the state, and this is the youth kind of vigilante, if you like, that you can see them also in these demonstrations. Sometimes thugs, they're called the civil club. So the people that comes to these demonstrations that start beating up these young people, and they are not in security police uniform. They are just regular clothes. And these people, yes, they still support and they still benefit. They get jobs, they get privileges, and these are very important for a state that basically monopolizes most of the resources. You see, even even during the sanctions, let alone before the sanctions, the oil revenue of Iran, which is the major source of the state government, was the monopoly of the state. It was monopoly of the state during the Pahlavi era, from the start. So what does that mean? That means that the regime in power is no longer particularly accountable to the majority population, because it extracts wealth from underground and it uses it for its own purposes in order to make it more powerful, in order to make it more repressive. That's what it is the regime today. So it feeds a small, or I wouldn't say, but a fair number of its own supporters. I mean, the Revolutionary Guard in Iran is probably about 350,000 or something like that. It's a very big force. And this is not a regular army. The Revolutionary Guard are independent from the Revolutionary Guard. It's armed forces controlled by the state. And yes, the same as the army, but these are more ideologically tied up with the state.
And they're also in-facing, internal facing. What's their purpose? What's the stated purpose of the revolution?
Well, from day one, when the revolution succeeded, the regime in power, the Islamic regime in power, was vulnerable to all kinds of forces of opposition within Iran itself.
For further revolution.
Yeah, that's the Revolutionary Guard, and their job was to try to make sure that the regime stays in power. And of course, over the course of 40 years, they became more powerful, more organized, better funded, better trained. Well, at least we think they're better trained, but we don't know, because the level of incompetence perhaps gets seen through the rank and file as well. But they developed their own military industry. I mean, those drones that you see now Putin's regime are throwing on Ukrainians, poor Ukrainians, those are all built by the Revolutionary Guard, by the military industry under the control of the Revolutionary the Middle East, at least, these are military industrial complexes. You can find them in Egypt, of course, which is very powerful, very traditional, has been in power and still is in power. You find them in Pakistan, which is extremely powerful, and they can change the prime minister as they did in the case of the last one. You can find them probably in Myanmar, is the same phenomenon. Uh, and if you look around, you can find quite a number of them. And the Revolutionary Guard is the equivalent of that. This is a powerful um, establishment force, which militarily is powerful, industrially is powerful, and since the start of the revolution, they have been given projects. So you want to build dams, which they did a major disaster, environmental disaster. They built 100 and something dams all across the country. This is the Revolutionary Guard who does it. So they have all kinds of tentacles all around the country controlling various things.
And because it's their job and they have power, they have prestige, there's a huge incentive to
join them.
To join them and to stay. So like they, when they're having dinner at home with their families, there's not an incentive to join the protests, sort of.
Well, that is the point. I think Revolutionary Guard is maybe an extreme, but many of the people who depend on the state for their support, now the younger generation are telling their parents, you were wrong. You don't provide for us. This society, this state does not provide what we want. So there is a dissent within the family, it seems to me. I hope it's not a wishful thinking. There is a kind of a joke going around. You see this Tebet guys, the clergy, bearded, the traditional clerical appearance. When you see them talking about women, they are very, of course, politically correct. They are very looking down towards women. As I said, they have to be inside, they have to be protected, they have not to be seen, and so forth. But if they have a young person, a young daughter in their family, you see that their um, discourse changes. They no longer seem to be referring to women as second class citizens.
Yeah.
So that's very important. That's precisely that point. That when you have this younger generation, no matter how privileged they are, and many of them are privileged, and there is also the regime has created its own privileged class that are not necessarily directly paid by the regime, but they benefit from contractors, certain professions that benefit from what the state provides for them. And Iran is the past 40 years, you can see Iran has developed in terms of material culture remarkably. Iran has good communication, has roads all over the place. It's not like it's more like, I don't know whether you have ever visited Turkey, for instance. In certain respects, even more advanced than Turkey, but it's closer to that rather than if you travel. I don't want to bring particular names in North Africa or parts of the Middle East or other parts of the Islamic world. It's much, much different. So in this respect, you would see a certain contrast or paradoxes here. On the certain respect, there is growth, and there is urbanization, there is modern economy. On the other hand, you see this superimposed ideological, doctrinal aspect that has driven the regime over all these years. And they cannot get rid of it. They cannot, in this respect, they cannot modernize themselves. They think that they are already perfect in ideological sense. This is the best solution function for the world, not for only for Iran, but for the Muslim world and for the world as a whole. We are anti-imperialists. We have managed to survive either under sanctions. This is all part of the rhetoric. But of course, at the huge expense, for their own population. And the point that you have raised is the fact that we now witness there is not only a generation gap between the youth and their parents, but there is a break, in a sense, from the older generation. And they are very distinctly the youth that has a different view of the world and does not want to compromise. Whether they would be able to succeed or not remains to be seen. Whether this regime is going to suppress it, maybe, uh, but it's actually brought to surface many of aspects of the weaknesses of this regime in power.
Well, I hear from a lot of people that are in these protests now, and so my love goes to them and stay strong because it's inspiring to see people fighting for those things, the women, life, and freedom, especially freedom here, because that can only lead to a good thing in the long term, at least, and if possible, to avoid a violent revolution. Of course, that is something that we all want to see. Before we return to the present, let's jump around. Let's go to the past. We mentioned 1979. What happened in 1979?
Well, in 1979, there was a revolution that eventually came to be known as the Islamic Revolution, and even up to this day, many of the observers or those who have strong views do not like to refer to it as an Islamic Revolution or even a revolution. So, because the nature of it in the earlier stages of it started really probably around 1977, in these 2 years, was much more all embracing. It was not Islamic in a particular fashion or at all. It started with a kind of a very liberal Democrat uh, agenda, which required, which demanded, mostly by people who were the veterans of the older generations of Iranian liberal nationalists that had left us in the Pahlavi period, in the period of the Shah, became increasingly authoritarian, increasingly suppressive, and therefore basically leaving no space, no political space open for any kind of a give and take, any kind of a conversation or participation.
That was in the 70s.
70s, particularly 70s.
Can we actually even like just do a whirlwind review from 1906 to 1979?
Okay, sure. In 1906, there was a period, actually, as you might know, the first decade or so of the 20th century
Welcome.
witnessed numerous what
Hope you're
referred to
doing
as
well.
constitutional revolutions, including Russia in
How are
1905,
you?
the first revolution, including the Chinese Revolution in 19 constitutional
We're
revolution
just
in
watching
1910,
Lex
the
Friedman.
Young Turks Revolution in
Enjoy yourself.
1908, and the Iranian Revolution in 1906.
Do you understand why the synchronicity
We're
of all
watching
this?
Lex
Why in
Friedman.
so many different places,
Enjoy
very different
yourself.
cultures, very different governments.
Very different cultures, but all of them, in a sense, were coming out of regimes that became progressively powerful without having any kind of a legal system that would protect the individual vis-a-vis the state. So the idea of law and the constitution according to which there should be a certain protection, a certain civil society, became very common.
Yeah, but I wonder where then, because that's been that way for a very, very long time. And so I wonder, it's funny, certain ideas just their time comes.
Exactly. It's like 1848, when you would see that there's a whole range of revolutions across Europe.
Yeah.
Or you would see, for instance, the Arab Spring. You see all these revolutions in the Arab world, which unfortunately nearly all of them failed. So yes, these are very contagious ideas that moves across frontiers from one culture to another. And I presume we can add to that there are two elements. One can say was a greater communication, there is a greater sense of a world economy. And the turn of the century witnessed, the first decade of the century witnessed a period of volatility, particularly in currency. So many of the countries of the world, particularly non-West, suffered and particularly the businesses suffered. And not surprisingly, the business class were in the forefront of many of these constitutional movements, requiring the state to give the uh, kind of a created the right kind of institutions to listen to their voices, to their concerns, and the creation of the democratic system, parliamentary and system in which there would be a representation, popular representation, proper elections, and so forth, and constitution. And this very much is a kind of a French idea of a constitution going back all the way past to 1789 revolution. Montesquieu, all this kind of philosophes were greatly appreciated, particularly the French.
So what were the ideas in the 1906 Iranian constitution?
They precisely the same. They were demanding
Which
a
one was that?
creation of a legal system, the division of power between the three executive, legislative, and the judiciary. And that's unlike the American system. And they requested uh, basically a certain public space to be created between the two sources of power. The state, which had this kind of control over the, if you like, the secular aspect of life in the society, and the religious establishment that had a full control over the religious aspects. And both of them, from the perspective of the Constitution, is considered as repressive. And therefore, there has to be a new space open between these two. And that was the idea of a constitutional revolution. Why? Well, its very nature, it was an idea of modernity. They wanted a modern society. They wanted a better material life. They wanted a more representation and so forth. The constitutional revolution, as I always would say, is a much more of an innocent revolution. It's a revolution that did not particularly have much violence in it, contrary to many other revolutions. It did not have a centralized leadership per se. That's why actually I'm besides the parenthesis, I'm getting a lot of requests for interviews to compare what's happening now with the revolution of 1906, 1909.
Are there any echoes?
Yes, yes, there are, because that was a movement that started without a centralized leadership, but actually various voices that emerged in various among the merchants or the businessmen in the economic community, among the representatives who came to the first parliament, the press, the new generation of the privileged aristocracy who were educated and believed in the constitutional values. All of these voices emerged at the same time, and somehow they managed uh, to coexist in the first and the second parliaments that were created between 1906 and 1910 or 1911. But they all faced huge problems in the sense that Iran was in a dire economic situation. This is before the days of the discovery of oil. It actually coincides. There are two important coincidences. that the oil was discovered in the south in 1909 during the course of the Countryside Revolution. Second is that in 1907, the two great powers of the time, the Russian Empire and the British Empire, who always honored Iran as being a buffer state between them because they didn't want to get too close to one another, basically came to an agreement facing the fear of the rise of the German Empire. So this is the period of entente, as you might know, in European history, whereby the French, the British, and the Russians all create an alliance that ultimately leads to the First World War against Germany.
And at the same time, the discovery of oil, the oil industry being a very powerful defining factor of the 20th century for Iran.
Exactly.
Source of a lot of money.
Lot of money, but not all of it in the hands of the Iranians. Only 1/5 of it, by way of royalties, came to Iran. Much of it went to the Anglo-Persian oil company, which they actually discovered the oil in the province, Khuzestan province in the southwest of Iran, where the major oil industry is today right now. And this was an extremely profitable enterprise for that company and for the British government. It's actually purchased by the British government. Churchill purchased Anglo-Iranian oil company for the British government. So it was not anymore a private company. It was a British interest, as a matter of fact. And in the course of the 20th century, although it helped the modernization in Iran, but it also helped the creation of a more authoritative, say, a more strong state, if you like to call it. That 19th century Iran never had that kind of a power, never had that kind of resources. Whereas in 20th century, even that 1/5 of the income that reached the Iranian state gave it a greater power.
That's another coincidence. So yes, you could say the oil was one of the catalysts for absolute power, but the 20th century saw quite a few countries have dictators with power unlike anything else in human history.
Yes.
That's weird too.
Precisely. And you can name them from the beginning of the century, people like, I don't know, Lenin, Stalin, of course, Hitler, even Mao, of course, you can name them, and probably, as I would say, the last of them is Khomeini, in that sense, that you would see this strong man with a sense of either artificial or real, or a sense of a so-called charisma, and with this total power over the regime that they create. Some of them do. Nasser didn't have much of an oil resources in Egypt, but he was also one of these strong men, okay, in the 20th century, loved by some, hated by others. So it necessarily does not tie up to resources, economic resources underground. But in the Iranian case, unfortunately, it did, and it created more than one issue for Iran. It created a strong state, which is the Pahlavi state, from 1921 onwards. Because in 1921, at the end of the First World War, Iran was in almost a state of total bankruptcy, and the British had a desire to try to bring Iran to the system that they created in the Middle East in the post-war era, the mandate system. Palestine, Iran, and then, of course, French mandate of Lebanon and Syria, all of this. And Iran was separate because Iran was an independent country. It wasn't part of the Ottoman Empire that collapsed. So they had to somehow handle it. And what they tried to do didn't work. As a result, partly domestic, partly internationally, wrote about the regime which is headed by the founder of the Pahlavi dynasty, Reza Shah. Okay, the first military officer called Reza Khan, actually a military officer of the Cossack forces. And the Cossack forces was the force that was the royal tour, and the Tsar showed the great Cossack forces that I liked him, and he created one for himself with Russian officers actually. So Russian officers served in Iraq from around 1880s up to the revolution of 1917, the collapse of the Tsarist regime.
So many revolutions.
So many revolutions. And Reza Shah was an officer in that, Reza Khan was an officer in that war. And he created a new monarchy for reasons that we didn't have to go through. And it's called the Pahlavi regime. Pahlavi regime was a modernizing regime, okay, that would, in effect, fulfill many of the ambitions of the Constitution, many of the aspirations of the Constitution. Better communication, secular education, um, centralized state, centralized army, um, better contacts with the outside world, greater urbanization. That's what a modern state is all about. And in that regard, in a sense, for the first 20 years up to the Second World War, was successful. Despite, and more significant of all, it managed to keep the European powers, which was always interfering in the local affairs of Iran, in an arm length. So they were there in an arm length, but they were also respecting the power of the state, power of the Pahlavi state. During the Second World War, the same phenomenon as earlier interference led to the occupation of Iran by the Allied forces. The British from the south, the Russians from the north, the Red Army. They took over Iran, and of course they set
During World War.
yes, from 1941 up to 1945, and of course when the Red Army refused to withdraw from Iranian Azerbaijan, and with some thought of possible annexation of that province, there was a big issue in the post-war Iran.
So after 1945.
Yes, 1945 to 1946, there was a big.
Soviet Union getting greedy.
Yes, but eventually they agreed. Eventually Stalin agreed to leave the Azerbaijan province in the hopes that he could get some concessions from Iran, which in the oil of the Caspian area, which didn't work, and it's a different story altogether. But what happened is that in the post-war era, between 1944, 45, and 1953, is a period of greater um, democratization, because that Reza Shah's dictatorship basically disappeared. And this is where you see political parties repressed, a lot of chaotic behavior, as democracies often are.
So something like, was it officially a democracy?
Yes, it was a democracy.
Was there elections?
There were elections, yes, of course, yes, of course, and there were very diverse political tendencies came into the picture, including the Tudeh Party of Iran, which is the Communist Party of Iran. This Communist Party of Iran is probably the biggest Communist Party of the whole of the Middle East, and one of the biggest in the world actually at that time.
Did the Soviet Union have a significant influence on the?
Of course, they were basically following orders from the Soviets, although they deny it, but in reality that's the case.
Yeah.
But what happened? They were seen by the Americans during the Cold War as a threat, and Iran was going through a period of demanding nationalization of its oil resources. That's a very important episode with Mossadegh, whom you might have heard about his name. Dr. Mohammad Mossadegh, who was the prime minister and the national charismatic leader from 1951 to 1963. Prior to that, he was a famous parliamentarian. But this period, he was the prime minister of Iran. And he nationalized the Iranian oil industry, as the British did, like with Atom, and eventually resulted in a famous coup which at least partly was supported by the funding and by the moral support of the British and the Americans, particularly by the Americans. It was always seen as one of the earliest and the most successful CIA operations during the Cold War.
The CIA had something to do with it?
Yes, of course. That's one of the earliest operations of the CIA.
Wait a minute. What was? Yes, of course. What was the CIA? What was the CIA doing
CIA, this is the time at the post-war era,
in the 50s?
in the 50s, 40s, and 50s. The British Empire, which was really the major superpower of the region after the collapse of the Tsarist Empire, gradually took the second seat to the Americans, who were the newcomers and the great powers and the victors of the Second World War. And the Americans viewed Iran as an important country, since it has the largest common borders with the Soviet Union, and it was, and in the south was the Persian Gulf, which at the time was the greatest uh, supplier of oil after that war. And therefore the Americans had a particular interest in Iran. And in the earlier stages, their interest was in the interest of the Iranian government. They wanted to get rid of both the Soviet Union, which made a return in the post-war era, and of course the British that were gradually withdrawing from Iran. But they had a full control over the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. They changed the name to Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, when the name of the country officially changed from Persia to Iran in the West. The name of the company changed. And they got into a huge dispute with the Mossadegh government that eventually led to the coup of 1953, which eventually created a very, very distressful memory
Welcome.
in the
How are
minds
you?
of many of the Iranian nationalists. That
What's good in
this
your
was
neck of
the
the woods?
betrayal of the great powers, the British and the Americans. Yes,
How are you?
CIA played a part, because CIA.
How are you? Hello. I hope you're doing well. We're just watching. Let's read them.
Yeah, contrary to the British, that they were afraid of their own oil in Iran, the CIA was afraid of the Soviet penetration in the south, and particularly because there was a very powerful communist party in Iran, the Tudeh party of Iran. So they gradually shifted between the Truman administration and our Eisenhower administration. These are early days of the CIA. And then they actually did participate to send their agents. There's a long story to that. And it eventually resulted in a successful coup that removed Mossadegh from power.
What's the United States interest here? Why are they using CIA? Are they trying to make sure there's not too much centralization of power in this region?
They were afraid of the fact that that of the Soviet Union, and during the Cold War, that was the concern. Only concern.
They actually almost want to protect Iran and its own sovereign processes from influence of the Soviets.
But they were afraid of the fact if Iran, or at least this is part of the, I'm simplifying a very complex picture. But the Americans basically were thinking that if Iran is going to be lost to Soviet influence, then eventually basically all the oil resources in the Persian Gulf are going to be threatened. And this would basically use the national security of the United States and all of the Western allies, European allies. So in a sense, this was the long arm of the CIA to try to make sure that that's not going to happen. And then of course they were persuaded by the British. The British were the old hands, which were in Iran since the beginning of the 19th century. They always had relations a matter of fact, he had no respect for Khomeini had no respect for the secular nationalist liberals, including Mohammad Mossadegh. But he was using it as a rhetorical tool for his own purposes. But what happened is that after 1963, we see again the rise of authoritarian Mohammad Reza Shah's power.
And that that's the Shah?
That's the Shah. That's even the last Shah. He's the son of the Shah.
And technically, what is Shah? Is there...
Shah is an old term in Persian that comes from the pre-Islamic Persian of ancient times.
In the context of democracy, should it be seen as like a supreme leader, king?
He's the head of the executive power, according to the Constitution of 1906.
Oh, that's in the Constitution. The actual term Shah.
He has a place in the Constitution.
But the actual term Shah, okay, interesting.
But the Shah is a very old term.
Yeah, it's almost like a monarchic term, like a king.
Yeah, it is actually it's a term peculiar to Iran. I've written about it, but because the term that Western world in the ancient times has been Rex for royalty and the king. In the Eastern world in India is Raj, the same origin, the same root. Iran never shared that. They had the idea of because Rex and Raj. I don't want to get into too much of the etymology, but this is an interesting one. Rex and Raj both means the one that opens the road, or basically enforcer of religion. Okay, enforcer of the right religion. Because Rex and Raj both have the of the etymological origin of right. See, and right means the right religion, basically.
By the way, there's so much beautiful language here. I was looking at the Persian Constitution 1906, and it says it's the Constitution of the sublime state of Persia. Qajar, Iran. I mean, just the extra adjectives on top of this stuff is beautiful.
Yeah, because that was actually the change that came about. I don't want to go too much into it, but it was called, as I pointed out before, the guarded domains of Iran.
Yes.
They changed that to the sublime state of Iran during the Constitutional Revolution because they wanted to give a greater sense of centrality of the state.
Yeah.
And the sublime was the term was used.
But also, what permeates all of this is a poetic. I mean, there is a history of poetry.
Of course, very strong.
To the culture, which is fascinating. So, I mean, it's of course I don't speak the language, but even in Russian, there's also a music to the soul of the people that presents itself in the form of poetry and literature in a way that it doesn't in the English speaking world. I don't know what that is. There's a
romantic side.
Romantic side.
Yeah, I agree with you. In Iran, of course, there's a time of the Constitutional Revolution is a time of great poetry. This kind of a patriotic sentiment that comes through poetry plays a very important part. Of course, these days poetry has kind of declined, and instead we see the visual image that is at the center. That's why cinema is so important.
Kids these days with their TikTok.
Yeah, let me finish this about the period of Muhammad Reza Shah. He built up because he received a greater income from the oil revenue, and he built up a very strong state with a strong security force, a strong security apparatus, which is the Savak, which is an acronym for the security force, security organization. And he, of course, unfortunately, in the 1960s and 70s, particularly 1970s, basically suppressed the voices of, or possibility of any kind of mass participation in the protest. It became very much an authoritarian regime with its own technocrats, very much a modernist vision of Iran's future, and almost kind of messianic that he was hoping that Iran in a decade would become the fifth most powerful state in the world, and reaches, as he would have said, the gates of the great civilization, very much in the mind, had this image of ancient Iran of the Achaemenid Empire. And we want to go back to that greatness of the Achaemenid Empire. Somewhat rather naive and very nationalistic in a crude fashion. And what happened is that as a result, there was built up some kind of a resistance from the intellectuals, from the left, eventually resulting in a kind of a protest movement, as I said, by 1977, 1978. Then, of course, the question that comes to mind, and that probably you would like to know about, is the fact that why it becomes religious, why it becomes Islamic, if it's the popular, you know, nationalist, liberal tendency of opening up the political space and allowing greater participation, going back to the constitution of 1906, 1907, why it, all of a sudden it becomes Khomeini? Where does he come from? The reason for that, at least in a concise fashion, is the fact that on one area that after the greater suppression of all the other voices remained open was religion. But the mullahs on the pulpit and the message that gradually shifted from the older traditional message of the Sharia of Islam, I mean, all the rules and regulations of how one has to live, into something very political. And not only political, but also radical political. So, in the whole period from the Constitutional Revolution to the Revolution of 1979, basically the religious establishment gradually was pushed to the opposition. They were not originally very conservative, supported, as I would say, as the Catholic Church, for instance, was supporter of majority of the authoritarian governments around the world. But the politicization was the result of isolation because they were left out of the system. And while in isolation, they did not, they were not successful in trying to reform themselves, trying to become, to try to find answers to many of the questions of modern times. What happens to women? What happens to civil rights? What happens to civil society? How modern law and individual freedoms have to be defined in Islamic terms,
How to separate religion and state.
or how to separate the religion and the state. These issues were never addressed. What happened is that there was this bypass between political Islam and revolutionary Islam as it gradually emerged, that this is the bypass, bypass to power, basically, to become again a voice in the society and eventually a prominent voice and eventually a monolithic voice in the society. That's the process that led into the revolution of 1979. Basically, this period, greater attention was paid to religion, even among the secular middle classes, who were alienated for a very long time because of this extensive modernization of the Pahlavi period. They didn't have a sense of that old mullahs with their turban, but they had a kind of aura in this period. Yes, they are those who remained not corrupted. They are the people who basically went against the suppression of the Pahlavi regime. And Khomeini became a leader, a symbol of that. Nobody ever thought in the earlier stages, among these very excited multitudes that came to the streets of the Iranian cities in 1979 or 1978 actually, thought that this old mullah in his 70s that all of a sudden has appeared from Najaf through Paris Tehran is going to take over and create a autocracy, a religious autocracy.
We have to back up just a second. Who is Khomeini? You just mentioned a few disparate facts about the man.
Yes,
He was the person that took power in 1979, supreme leader of Iran.
yes,
You mentioned something about Paris, something about being in the 70s.
yes.
What should we know about the guy?
Ayatollah Khomeini, who eventually was known as Imam Khomeini, he was kind of promoted to an even more sublime position.
Okay, can we just a million tangents? Ayatollah, Imam, what do these terms mean?
Well, Ayatollah means the sign of God. In the course of the 19th century or early 20th century, as the religious establishment gradually lost its a greater presence in the society and the prominent places in the society, they had some kind of an inflation in titles. So they gave themselves more grand titles.
Yeah, more adjectives.
More adjectives, more grand titles such as Ayatollah, that became a kind of a highest rank of the religious hierarchy.
But it's
which
not.
incidentally was in an unofficial hierarchy. It was not like the like Catholic Church that you have, bishops and further up. It was very unofficial model, and he was an ayatollah. Was eventually recognized as an ayatollah.
He wasn't the first Ayatollah.
No, 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 not at all. The ayatollahs were before him ever since the beginning of the century, but he was eventually recognized as an ayatollah. And if I want to start it this way, Ayatollah Khomeini was born in 1900, and in a sense, all this tremendous change that Iran witnessed in the course of the 20th century was, in a sense, materialized in this person. He became a mullah of a lower rank, went to the traditional madrasas, the traditional centers for the education of the seminarians, never had a secular education, had a very complex Islamic education on this one hand, jurisprudence on the other hand, probably a little bit of Islamic philosophy and mysticism, which is unusual for the jurists, for the taqi, as they call them, these religious scholars or legal scholars of the time. And then he, in the 1960s, when he was residing in Tehran and gradually becoming more important, he became a voice of opposition against the Shah. And the reason for opposition in the early 1960s was the fact that the Shah carried through a series of extensive modernization policies, of which the most important was the land reform. So, in effect, the land redistribution that took place in the early 60s removed or weakened greatly that class of landowners from the 19th century. And he, Khomeini, saw himself as a voice of that old class that uh, felt that actually declared that this land redistribution is un-Islamic according to the Islamic law. Property is honored, and you cannot just, no matter how much and how large are the estates that the landowning class has, the government has no right to redistribute it, even among the peasants, among the people who are tilling the land. So that was a major issue. Shah also gave the right of vote to women, and that also he objected. The women did not have a right.
Can we just linger on the Islamic law? How firm and clear is the Islamic law that he was representing and embodying. Is this
Codified?
codified? Yes, that's a good term.
That's another issue. Not only the hierarchy was unofficial, informal, but also Islamic law, particularly Shi'i law, did not have any codified system because these religious authorities always resisted becoming under a umbrella of a more codified system of Islamic law because they were outside the state in a sense. Civil law was in the hands of the religious establishment. They had their own courts independent of the state. But other matters, legal matters, was in the hands of the government. There was a kind of a de facto division between these two institutions, state versus the religious establishment. Therefore, it was not codified. So he could declare that this is unofficial, or I'm sorry, illegal according to the Islamic law, that you would distribute the land to the peasants. And another mujtahid or another religious authority would say, no, no, it's perfectly fine because he would have a different reading of the law. So that being in mind, that adds to the complexity of the picture. In the 1963, there was a period of uprising of the supporters of Ayatollah Khomeini that was a turning point in a sense to try to politicize the religious supporters of Ayatollah who were loyal to Ayatollah Khomeini. And in a sense, all the community of more religiously oriented against the secular policies of the Shah and against, of course, the dictatorship of the Shah.
So that's where the religious movement became a political party.
In 1963 is the first moment. It's a huge uprising, and the government suppressed it.
But then suppression
Yes,
would start to build.
of course. And he was sent to exile. He went to Najaf, which is great center in southern.
He became a martyr on top of it.
And martyr, he was probably even forgotten in a way. But not, it was forgotten for the secular middle class, but not to those supporters of his who were paying him their dues, because in Islam you would pay dues to religious leaders. You know, there's religious dues and alms that you would pay to the clerical authorities, and they redistribute them among their own students and so forth. So they built actually a network of loyalty based on these donations. And these donations that received by Ayatollah Khomeini was very effectively through his network was distributed, even if he was in exile outside Iran. So in 1977, 1978, when the situation changed and there was a little bit of opening in the political climate, then you saw that Ayatollah Khomeini started sending cassette messages. That was his mean of communication. Was sending cassettes, and cassettes were sent through the country by his network. So, or declarations and saying first that we would like to see a greater democratization and the Shah has to abide by the Constitution of 1907. This is a constitution, this is a democratic system, and so forth.
Was he charismatic?
Well, it depends who would call, what do you call charismatic? In the long beard, he was kind of a man in turban and the gown, which was a very unusual leadership for people who were much more accustomed to the civilian clothing or to the equipment of the Shah's military uniforms that he used to wear.
But I also mean, like, he is a man that was able to take power to become popular, sufficiently popular. Yeah. So, like, I would like, is it the ideas? Is it an accident? Or is it the man himself, the charisma, or something about the man that led to this particular person basically changing the tide of history in this part of the world in a way
All
that
the
was
above.
unexpected?
All the above are true.
entrance, or was it just the beard?
No, I think it was beyond the appearance. But the appearance is greatly helped, as you know. You know.
In the 20th century, appearance is helpful. Yeah, pictures for propaganda, for messaging.
Yeah, that's an important factor. And he was a kind of a adamant and very severe in his own position. He could appear very uncompromising, and he had a sense of confidence, self-confidence, that virtually everybody else lacked. And he was a man of opportunities. As soon as he would see that a chance, an opportunity would open up, he would jump on it. And that's what he did, basically. As more the political space opened, the weaknesses of the Shah's government became more evident. His indecision became more evident. His lack of confidence became more evident. Khomeini managed to move further into the center of the movement because he was the only authority that had this network of support through the mosques, through the people who paid homage to him, who followed him, because there's a sense of following of the religious leader in Shiism. You are a follower of this authority, or a follower of that authority. And he's basically created an environment in which people looked upon him as a kind of a messianic figure that came to save Iran from what they considered at the time the problems of dictatorship under the Shah.
So there's not a suspicion about Islamic law being a primary law for him?
Not at all. People had very little sense that what Islamic law is all about, because the secular education had left that into the old religious schools. This is not something that ordinarily educated Iranian who goes to universities is going to learn. And therefore, there is a sense of idealization that there is something great there. That and there were quite a number of intellectuals who also viewed this kind of an idea of, they would refer to as destification, that is, this civilization of the West that has brought with it all the modernity that we see around ourselves, has enormous sinister features into it. And it has taken away from us our authenticity. That was the thing, that there is something authentic that should be protected. And therefore, a man in that kind of a garb and appearance seems as a source for return to this originality of their own culture, authenticity of their own culture. And he perfectly uh, took advantage of that. That is Khomeini. Took advantage of it and the circle around him at the expense of everybody else, which he managed in the course of 1979 to 1989, which he passed, he died in the 10 years during this period, managed to basically transform the Iranian society to create institutions of the Islamic Republic and to acquire himself the position of the guardian jurist. That was something completely new. It didn't ever exist before. As a matter of fact, as you might know, the model of government that a religious establishment takes over the state is unprecedented throughout the course of Iranian history, throughout the course of the Islamic history, I would say. This is the first example, and probably the only example, of a regime that religious establishment that has always, in the course of Iranian history, ever since, I would say, probably at least 16th century, if not earlier, has been always separate cooperating with the state with a certain tensions in between the two of them. They were two, basically, as they would call themselves, the two pillars of stability in the society. That situation changed. For the first time, the religious establishment took over the power of the state. And that's at the core of what we see today as a major issue for Iranian society. Because these are basically that old balance between the religion and the state, which was kind of a de facto separation of the authorities of the two, has been violated. And now you have in power a theocracy, in effect, which of course only in in its appearance is theocracy. Deep down, it's a, in my opinion, it's a brutal fascist regime that stays in power, but it has the appearance of religion into it. So this is really the story of the revolution. And as a result of that, the Iranian middle class has greatly suffered. It's not without a reason that you see 4 million Iranians abroad. Because basically the emergence of these new powers gradually isolated or marginalized the secular middle class who could not survive under that regime and gradually moved out uh, in the course of perhaps 30, 40 years. Up to now, Iran has the largest, I think I'm right in this say so, has the largest brain drain in any country in the world, proportion to its population.
So fascinating that how much of a weird quirk of history is it that uh, that religion would take hold in a country? Like, does it have to do with the individual? It seems like if we reran the 20th century 1,000 times, we would get the '79 revolution resulting in Islamic law like less than 1% of the time. It feels like, or no? What percentage would you put?
Well, I think it has something to do with the very complex nature of how Iran evolved over a long period of time since the 16th century. That's why, if I would for a moment talk about what I have written, I've written a book that's called Iran, a Modern History, and it does not start in the 20th century. It starts in the 16th century. Because that's what I've argued, that this complex process that at the end of the day resulted in what we see around us today is something that was in making for a very long time.
Religion was a big part of it.
Yes.
She and the the Messiah complex,
Yes,
the
exactly.
the longing for this great vision of a great nation that somehow is the sublime nation that can only be fully sublime through religion.
Or at the time it was called that is through religion. Ever since then, it's disillusionment that emerged, or at least a process of disillusionment. The outcome of it is what we see today. Basically, that process of 40 years is a process of readjusting to the realities of the world. That that great moment of romantic success of a revolution, like most revolutions, of course, that is going to change Iran and bring this kind of a moment of greatness led into this great disappointment. There's a movement of the great disappointment in a sense. Like most messianic movements, by the way, messianic movements in general are always leading into great disappointment. But what I have here that perhaps should be added to it, that yes, it was a peculiarity of Iran as a society that had to experience this eventual encounter between religion and state. That's something to do with the nature of Shiism. That's just one point that should be pointed out. Most of Sunni Islam don't have that kind of, I say most because there is something there. But Sunni Islam in general does not have that kind of an aspiration for the coming of a messianic leader. She's undone. She's, I mean, it's very shaking, particularly the way that it was set up in Iran. Was a religion that has always this element of expectation to it for the coming of this messianic leader. Of course, I mean, between France and all societies look for messianic leaders. I mean, just look around us.
But some societies more than others. In a certain culture, it might have to do with the romantic poetry that we mentioned earlier. I mean, surely, I mean, not to draw too many parallels, but in the Soviet Union there was romanticism too. I mean, I don't know. There's maybe idealism.
A sense of a savior
Yeah.
who would bring you out of the misery that you're in, and always looking for a third party to solve your issues. That's why probably this movement has a particular significance, because it probably doesn't look for a messiah. Although I was talking to my brother, who is a historian also, and he was saying perhaps the messiah of this movement is that Mahsa Amini, the 22-year-old girl that was killed. It's a martyred messiah who is now leading a movement which no longer has that charismatic leadership with it. But yes, I would say that Iran has been the birthplace, if I might say that, of messianic aspirations, going back to ancient Zoroastrianism, which is really the whole system that you see in major religions, at least the so-called Western religions, the Abrahamic religion, is parallel or perhaps influenced by Zoroastrianism, in which there is an idea of this world and the other world, there is a hereafter. There is an idea of a judgment at the end of time. And there is a concept that there is a moment of justice that is going to come with the rise of a religious or a charismatic figure. So it's a very old phenomenon in Iran, very old. And it time and again repeated itself in the course of its history, but never as powerfully as it happened in 1979, and never in the form of an authority from within the religious establishment. It was always the defense movements that were kind of antinomian. They were against the authority of the religious establishment. That changed in the 20th century.
But the revolution of 1979, that change is still with us today. Can we just linger on? Are there some practical games of power that occurred? You know, in the way that Stalin took power and held power in the early days. Was there something like this in terms of the establishment of the Revolutionary Guard, all this kind of stuff?
Yes.
So the Messianic figure has some support from the people, but does he have to crush his enemies and competition?
It certainly did. Probably not, certainly not as brutal in terms of the victims as you would see in Soviet Union under Stalin, who the bloodshed or the destruction of the population was far greater than what you would find in Iran of the Islamic Republic, uncomparable. Perhaps I would find a greater parallel with Mao Zedong, and particularly because China has a very strong Messianic tradition, since the ancient times. So they have something, and Mao appeared as a kind of a Messianic figure. There I can see that there is a parallel, but also you can see with any other authoritarian regime with a Messianic figure at the head of it, that it destroys all the other forces. So during the course of the first 10 years of the Islamic revolution. It destroyed the liberal, nationalist, secular. It destroyed the guerrilla movement, some of them Islamic, some of them Marxist, who turned into political parties or tendencies in the course of the French Revolution 1979. They were completely destroyed, and in a very brutal fashion. And their opposition, even within the religious establishment, because it wasn't a uniform, there were many different tendencies. Those that were opposed to the authority of Ayatollah Khomeini were not Imam Khomeini, meaning almost a sacred religious figure above the level of the religious authority. He's a saint kind of a figure. The Shiism has this idea of Imam. There were 11 of them, the 12 figure, and would come back at the end of the time, a messianic figure. So the title that was always used for them only in Shiism, never used for any other person. He is the first person in the revolution of 1979, first referred to as deputy of Imam, but the term deputy gradually disappeared and it became Imam Khomeini. That's his official title.
I love human beings so much. It's so beautiful. These titles that we give each other, it's marvelous.
You love it because you haven't been under that system.
No, I love it in the way. I love it in a very dark
fashion.
kind of way. It caricatures itself. It's almost funny in its absurdity, if not for the evil that it has led to in human history.
But also the fact that it's in fact fulfillment in a kind of completely unintended fashion. It's a fulfillment of that idea of a Messiah that has been taken before. This Imam, which is in a hidden for 1,000 years, is here and not here, and would have, in effect, fulfilled those anticipations. But beyond that, I just give you one example. I know that I have other concerns. But when I say elimination at the end of the Iran-Iraq war, by the direct order of Ayatollah Khomeini, a fatwa that he wrote, a group of prisoners could belong to a variety of political parties, the left, religious left, majority of them, the left and the Marxist left and the religious left. In a matter of a few weeks, or perhaps a few months, I'm not actually quite sure about the time span, in a series of, these were people who have already been tried and they were given sentences. They were brought back before the summary trials of 3 judges, or more, 3, 4 of them. One of them is now the new president of the Islamic Republic, Raisi, and they were given quick summary sentences, which meant execution. So something between probably 6,000 to 8,000 were executed in a matter of a month or 2 months, something like that. Mostly in Tehran, but also in provinces. And that remained an extraordinary trauma for the families, for those who have kids. They're all young, all young. So this remains very much a kind of original sin of the Islamic Republic that cannot get rid of. And it's in people's memory. They didn't allow them, even the families, to go and mourn their dead in an official cemetery they created for them. Now the latest thing is that they put a huge concrete wall around it so nobody will be able to get into it. So these all part of this extraordinary level of atrocity, brutality that the regime claims said kind to people ended up with what it is in the memory of many of the people in Iran.
So developing these fascistic tendencies.
Very much so. Destroying minorities, Baha'is, one of them. Hundreds of Baha'is without any reason, without any Islam, were picked up and executed, their properties were taken over, their rights were taken away from them, even up to this day. To the largest, by the way, religious minority in Iran. So you would see that in many areas, this is an act very much of a beyond authoritarian. It's a kind of really fascistic.
So Khomeini held power for 10 years and then took power the next supreme
Correct.
leader, who is still the leader
The fuck
today,
is this
over
shit?
30 years.
Well, he was one of the. This is Ali Khamenei.
Ayatollah.
Ayatollah Ali Khamenei.
Imam one day, perhaps?
No, well, they hesitated to use the term Imam for him. But in any other respect, he was given all of that adulation that they give to Khomeini. He is the guardian jurist. That's what's important. Because the guardian jurist in the Constitution of the Islamic Republic is an authority that is above the state. He is not elected, quote unquote, because this is a divine authority, although he's been designated by the group of the servants, mullahs like himself, and uh, he has the full power over all institutions of the state, the army, the media, the economy, every aspect of it. He acts like a shah. He acts like this authoritarian authority.
Did that gradually develop, or was that very early on?
Well, that's part of the Constitution of the Islamic Republic. The first Constitution, um, the first draft of the Constitution, did not have the authority of the guardian jurist. But then it was added by Khomeini and his supporters.
Are there actual, in the Constitution, any limits to his power?
Yes, there is a council of the experts, so to say, that would remove him from power. I think theoretically, but there is so much restrictions to that that I don't think it would have ever happened in reality in his case.
But in terms of executive, to make decisions and all that kind of stuff, does he need to check with anybody?
No. He does check with his own advisors, but he doesn't have any constitutional obligation to check on the decisions that he's making.
So that's the supreme leader, but there's been presidents.
Yeah.
And what's the role of the president?
The president, in a sense, is the executive power under the Islamic Republic. There are three heads of powers. There is the president that presumably has the executive power. There is the head of the judiciary, and there is the head of the speaker of the parliament, Majlis, Islamic Majlis, which is the legislative. So it's the legislative, judiciary, and executive. Raisi, who is now the president, is the head of the executive. Above them is the supreme leader, or the guardian jurist.
Can you give me some insight? Because I, especially, I'm not exactly sure why, but President Ahmadinejad is somebody I'm, as an American, really familiar with. Why is that exactly? But why was why was a president the public-facing person to the world versus the supreme leader? Is that just an accident of a particular humans involved, or is this by design?
No, a speech during the session. But Mr. Ahmadinejad, who at the time was the president, uh, would come and make outrageous statements. That's why you probably know something about it.
So all of them make public statements, but he had a proclivity for outrageous statements.
He does all kinds of things. He makes all kinds of statements, but he is somewhat above the everyday politics in theory. But of course, he is pulling all the strings, without doubt, in every respect. And it seems that you were asked, I thought you were going to ask me this question. Almost without an exception, since the inception of the Islamic Republic in 1979, up to the last of the presidents of the Islamic Republic, Rouhani, before this guy that is last year or a year and a half ago was in a phony election, got into the position of the president. All of them was a long list. All of them eventually fell odds with the regime. So there is no president, except perhaps to some extent Rouhani, but we'll wait and see what's going to happen to him. But prior to him, all of them, including Ahmadinejad, fell out with the regime, with the current regime in Iran.
Who's Rouhani? He was officially president for 8 years.
Yeah, prior to Raisi.
Ibrahim Raisi, the 221, what you're saying is a phony election.
Yes, it's a phony election.
What happened?
The phony election, because the process of actually candidacy for presidency is completely controlled by a council that is under the control of the supreme leader. So they have to approve who is going to be the candidate. So not everybody can enter and say, I would like to be a candidate.
So did Rouhani fall out of favor? You're saying there was some
well, he is kind of out of favor now because he was more moderate than the most recent regime. But the point is that if you look, this is something almost institutional, constitutional to the regime. This is a regime that rejects all of the executive powers because the division between the supreme authority, that's the place of the supreme authority, versus the presidency as problematic. It is as if there would be a supreme leader in the United States above all the sources of power. That's the kind of a view that you can see in today's Iran. And of course, he is at the focus of all the criticism that he receives from the demonstrators in today's Iran.
So, on top of all this, recently and throughout the last several years, the U.S. and Iran are in the midst of nuclear deal negotiations. This is another part of the story of Iran, is the development of nuclear weapons, the nuclear program. They're looking to restore the nuclear deal known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA. What is the history, the present, and the future of these negotiations over nuclear weapons? What is interesting to you in this whole context in the 16th century of the messianic journey? What's interesting to you here?
You can argue that for a long time, even under the Shah, but much more expressively and decisively under the Islamic Republic, there was a determination to have a nuclear power, nuclear weapon, in a sense. I think the bottom line of all the negotiation, everything else, is that Iran of the Islamic Republic has a tendency of having its own nuclear weapon. The reason for that is that Iran was subject of nearly 9 years, 8.5 years of But the fact that Iran felt kind of helpless in the course of this war and has to make great sacrifices, actually, which supported the Islamic regime, consolidated the Islamic regime because of this war. And most of the time, the support of the United States was behind Iraq vis-a-vis Iran. And Iran felt that it's been isolated and has to protect itself. So there is some argument for having a nuclear capability. But in reality, this has resulted in a completely mindless, crazy, wasteful attempt on the side of the Iranian regime to try to develop a nuclear power. And therefore, the rest of the world, particularly this region, they're very worried that if Iran would get access to a nuclear weapon, then the entire region of the Persian Gulf might, particularly Saudi Arabia, possibly Turkey, possibly Egypt, all of them may require, may demand to have also nuclear weapons, given the fact that Pakistan and India has already have it. So there was a determined attempt, as you might know, on the side of the Western communities, or now gradually world communities, to try to, as much as possible, control Iran from getting access to a nuclear capability, or actually limit Iran's nuclear capability to what is was defined in a euphemism as a peaceful pattern. Okay. That being said, there was also Israel, which viewed the Islamic Republic as an arch enemy. And some of this might be viewed to be Israelis' own exaggeration of Iran's threat. And some of it is because Iran has developed a fairly strong military, as we see today. And as such, this attempt to try to prevent Iran from ever getting access to nuclear weapon, which resulted, as you might know, in these massive sanctions that were imposed upon Iran ever since the beginning of the revolution in 1979, and of course more intensively since 2015, 2016, even prior to that, probably this agreement, the nuclear agreement, was supposed to control or monitor Iranian nuclear industry or the nuclear setup in exchange for removing the sanctions. But this never worked, in a matter of fact, in a very successful, satisfactory way for the Iranians or for the Americans, particularly under Trump administration, which I think foolishly decided to scrap the agreement that was reached under President Obama. Like many other policies that was implemented under the Trump administration, this created a major problem. That is how to, under Biden, how to try to come up with a new nuclear agreement with Iran. In this process, since 2016,
Oh, that is so fucking funny.
the United States withdrew from the agreement. Iran felt comfortable to try to go and do whatever they want without any kind of being monitored by the international community. And that's the situation now. We don't know whether Iran is really sincere under the present regime to negotiate a deal. We don't know that the United States really and it seems that now what is happening in terms of the protests in minds of many, and with some justification, that if the nuclear agreement would result in the removal of many of the sanctions, millions, billions, as the result of the removal of the sanctions and Iran's ability to sell its oil in the international market without any restrictions, means that the Iranian government is going to become even more powerful, more financially secure in order to support its own people. So that's the argument that goes against coming to terms with Iran. But the problem is that there is no clear alternative. Even I'm not particularly personally favorable for this agreement to be ratified. But the alternative is very difficult. There's no way to precisely what can be done.
Geopolitics, where every alternative is terrible. Let me ask you about one of the most complex geopolitical situations in history. One aspect of it is the Cold War between Iran and Israel. The bigger picture of it is sometimes referred to as Israel-Palestine conflict. What are all the parties, nations involved? What are the interests that are involved?
Yo, dog. Yo, now give me all the Cosby scenes. No, I want them all. Okay, season one. Yo, it's called The Cosby Show, and it's season one. Dog, WTF? What is this bullshit? I think this girl's so hot. Really? God, what is it? She does that fucking accent. Oh, you're so.
It's our benefit.
Yeah, thanks, Giants. Suck it. That wasn't very.
Merry Christmas.
Sorry, Merry.
Okay, how many of these do we have? She has a whole fucking season.
We're out here in Philadelphia freezing our fall, so I'm trying to figure.
Our salaries are fine,
I love this song.
but you're making such massive profits in syndication. Profits of $3 to $4 million per show, and in to infinity. And you don't want to give us any of that? Okay. In order for us to feel good about doing this show, I want to leave the most successful half hour in the history of television, knowing that I never have to work again. That is what I require. You can't have my services. So knowing what all the revenues were, what we would have made had they given us the syndication, what everybody was making up front, we said we tried to figure out what percentage of the success formula of the show were the three of us. And we came up with Jerry, Larry, the writers, us, and everything else. The wonderful guest players, all the other stuff. Well, there's one fifth of that formula. We said, here's the number, a million an episode. And when you uttered that number, everybody said, they did what they should have done, which was laughed at us. I also knew that if
Dog, how do I do this? I guess it's just live? Just do it and just talk about it. Dot dot bom 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 bom. Dot dot bom 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 bom. What's up, sluts? Did you guys know that Mark Zuckerberg sucks absolute cock? Call it hate speech. You suck cock. You suck. Your wife should have divorced you long ago. You can't even throw a disco party correctly. You can't even get it on video. Anyway, there's this thing called the Cosby Show, which I don't know why people still don't fucking love it, but it is the best fucking. It's not the best, but maybe it's up there with the best fucking shows of all time, including Seinfeld and Sex and the City and The Sopranos. Oh, what is this shit? They fucking.
our salaries are fine.
Zuckerberg. Are you serious? Yours? I can't even cuss. Zuckerberg. Like all I have to do. Oh man, I can't even. This is awful. Duh. I just wanted to talk about the Cosby Show, and Zuckerberg's over here like, no, you can't talk about the Cosby Show. I don't understand what in the absolute f is going on. I just want to talk about the Cosby Show. Anyway, let's watch all the Cosby Show themes. Theme Cosby Show. Why? Why not? I want all of them. All the themes. Okay, kids. The Cosby Show. was filmed in front of a live studio audience. Everybody knows that. What did you like about it? Oh, it was just hilarious. Just a family shows are cool. Anyway, before this thing ends up not working, here's the Cosby Show theme song. I think this was taken at Balboa Park. Really? Yeah. What is this? This isn't the. It has a different start, doesn't it? There you go. See, this guy was an OBGYN and he drove a van. Seriously, look at this. It's like an eco line. People live in these things now. What kind of van is that? It's important. Let's go to ChatGPT for this one. Yo, dog, what kind of van did the Huxtables have in season one credits of The Cosby Show? It's a 1984 Chrysler Voyager. Nice taste. Anyway, that's tight. So, the Chrysler Voyager, which I think maybe became. What? Wasn't it the Plymouth Voyager? Yo, dog, was it the Chrysler Voyager or the Plymouth Voyager? It was actually the Plymouth Voyager. Was the name when Chrysler first introduced the minivan in 1984. Later in the 2000s, Chrysler dropped the Plymouth brand, so they had the Plymouth Voyager. Super good taste. Anyway, so this guy was a bit OBGYN in the show. Anyway, that was important. Plymouth Voyager. Na, na, OBGYN. Anyway, Felicia Rashad. She wasn't even Felicia Rashad yet. She will always be in our hearts, Felicia Rashad. She was Felicia Ayers Allen, which is tight. I don't think she was related to Marcus Allen, but she was married to. Why can't I say his name? Felicia Rashad and Ahmad Rashad. Oh, the way he proposed, just a whole thing. Anyway, you got Tempest Bledsoe and well, Sandra comes in a weird way. Like she's not in the original one. She's just like, where did you come from? Anyway, you had okay. What's this one? This one's okay. Felicia Ayers Allen. They didn't change it yet. Who's that? That's Saboof or LaBouffe? Sabrina LaBouffe? Who's that? That's the fucking one's mom. Lisa Bonet. Your daughter's a thing. Anyway, Malcolm Jamal Warner. First way I ever learned about dyslexia. Tempest Bledsoe, you're a thing. And you weren't a thing here, Keisha Knight Pullum, but you would become a thing. And you're older than I am, so I'm yeah. Anyway, Carmen Finestra, that was a thing. That was just always on here. It's like, when's Carmen Finestra coming on? No. Oh, no, yeah, this one was like, Bill, what's going on, dog? How did we go from like jazzy to okay, I'm cool with this. What is it, Salmon? What is this? Anyway, you need to understand this is important television history. And if you're like, oh, Rabbi, well, what about this and this and this? Dog, I don't care. I separate the art from the artist. Not to say I don't care, but I separate the art from the artist. Why? If not, we would be watching, I don't know, Little House on the Prairie, and I'm sure they did something wrong. Anyway, Michael Landon, I'm sure he did something wrong. So, unless you want to just watch that all the time, I love The Cosby Show so much. Oh, this is my favorite one. Really? Or Paul Theater one. This is fucking my boy. Shout out to Diamond. Yaya Diamond. Their cousin is. Come on. Get his name. Don't worry, be happy. Bobby McFerrin. I love that one. This one was like, dog, what are you doing? I'm not saying I don't. It's not like fun. I mean, like literally, the Cosby Show could do any. The people from the Cosby Show could do just about anything. let me, let me, let's be careful there. Bill Cosby did write a book called Fatherhood, which I remember learning that I would really be really I'd be like, oh man, Bill Cosby's like the best person ever. And I remember my parents would be like, they're having read that book, like, you spent some time in some places that you would not, you don't think are appropriate for children. Like, Bill Cosby. But anyway, well, later did I find out. I love this one. I love the way they dress in this one. I love his little tie. This one's got Raven Simone. She goes like this. I love that. Yeah, get down, girl. Uh, I like her pants. White pants. I like how she dances too. She does a really good job of it. Was Bill Cosby the first black person you ever saw on TV? It is definitely the first show that I watched a lot. The best. I remember asking my mom what that means, and then anyway, I would like I remember my grandparents would laugh at it, and my family would laugh at this is the best elevator music I ever heard, and I'd be like, what does that mean? I was like 5, and well, yeah, like pretty close, and I don't know, maybe 6 or 7, but not very old, maybe 8, probably not that old though. And they'd be like, "Oh, you understand it when you're older." And I thought, "Oh, what is?" They would just tell me that, like, "No, tell me what it means." Like, "No, the show starts. We don't have to get into like the history of the elevator." Anyway, those were great themes, and then there's this last theme, which is kind of like the last season. No offense, they brought in cousin Pam. I, it's just like Cosby Show is such an amazing show, such an amazing show. This is the best music I ever heard. Now I get it. So what does that mean? Some kid's gonna be like, I don't understand what that means. Um, well, back in the day, they used to play music in elevators to just make the time go by faster. And so he's making a joke like that song is the best elevator music that he had ever heard. But I didn't know that at whatever age I shows, and I would always ask, "What does that mean?" And like literally, the show would start like right thereafter. And nobody wants to explain a joke right when a television show's going to start. That was my thing. I would always ask, well, with any joke, and I would keep it in my mind if I understood it or not. Why I didn't understand it? Then I'd start to learn that they were adult jokes, and then okay, those don't really make sense. Then they would start to make sense, and they'd be hilarious. Anyway, cousin Pam, I think you did a good job. I don't think anybody could have revolutionized the show. Dude, the first few seasons of this show are so good. But you got all these funny people. Cockroach, oh, it's just hilarious. Why don't you like this version? It's okay. It's not like the worst. Uh, na, 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 I know why I didn't like it. Because you didn't have all the characters. I think Keisha Knight Pulliam is one of the most beautiful women on earth. Really? At one time, yeah. I mean, I haven't seen her recently, and I'm not gonna go looking for her, but I think she's really pretty. What about Tempest Web stuff? You know, ditto, baby. Um, she's pretty too, but there was this time where, oh, I know what it was, where the Cosby Show had not been on for, well, the Cosby Show, I don't know, ended in the mid '90s, early to mid '90s, and then the Cosby Show just hadn't been on, and then all of a sudden she did some show and was like, damn, Rudy grew up. I can't believe I said I think she's one of the most beautiful women of all time, but I don't think she gets enough credit. I think she's a very pretty lady. All right, is that the end of your fucking Cosby Show stories? Fuck no, we could go into all the things with a night and day, all that shit. It's the best. Oh man, Gordon Gartrell, burgers. You don't even know what burgers are. What's a burger? A hot chick? Or just eating them. All right, burgers. Yeah. Anything else? Um, no. I mean, it's just an amazing show. If you haven't seen every fucking Cosby Show of all time, then go fuck yourself. All right, are you done with the Cosby Show? I would watch all of the ones that have music, but I'll get banned because I can't even say why I'll get banned because then it won't even save this. It's the worst. This is the worst. You're fired. Go fuck. I can't even say that. You're fired. Go f yourself. I gotta take a dump. Cosby. Dog, it didn't even fucking save. Share, dog. What? No. What is this horseshit? Well, did that fucking record? This is the worst. Zuckerberg, new reel. Share. I bet Zuckerberg didn't watch the Cosby Show. He's too busy sitting on his fucking phone. Oh man, I gotta take a dump already. Cosby. Oh man, I gotta. Oh man. Ooh. Oh man, this is gonna be a Giambi Jeter Jeter Giambi. I can tell when this one's crashed. Why? Because it's more little. Yo, dog, is this shit gonna post? It's just the worst.
Carmen Finestra. That was a thing. That was always on here. Like, when's Carmen Finestra coming on? Oh, no. Yeah, this one. It's like, Bill, what's going on, dog? How did you go from, like, jazzy to, okay, I'm cool with this. What is it, Sonic? What is it? Anyway, you need to understand, this is your fourth in television history. And if you're like, oh, yeah, but what about this and this and this? Dog, I don't care. I separate the art from the artist. Not to say I don't care, but I separate the art from the artist. Why? If not, we would be watching, I don't know, Little House on the Prairie, and I'm sure they did something wrong. Anyway, Michael Landon, I'm sure he did something wrong. So, unless you want to just watch that all the time, I don't know. Oh, this is my favorite. Good? More coffee there. This is my boy. Shout out to Diamond. Yeah, Diamond. Their cousin is, come on. Get it, right? Somewhere we have it. Roddy McFair. I love that one. This one was like, dog, what are you doing? I'm not saying I don't, it's not like, I mean, it's like literally the Cosby Show could do any, the people from the Cosby Show could do just about anything. Bill Cosby did write a book called Robin Hood, which I remember learning that I would really be really I'd be like, oh man, Bill Cosby's like the best person ever. And I remember like I would be like, okay, how do you write that book? Spend some time and just like would not, like I was talking for children. Anyways, well, later did I find out. I love this one. I love the way they dress in this one. I love his little tie. This one's got Raven Simone. She goes like this. I love that. Yeah, get down, girl. I like her pants. White pants. I like how she dances too. She does a really good job of it. Was Bill Cosby the first black show you ever saw? This is definitely the first show that I watched a lot. Best Ellen. I remember asking my mom, "What does that mean?" And then anyway, and like I remember my grandparents would laugh at it, and my family would laugh at this is the best elevator music I ever. And I'd be like, "What does that mean?" I'm just like, why? And well, and so like not real.
My name is Kenny. Bud. But I call him Bud.
I know why I didn't like it. Because you didn't have all the characters. I think he should not told me on the show he wasn't going to do it. Really? At one time. Yeah. I haven't seen it recently, and I'm not going to go look anymore, but I think he was really good. What about him? You know, get away. Um, she's pretty too. But there was this time, oh, I know what it was. Where the Cosby Show had not been on or the Cosby Show, I don't know which one it was. And then Cosby Show had been on, and then all of a sudden she did some show, and I'm like, damn, oh, I can't believe I said I think she's pretty. Like, but no, no, that is right. Okay. Uh, go into all the things of the night and day, all that shit. It's the best. Oh man, Gordon Gartrell, burgers. You don't even know what burgers are. What's a burger? A hot chicken. Burger. Jesus. All right, burgers. Yeah. Anything else? Um, I need to Google. You have to look at the Cosby Show. What was it? All right, explain stuff on the Cosby Show. I would watch all of the ones that have music, but I'll get banned. I can't even say what I'll get banned. Then it won't even save it. This is the worst. Bye. Go fuck. Bye. Go f yourself. Dial D 7.
I'm recording my tie. I'm recording my tie.
You want to eat that cake, girl? I will stick my whole face in that cake, and I will eat it without my hands. Is that what you're looking for? Ellen, do you mind if I call you sexy? A little sensuous. I will. Do you know what Danielle found on Sunday? Do you like yellow dishwashing gloves? You want to start your own business? Yeah. Can I make Trevor sexy? I'm down for it.
Welcome, welcome. Look who it is. How you doing, Sophia?
I'm doing good. I just woke up.
Excellent. Glad that you're here. What's new in your neck of the woods?
It's been busy all this time of year with, all these family gatherings and work parties and stuff, so I've been busy.
Excellent. How have they been?
They've been good.
Very well. Well,
I
we've
had
missed you.
a jury duty study on Monday and Tuesday, and that has exhausted me.
Okay, so a jury duty study. What is that in some in what is that? What is that?
There was a whole bunch of us. It was like 72 people,
Okay.
and over 2 days they had this one lawyer give us both sides of this big trial, like millions of dollars worth of money in this trial. And then after 2 days, they split us into six or whatever mock juries, so
Yes.
12, groups of 12. And we had to come to an agreement as a jury on a few questions there.
How did it?
Um,
How did it go?
it was really fun pretending to be all serious and stuff. Um, but man, my brain was just so full of garbage after that. All this trial information.
Right. And did you? Was it a civil case or a criminal case?
I guess it was a civil case. It was just between two businesses. It was
Yeah.
like a.
Okay. And did you find in favor of one of them?
I did, yeah, and it was actually our jury was really split, so we didn't even come to a verdict.
Oh, really?
But
Okay.
that's fine because it was just a. I guess they were just studying. They wanted to see what we remembered, from the trial. So we took notes, but other than that, we weren't allowed to like go back and rehear anything.
Very interesting. Now, Was this something that he got on the mail, just like a normal jury summons, or?
No, I heard about it online. My mom showed it to me,
Oh,
and
okay.
it's like a paid study, so that's why I signed up.
Very interesting. Um,
Yeah.
well, excellent. I've been on a jury, and it's not easy, and
No.
um, it is.
How
It's
many days were you there?
um, that's a good question. You know, I was 18 when I did it. I was the foreperson of the
Oh.
jury, actually. So, um, I want to say it was 3 days.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was a criminal case, and I recall. I mean, really, what happened was a guy had a house, and he invited someone over who may or may not have had cocaine in their panties, and they were doing a sting on the guy's house at the same time, and they came in and busted in, and um, basically they found the guy in his bathroom, like in the middle of flushing, allegedly like flushing a toilet with cocaine going down it, and so he made the his reasoning was that the prostitute went to the bathroom and had the cocaine in her panties when it went in the toilet, and it was kind of one of those situations where it was the police word versus the guy's word, and at 18 years old, I really thought he was guilty, and I think
Yeah.
other people thought he was guilty as well, but there were some people who were very adamant that if we had reasonable doubt, and there's reasonable doubt in the fact of that somebody else had
That's true.
said it, and so we found him not guilty. I remember reading his
Yeah.
the verdict to him. You know, being 18, he saw this young person probably who
Mm.
he was probably he not thinking that we had that much in common, but um, I certainly empathized with him. And when I read not guilty, I'll never forget his face, how happy he was. And
Oh.
it's really sad though that they were really at the time. I remember just seemingly trying to get this guy. Anyway, being on a jury is not easy, and if you're ever called to do it in a real court, you'll find it can get really, really um, tough, especially if you have children involved and all kinds of other things. So, well, I'm glad. Did
Yeah.
did you enjoy the? Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I did enjoy it. I would do it again if I could. Maybe with a lot of rest before then, but
Absolutely.
um yeah, and this is different too since it wasn't a criminal case. It wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt. It was I can't remember what they called it, but it was like a 50-50. Like if you have because it's up to the um you know, accuser. What is it? The accuser to show the plaintiff has to
Plaintiff.
show proof. The proof of burden lies on the accuser or whatever. Um, I can't remember what it's called, but as long as you pretty much 50% thought that the defense might be telling the truth, then you
Right.
would see in their favor,
Right.
whatever that's called.
And it was between corporations, which was kind of an interesting thing too. Um,
Oh man, and it was so exhausting because all it is just two people telling two different sides of the same story, and as if it's the 100% truth, and it's just who do you believe? That's really stressful.
right. When I was in high school, I also did something very similar to what you did at a law school, um, and well, it ended up being at the court where we had civil trials and criminal trials, and you would be like a mock jury basically, and um, it's very interesting the difference of the burden of proof in a criminal trial versus a civil trial. You would think that they'd be the same, but
Hmm.
no, they are not. They're quite different, and also it's
Right.
interesting. Um, like I know in one of them, I recall like it was someone. It was like a big insurance company suing someone else, and it was like one thing they couldn't let the jury know or let us know is that the um, the insurance company's gonna pay for this. Like basically, like they have very deep pockets, but they don't want you to know that, and so you have to treat everybody as fairly as possible. But I would think that like a lot of people, if they find out, oh, this, I mean, most people know insurance companies are very, you know, well protected against these things and have very deep pockets. But nevertheless, I remember that was something that they made um, very clear to us, or or perhaps they didn't want to make clear to us is how I should have phrased that. That they don't want people to know how like the other side of like that the individual's not going to have to pay for it, that insurance is going to pay for it. So I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Would you do it again?
Yeah, I would.
Excellent.
I would like to.
Excellent. Well, things here have picked up some steam. Um, nothing crazy. Well, firstly, let me tell you, I've missed you, and I thought to send you messages, but I thought this happened the other day. I thought I'm gonna give it one more week. I really did. This was like uh, 3 days ago or something. I'm like, I'm gonna send her a message and just hope everything's going well. But I thought I'll give it a week, and if I still haven't heard from her in a week, then I'll do it. So you've been on my mind, and especially because I I went through a period of time. Um, well, you in your own way inspired me when I was doing my karaoke, and I didn't really have confidence to be able to sing just with real people here, and um, I started doing that, and then I started doing it in different discords, and I'm in some karaoke discords now, and I don't want to say I sing every night, but I sing a lot of nights, and I'm getting better well known there, which is it's not. Look, I'm not a singer. I'm not going to be someone who's known for singing. I'm the world's most famous live streamer, or I shouldn't say world's most famous. Perhaps one day, but world's
World's biggest.
foremost live streamer. Yeah, exactly. I have more data than anyone, which is really what I feel is important. And so I went through this period where well, I run into issues when I do karaoke because of copyright infringement, and they'll just stop your video. I mean, YouTube will just stop your video immediately, or they'll take your video down, or just because you played one song. I know I did a 3.5 hour concert not too long ago, within the last month, and just because I played one song that was owned by someone else, you don't get any access to the video. Now, fortunate for me, I've got all these other devices, and I had like a device here, so it was no big deal. And I was double streaming on this one, I was multi-streaming, so I got it perfectly the way that I wanted because YouTube has out better AI to understand um, music much more than like some of the newer ones like Kick and Rumble. They don't have that type of capability. So um, with that, I've been doing a lot of singing on um, Discord in a Discord known as the Camp, which is got like 200,000 people in it. And um, I didn't know this, but when I first joined it, but it's like a um, Filipino people. A lot of Filipino people like karaoke, and so they have a section of their Discord that's dedicated to karaoke. And so I go in there and I sing, and I try to be as positive as possible, and as nice as I can be, and all those other good things. Um,
I love that.
yeah. Um, when it comes to this Discord, my Discord, it's been growing slowly but surely. I run into people who it's difficult because I am so open with my life, and they want to come in here. Like last night, um, I'll just get trolls. These people who come in and yell the N word for 5 minutes as long as they want or whatever. And I don't want to have to ban anyone, but if you're doing that, that's really not being
No, that's
productive.
ban worthy.
Exactly. And or the people who would really get me is I used to leave the sound on, or so that I could hear it in the middle of the night, and they would play um, chainsaws, and oh man, that was really loud. Yeah, so I mean, that people get their kicks out of that, which hey, to each their own, that's fine. And then I get people who it's like a new breed of people, not breed, but like a new kind of like troll who they like to um, call pizzas to your house or swat you or like get your car towed, like all of these, like I don't. that's just not cool in my book. So while I am out there and people can find me, I do my best to try to avoid those kind of people. Like one guy last night was with another guy, and they were talking about how much they enjoy doing these kinds of things, and I explained to them, look, you're live on YouTube right now. I don't know if you want to be saying these things. And on top of that, I'm telling you from my standpoint, I'm a very positive person. I do my best to be around positive people and keep optimistic trains of thought. And really, you're just being negative. And these are people who you don't know. Basically, you're anonymous and you're like able to do these things to them, and you get kicks out of it. I just don't think that's cool. And I was able. One of them left after I said that, but the other one stayed for hours afterward, and we talked about futurology and futurism for like several hours. We started watching documentaries, and it's really like I felt like I don't want to say I changed that person by any means, but showed them that look, if you're going to be in here, I want you to add something to the conversation. I don't want you to bring things down and all these other things. And so I I hope I'd met him before, and he's a really nice guy. I just think that he kind of felt that way. So we've got our friend Cannon Torch. We've had some people in here who are more regulars. Cannon Torch comes in quite often. I have another friend of mine from Poland. She's a streamer, and she has been spending a lot of time in here. Nobody spends more time in here thus far than Caspian Sea, but I have a friend, Afra Masha, who's been spending like 24 hours in here, and she's been doing that for the past couple weeks. And so while we're still new friends, um, that's been good. Now she speaks English pretty well, but I do have a translator. It's a universal translator. This is called a pocket talk, but basically it allows me to speak with anyone in any language, essentially instantaneously. So it's like Google Translate, but just it's easier. And then it
Natychmiast, więc jest to jak tłumacz Google, tylko że jest prostsze.
And it's pretty accurate. So I'm able to speak with her that way. And if she has anything that is really difficult to convey, she sometimes will use Google Translate. But aside from that, that's been good. Um, when it comes to Discords, my biggest issue with Discord is I get kicked out of them, and I get kicked out of them for any. The big reason is advertising bot because I have figured out this way. If you have a bunch of different devices, you can be in multiple discords at once. But I haven't let that get to me. I um so like if they kick me out, I make my appeal and I explain I'm not a bot. I'm literally on camera. You can talk to me whenever you want, etc.
You're not a bot.
Exactly. But nevertheless, they'll look at my profile and they'll see I have just tons of links, and it's like, well, Discord lets me do that, so blame Discord, don't blame me.
Yeah, you're allowed to promote your own social media.
Exactly. Well, you would think, but some consider it self promotion, others consider it advertising. In my opinion, it's like hate. Don't hate the player, hate the game. If you don't like what I'm doing, then complain to Discord the fact that they allow you to put all these links. Don't hate me for utilizing them. And I would say that it's hit and miss with some of the. Now I get people who are so mean to me, and when I say so mean, like just they'll use every cuss word at me and just whatever. Like I'll just be like, I'll go be above and beyond, try to be nice. I'll go into a Discord server and I'll be like, I hope everybody has a really good day today, and people are just like, kill yourself, or
Yeah, you're really nice.
thank you, I appreciate that.
I don't know why they think that you're a bot.
Yeah, I don't either. I think partially they think that I'm I'm very polite and generally I type in a grammatically correct way, and that's kind of bot behavior, um, which I've gotten. People ask me all the time, "Why do you speak like a bot?" And it's like I don't. This is how normal people speak. They don't all speak in emojis and emoticons and short internet shorthand.
Half slang text.
Exactly.
I also don't talk like that.
Exactly.
Or type like that.
There you go. Um, So, um, I have this one Discord that I'm in. So I like Reddit, even though I have been banned. Not for anything really bad. I think like I'll get banned on Reddit because I'll create a post and I'll get excited about my post and I'll cross post it all over Reddit and I'll get banned for that. It's like, okay, I mean, there's nothing wrong. Like,
because you would like a bot again.
yeah, exactly. And so but there's this one um, Discord that I've been trying to be in for like almost 3 years now, and they're always really really mean to me, and I've learned from other people who have told me, look, this is like a toxic Discord, but it's um, and we've all left that Discord because the people are mean. But nevertheless, I'm I'm kind of someone who thinks that they can win over anyone, perhaps at different stages, and so fortunately I spoke with some of the moderators there, and they let me stream at night. And oh, I get such hateful things said to me, but nevertheless, I just let it just like water off a duck's back. I just keep on trucking. And I also created a bot that whenever they kick me out of the call, it automatically brings me back in. It automatically turns on my camera, and it automatically shares my screen and puts on Bloomberg Business because it's like, oh, it's a Wall Street bets. It's a subreddit for people who are into the stock market, and these are high net worth individuals, and so I feel like, hey, they have some good networking, and it's not a bad server in which to be. Like, I'm in some servers that, it's a bunch of college kids. I was in one um, till just recently, the study lounge, and it's the reason why I got kicked out of study lounge is because sometimes I'd fall asleep in the call, and it's like, okay, I mean, is that the worst thing in the world that someone fell asleep and, oh, well, we warned you not to sleep in the call? It's like, oh, eventually, if somebody's in your using your Discord enough, they will fall asleep. Um, but those individuals are like 18 to 23-year-old students who are very focused on their finals. They don't care about promoting anybody else. But Wall Street bets are guys who like take risks and know that data is important. And so I've just kind of been posted up there. And I was doing something. I was singing concerts in another Discord in the camp every night. Well, I should say every night, but I've had to go by Philippines time, so I know that they're like 16 hours ahead of me, and so usually about this time um, is when they have more and more people in this karaoke call, and so I've been utilizing. I don't want to say utilizing, but like making friends there. But um, and the more and more people I get in here, the better. I mean, especially the more people who um, tell their friends and do all these other things. I have I've done something else too. Um, I kind of I would say like unified all of my streams to some extent. Um, so if you, I'll just show you what happens. If you type in Rabbi, well, here's the thing that hurts me more than anything is I'm essentially shadow banned on YouTube. It's not anything that I've done wrong necessarily, but it's just there are some things that are more popular than I am when it comes to when you type my name. Actually, but I show up first. Finally, I'm finally starting to make some moves. Go ahead.
When I type in Rabbi space, and this is on a YouTube that I haven't searched your name before. Rabbi space RO.
Uh-oh.
The first option and the second option are Rabbi
Yeah.
Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild Live.
Yes, because so many people have had to work on other ways to be able to find me because there are other videos that show up before mine. I mean, I've had many different YouTube accounts and they get banned for whatever reason. And they're really, I think, innocent reasons. Like, um, I will just have the radio on and they'll have bumper music, and the bumper music will give me a copyright strike. Or I'll be watching Joe Rogan and he'll say something about like anything medical related, and I'll get a medical strike. It's like stuff that I'm not even doing that I don't really even know how to prevent. I've gotten every kind of strike I think possible. I've got spam strikes. I've gotten medical misinformation strikes. I mean, I don't purport to be a doctor, and I don't give medical advice to people, but nevertheless, because Joe Rogan said it, or he had a guest on that said I'll get a strike because of that. But I kind of just started to break through, and so I've got this. If you type in Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and you filter by live, that's the key. Is filtering by live, and I even have that in my profile, my main profile. You'll see I've got one live here, two lives here, three lives here, four lives here, five lives here, six lives here, seven lives here, eight lives here, nine lives here, 10 lives here. Nobody else on earth has 10 simultaneous YouTube streams going. It's unheard of. No one has more than one. So when people start to see that, they're like, what is this? And so I can tell on the amount of people who are watching my streams is going up a lot more than it did once I've unified all of these. And that's very positive for me because I know in the end that my bread and butter, so to speak, is YouTube. And that's where people are going to watch me and for the long term. That's where I have the most amount of content. Um, so I think that's very good.
Rabbi,
Go ahead.
your YouTube
Oh,
username.
I know what you're gonna say. Yeah, I know. Well, so I got very frustrated. I got very frustrated because they keep taking down my like I had Viral Rabbi and Rabbi Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild One and Rabbi Rothschild 007, and they kept taking them down. And I wanted one that was just bonkers. So yeah, Rabbi Rothschild eats pussy. That's probably the one you're referencing. And it did exactly what I wanted it to
That's
do.
so
It,
unserious.
exactly. But when you see what I've been through, I mean, firstly, it's true, but secondly, it's it's I would say memorable. It's like, okay, wait, what is this? Who is this? Why would how did it how are you even allowed to have that as a name? And then I have many that are backup accounts. So they're like backup video archive 001. There she is.
I don't I don't know why it kicked me.
You're okay. Um, I have many that are like backup accounts, so backup video archive 004, backup video archive. And it's like, why do you have all these backup ones? And it's if they ever go after all my Rabbi Rothschild accounts and just I don't know, the people at Google are just like just get rid of everything Rabbi Rothschild related. I have these backup accounts that are just thrown throughout the internet to basically be a backup to everything. And I even have like, have you seen my ceiling cam? I have a ceiling cam.
I haven't seen your ceiling cam.
I have a ceiling cam, so you can watch me from above. And as you can tell, it doesn't have too much of a delay. Um, but yeah, I um, I've been my positivity continues to grow, especially when I see how many people watch my streams. I mean, I have some of these streams where it's zero people watching. That's been the name of the game for a long time, but I get some where it's dozens of people are watching for like hours, for like long periods of time, and that's definitely very positive to me. Um, so, what was I doing today? Well, I've been up all night. My days and nights are pretty mixed. But I was I love television, like especially like I don't know. I love all television actually, but I love also television theme songs, and so I was just doing commentary on television theme songs, and I I was I was thinking I might sing some because some are more fun than others, um, and I mean I'm trying to think of what else I've been doing that it hasn't been that long since we've seen each other. Um, I mean, I deal with a lot of technical issues, but overall, I've been able to work through those, and I think you can tell I'm in positive spirits and quite happy with the growth that we've seen, even though it hasn't been extremely large. Um, it's improving, and then I get these random bursts of people who come in here, and that's always entertaining to me. So I'll get like 4, 5, 6, 7 people who come in, they tell their friends, etc., etc., and in some interesting places. Australia is a big place for people to be fans of mine, and of course, the United States. I get some people from Germany and some people from Israel and some people from um, Canada. Um, so I do have kind of like some fan base areas, and yeah, I would say things aren't exactly where I want them to be in terms of hey, I've blown up and we're solving all the world's issues, but on the one hand, but on the other hand, we've seen slow growth, and that's always good. I mean, my biggest fears are that at a certain point I won't be able to afford to do this, or I mean, if that happens, then I just have to get another remote job and work. And I did that this summer when I needed more money, and but like the internet goes out, or power can go out, or there are all kinds of things that can happen that I just do my best to avoid, and just keep the good times rolling, as they say.
Mhm.
So yeah, that's what's new in my
I
neck of the woods.
definitely don't want to see you go anywhere.
I don't want to go anywhere either. Well, I shouldn't say that. When I go viral, I'm going to travel the world and do all the cool things in the
Mhm.
world. But until then, yeah. Um, so what's new in your neck of the woods aside from um, the the jury things? Are things good at work? Things good in your
Yeah.
personal life?
Yeah. Things are
Excellent.
good at work. I went to see a movie last night
What did you see?
with my roommate. We saw Wicked,
How
which is a
was it?
musical. It was really good. That's the first musical I ever remember seeing. It was with my mom, alive on stage, obviously, and it was incredible. And so I'm really happy I got to go see the movie.
Excellent. Excellent. That's amazing. I've only heard good things,
And
so that's good. Did
yeah,
Ariana
I think
Grande do well?
it's
Did
huh?
Ariana Grande do well?
Yeah, I think she really did, and I think she deserved that role because she's always wanted to sing really bad.
Excellent.
Um,
Are you a Wizard of Oz
Today
fan?
I'm making
Go ahead.
yeah, I guess so.
You were saying today
um,
you're making
Today I'm making a loaf of bread for a Christmas party that I'm going to, my aunt's Christmas party.
very fun. What kind of bread?
It's gonna be milk and honey bread.
Oh, beautiful. Well, that sounds
You
delicious.
might appreciate this. I call my milk and honey bread Jerusalem bread.
Beautiful. I do appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
That's wonderful. And
So
your
yeah,
aunt is hosting. Yeah, of course. So your aunt is hosting a party. You're gonna come with your bread, and are other family members going to be there? Is it a big party?
I think it'll be a big party,
Very cool.
and my bread is gonna be a gift.
Okay, so it's not for people to eat there. It's a gift for your aunt.
No, yeah, I got some strawberry jam, and I also have blueberry jam.
Excellent.
So I was gonna have a loaf of bread, that loaf of bread wrapped up all cute, and a little jam thing, maybe some whipped butter inside or something. I just thought it would be cute. And we do this thing where everybody brings a gift, and we like uh, basically pick them blindly.
Very well. I saw this in. Well, did I see this in The Office? I think they do this kind of a thing. Or no, that's they do a
A secret Santa.
yeah they do a play on that. Okay, so this one's like a blind gift exchange, correct?
Yeah, there's that secret Santa where everybody draws a name, and then you have to get a gift for that one person that you draw.
Okay.
But in this game, it's like called White Elephant or
Okay.
Dirty Santa or
Yeah.
something like that.
Yankee swap they call it.
Everyone has a different name.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that's basically what it is.
Yeah. I learned those from The Office. I love The
Oh
Office.
yeah, I remember now. I remember the Office. They turn it into Yankee Swap.
Exactly. That's exactly right. Yeah. Are you an Office fan?
Yes.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, I'm pretty diehard.
I also like Parks and Rec.
I do too, girl. Absolutely. Okay, so let's talk about it. Who's your favorite character on The Office?
I love Pam and Jim. Oh no, but it's Dwight. Dwight's my favorite character.
Okay. How about on Parks and Rec?
Leslie is my girl.
Oh, is she good for you?
Leslie and April.
Okay, excellent. I love John Ralphio. He's wah, wah, wah.
No,
Oh, he's amazing. He's amazing.
He's the worst.
He's the worst in the world. Yeah, and his sister Mona Lisa Saperstein. No, I love
He
John.
sucks.
Oh, he does. He's terrible. That's why I love him so much. I mean, he's just so outrageous of a character. Like when I first watched it, I was like, this guy sucks. But
Yeah.
he grew on me to the point where he sucks so much that I actually embrace him. And yeah, I mean, I love everyone on that show, except for probably
See the
Mark.
beauty in the characters.
Yeah, except for Mark Grandanowitz, probably. No offense to that guy, but I was even just reading something about him recently. Um, okay, so do you remember the last season of that show of Parks and Rec?
Which one?
Of Parks and Rec,
Yes.
where it's like all futuristic, and they have those cell
Right.
phones
And
that
those
like,
presidents.
yeah, exactly. I just like the technology that they have, where like they have cell phones that like are like holographic and things. I just think that's super cool. Um, oh, I love Andy. Andy's hilarious. I don't know how people.
Yeah, Andy's good.
Um, I like Rob Lowe's character. I think he's, you know, literally one of
Yes,
the.
literally
Yes,
the best.
exactly. Because I've known
My
people
body
like
is a
that.
microchip.
Yeah, I've known people like that. I've been like that in times of my life. So, yeah,
I want to
exactly.
be him.
Yeah. Um, I think that like scientists have said that the first person to live over age 150 perhaps already has been born, and I believe I am that person, something along those lines. And
Yes.
I love that. I love Ron Swanson in that show. I don't know how people couldn't love his character. I think he did. Oh, you know who I really
Yeah.
love is oh, what is her name? Tammy. I love Tammy. Tammy, who's his real life wife,
Oh,
um, Megan Mullally
yes.
or Mullally.
Tina Fey.
No, Megan
Or
Mullally. Her name is Megan
yeah,
Mullally.
she voices Gail in Bob's Burgers, and I love her.
Okay. Um, yeah, she was on Will and Grace, if you remember that show.
Yes.
Um,
I get her and Tina Fey confused. I think they look alike.
very easy to do. Yeah, and plus Tina Fey was on 30 Rock, which is like a similar around the same time with The
Yeah.
Office and everything. Um,
Yeah.
okay, this is a big question amongst like pretty diehard Parks and Rec people. Do you like season one?
Yeah.
I do
I think
too.
so.
I do too. But there are some
I think
people.
it's charming.
I do too. There are people who I've heard say start on season two. I'm like, why would you do that? Start at the beginning.
Um,
Yeah.
okay, I would say those are probably the office people
That
who
could be
don't expect Parks and Rec to be so cartoony, which is part of the charm.
right. It
It's not as
absolutely is.
serious as The Office.
That's correct. Um, and I think that it's like it shows it. I don't know. There's almost more normalcy at the beginning. I feel than what ends up happening. I think the reason people may make that suggestion is because they want it to be really funny and all these other things, and also you don't have to deal with the slowness of it. Like you don't really get into Mark Grandanowitz and all of because he doesn't really. He's in for like 2 seasons, and then they get into Adam
Yeah.
Scott um, and Rob Lowe's
It's just her
characters.
doing her job and the town sucking, I guess.
Exactly, but that's what I really love about it. Where like I mean, like the first episode,
Lore.
yeah, the first episode, and the pit and all of that. Like you wouldn't even know about the
Yes.
pit. I really like that song. I fell
I
in the
fell in the
pit.
pit.
I love
Yeah.
that song. And then there's like Little Sebastian, and like everybody just goes crazy
All,
for Little Sebastian.
all of his songs are incredible.
Yeah, 10,000, 10,000. What is it?
10,000 candles
Goes in
in
the
the
wind.
wind.
Yeah, all of those songs are really good. I have taken pictures outside. So, Pawnee is its city hall is Pasadena City Hall, and so I've actually taken pictures there and done like I did like a little like a music video there. That's how much I like The Office. It's like I had to go to
Oh,
the
yeah.
Office I like to go to the locations of places. I've been to the, or I'm sorry, I'm saying the office. I mean Parks and Recreation, um, to their city hall. But I've been to the offices as well. That's in Van Nuys, and it's really interesting to see that it's like much different than it is in real life. But okay, anything? Oh, I've always wanted to go to the Snake Hole Lounge. I've always thought that that would be fun. I always wanted to try whatever that thing is called, snake juice or something like that.
Snork juice.
Snort juice. Okay,
Yeah.
and then yeah, and then I wanted to um oh oh what do they call it? Um, 720. Their company. What's it called? Um,
Oh yeah.
um, that one where they have
Yeah.
that like big warehouse and they're like playing basketball and they just have people doing. I always wanted to work there. Yeah, and yeah, I really like that show. I'm trying to think. There are in any show. I was just talking about it with the Cosby Show, not to get into that, but that every show has a certain point where either they jump the shark, if you're familiar with that term, where they do something that's just ludicrous that would never happen, or they're always trying to get new viewers, and so they something strange happens. And at least in Parks and Recreation, I think they do a pretty good job of holding it together, especially when Chris Pratt had to do like he was doing movies and things. That's what ruins a lot of these shows. It happened with Ed Helms and The Office, where things go kind of crazy. But oh, I love
Right, and they had to make up for the fact that Andy suddenly got ripped.
yeah, exactly. And they're just like walking up the stairs one day, and like I think it's like his the first season of him after having doing
Yeah.
done Guardians of the Galaxy, and they're just like I think they play it off really well, so that it's not like
I think
a huge deal. And it's not like, why aren't you hanging out with Chris Traeger's character? Like, you guys are both really in shape now. Wouldn't you be wondering? They don't go into that. I've always liked the way that Andy and April get married. I just always thought that was so cool. That like it's just like a house party that they were just like, hey, let's get married, man. And, I've always liked that. I love the song they play, which is April by Simon Garfunkel. Um, what else do I love about that show? I love the town. The people in the town are just, and then they have the rivalry with Eagleton, and all the Eagleton people are all like, super professional and everything, and like how hoity-toity. Yeah, exactly. How Eagleton like they'll just have like interesting things about the city. With like, oh, Eagleton, you mean don't they give every person their HBO? Like, right, these like premium things for just living in the city.
Aren't they built on a natural spring so their hair is just naturally shiny and beautiful?
Exactly, exactly. So yeah, I love those aspects of it, and um, I've heard, well, this didn't ever happen, but because they had, I think Greg Daniels is the creator of both of them. He, there was a thought that one day they would have sent a Dunder Mifflin printer to um, the Parks and Recreation set, so that it would have been like a crossover to some extent, but they never did that.
Yeah.
Which I still kind of think of them in the same kind of universe because they share so many different things. But then I guess Karen Filippelli and um, well, Rashida Jones's characters in both, so that doesn't necessarily work that well. Um, I think
Yeah,
it's
that's true.
I think it's interesting that she dates so many different people in that she dates she dates Brandanowitz, she dates at times like Traeger, Andy. Oh yeah, of course Andy. Um, she dates
Chris Traeger, yeah.
Chris Traeger. That's three. She dates.
Oh, you can't count how many guys she dates in Parks and Rec because she literally goes through a dating phase.
That's
where
right.
she's like a cowgirl now, and now she's into jeans.
That's right. And I was I'm fine with that. But it's hard to keep up with a character who's dating like a ton of people and not many other people are dating that much. She also dates what's Aziz Ansari's name in that show? Um oh
Tom Haverford.
perfect. Good job, girl. She dates him and she,
Yeah, she does. Oh, and they kind of hit it off,
yeah, which is
and then
weird.
they hate each other.
And then they hate each, yeah, exactly. I love how he's so metrosexual, and she like is going in his apartment, and she's like, look, like matching
Yeah.
matching everything, like oh I forget like what
That's the only reason she wanted to date him was
ex-
for his furniture.
exactly. But I still think that's a cute little thing about it. Um, I'm trying to think if she dates anybody else. I think that's it. But that's like all the main guy characters basically, which is kind of unique for a show. And it's, but I do like her character. She's like pretty grounded. Um, I absolutely love that scene where Andy in the first season where he's singing "Lit's My Own Worst Enemy" and they're playing Guitar Hero and April's there, and they're just like I just love that scene, um, and I think at least his musically he does really well, and then all the names of his band, um, so you've got
Yes.
there's like
Three skin,
Three
formerly
Skin,
foreskin.
formerly Foreskin, Just the Tip, there's like
Yeah.
there's Mouse Rat,
Mouse rat.
Mouse, yeah they do all kinds of
Rat
things,
mouth.
yeah exactly, um, I love all that. Okay,
There's mouse rat again.
exactly. And then the show kind of runs away from itself, where she becomes president, which is cool. And I, I think it's important that
Yeah.
those things are seen. But it's almost like, well, I get that she's like obsessed with um some. I like that they work real.
There would have been fans that would be bummed if we didn't get to see her become president
Yes,
though.
exactly. It's like it just felt too forced, in my opinion. It's just like if she's president, why not continue the series? I want to see what all that's like, but they don't really go into that. Um, but yeah, I think overall it's just a phenomenal show, and I'm in the Parks and Rec subreddit as with the Office ones, just like super diehard fans. I love all that stuff. Oh, oh, and then well, let's see if I even get his name. Jim O'Hare is his real name, but uh, they always get his name wrong. Jerry or Gary. Well, they call him Gary, Jerry Gergich, and I love his family.
Yeah.
That he has this beautiful family.
Me too. He's got like the most amazing family.
Exactly, and they all love him, and he's just like he like that's just a beautiful, beautiful family that he has. I mean, obviously they're all very attractive people, but just how they treat him, like everybody in the office treats him like garbage, or not in the office, but in the Parks and Recreation treats him like garbage, but yet
Yeah.
he is very much loved by his whole family, and I just think that's really good. And then they make this joke that's absolutely hilarious, where that doctor, after doing like prostate exams or something, he's like, "That is the largest penis I've ever seen." And they're like, "Oh, that's
Yes.
yes."
Yes.
And so he has that going for him, and I just
He's just the most blessed man on the planet, and he just doesn't care when people treat him like shit at work because he's like,
exactly,
haha, they don't even know.
exactly.
I'm rich in other ways.
Exactly, and I love that element of the show that it shows that like he doesn't let it get to him and all the other things. So okay, there's Parks and Rec, which is an amazing show. Now there's The Office, the OG. Well, firstly, did you watch the British Office?
No,
Okay, have you ever seen it?
I've maybe watched like a few clips of it,
Okay, it
but
is
I only watched the American version.
okay. It is very interesting that many of the um, jokes and the bits in the American Office are word for word from the British Office. Some things are, and I really I like the British Office version. I used to not, but I watched the regular Office version. I mean, it got to like times of my life where when it was on DVD, I would just watch it all the time, or streaming, I would just literally just constantly in the background as background noises. I know a lot of people do. So once I'd seen it so many times, I would go back and watch the British version, and the British version is more serious, and there's something cool about that, I think. And I don't know, for anyone who's worked in an office, all of the little things, all of the little nuances that they get are amazing. Have you ever listened to the Office Ladies podcast?
Yes, I used to listen to that while I mow.
Okay, perfect. Excellent. So you're familiar. It's an excellent podcast, and then you get a lot of the inside stuff. So I won't be teaching you very much, if anything, if you know all about that. Okay, so The Office. It's like, in my opinion, you know how there's like Hulu and Netflix and Peacock and all of Paramount and all of these. In my opinion, I think that NBC should make The Office available on Peacock for free. You could just watch them all at any time because so many
Yeah.
people connect with them and just watch them all the time. It's almost like it's it's it becomes like like part of people's lives, and they go on they'll go to they'll go to. I mean, I've done it. I've visited the places where they shot the show and all kinds of other things, and people just connect to that show unlike some other shows that I've seen. I mean, there are major fans of some shows, but that one in particular, and it could be perhaps just the that I saw it as an adult, and I've known about, or I should say, like, I've been able to connect with the, like, I grew up with it basically. Um, okay, so
Yeah.
do you know the seasons? What's your favorite season? What's your least favorite season?
Oh, I don't even know. I've watched it through so many times, but I
Okay,
never pay attention because I just binge it every time.
totally understand. Okay, so when I say that, I hate season 8 with Robert California. I don't like that season. What
Yeah,
What are your thoughts on Robert California?
I don't like him,
Yeah,
but I do kind of enjoy his character a little bit in a sick way.
he's really, really creepy to me, and I
He
don't.
is, yeah, but he reminds me of people I've met.
Okay, if you met like neurotic people like that, or I don't mean to label them like that, but I just
Like doing public theater. I'm thinking of a very specific man too
okay,
that he reminds me of,
okay,
and it's just some dude that I met.
okay. So with that said, I love the first 5 episodes. That's season 1, where it's really like an office, like more so than it gets later on. Um, I mean,
Yeah,
where they're like talking about sales, and I think that it's really interesting
there's
when
just
they,
awkward moments and
yeah,
silence.
exactly. Um, and like just even from the first episode, um, like I said previously, some of the skits are word for word the same that they are in the British Office, but it's just the way that the actors portray these characters. It really, you connect with them, and I very much enjoyed it. Um, I like seasons 1, 2, and 3 the most. I would say I don't really like when Jim and Pam start to um, like when they get married. That's fine. I mean, I think it's a beautiful wedding
Yeah,
ceremony and everything, but then it
it goes
starts to get
downhill after
weird.
that.
Exactly. When and they're not as honest with each other. Like, and I've seen these characters like um, be dissected from podcasts and Reddit and all these other things, but like it just seems really like super innocent how they're they find each other and everything. I just the one scene where Jim comes back from New York and Pam's just sitting there doing one of those things. I forget what they call them by the window, and she's just like, yeah. And so I just hope things go well with Jim, and it just doesn't seem like it was ever the right time. And then he just comes in and he's like, "Are you free for dinner?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she starts to cry. Oh, it's just. I'll never forget where I was when I saw it the first time. It was just absolutely. It was just very
Yeah,
heartwarming.
that was like a big sweet moment.
Absolutely. Oh, so who's your? Oh, you said Dwight's your favorite character. Why Dwight?
Yeah, because yeah, I just love that. I love that autistic man.
Okay.
I think the Amish stuff is fascinating.
Okay.
I think his culture is amazing. I
Yeah.
think the beet farmer thing, charming. I think his dorky style,
Sure.
cute.
Excellent.
I love that man.
That's what I like to hear. Good. I like someone who likes what they like. Beautiful. Uh, do you
That's
like?
my man right here.
I've watched the show with people. Like I've been like, oh, you got to watch the show. You've never seen The Office. You have to watch The Office. And like, I know. I've been told a million times I need to watch this show. Okay, so we'll sit down to watch it, and people really sometimes do not like Michael at the beginning, and I can understand
No,
why.
he's kind of yeah. His jokes didn't age well.
No, they didn't know, and they. I would be like, how don't you think he's funny? Like he's like the funny boss and everything. And they're like, he's sexually harassing everybody. He's making inappropriate political jokes. He thinks that he's all that, but he's not. And like, yeah, but you have to see past all that. You have to understand that it was on television years ago and everything. But yeah, a lot of the stuff that he did not age well. We have, um, you know, uh, I I really liked the temp when he was just the temp and didn't get all crazy. Um, BJ Novak,
Yeah.
just because he just I don't know. I've been a temp.
Before he got like addicted to drugs.
Yeah, exactly. Before it got all weird. Um, uh, I don't know if I've been like a temp like that, but I've been like the youngest person in an office, and when that happens, you like relate to a lot of the things that they do. Um, I can say that while I like Dwight, I it's interesting how they treat him because he's the best salesperson in the office, yet they don't appreciate really what he does. I feel, and I think that's unfortunate. Um, I've seen a really interesting take on The Office, which I totally get, is that Jim and Pam are actually like the um, enemies. Oh, not enemies, but like they are actually bad people, like really bad people. And when you look at it like,
Yeah, compared to everyone else that's just there minding their business and getting work done.
no, 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 no. I mean, Jim and Pam are bad people that they're manipulative. Meaning, like, Jim never does his work or doesn't do his work often. He's always pranking Dwight with stuff. And, like, in a normal office, he would have been fired for those things. Or Pam, who is like, um, she knows that Jim's in a relationship with Karen, but yet she's really flirty with him and all these other things. Like, and Jim knows that
Right.
that that um, Pam is with um, what's Pam? What's the Roy? And yet he's always
Roy.
flirting with her, which I totally get that. Like, if you look at it from that light, they're not good people at all. They basically hurt a lot of
But what?
people. Go ahead.
Okay, but Angela sleeps with Dwight when she's dating Andy,
Oh, she's
and
terrible. I'm not saying no, 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 no. I'm not saying she's the moral compass of the thing by any
I
means.
think other people are also pretty wicked.
Agreed. No, no, no. Definitely. I mean, Dwight shoots off a gun in the office, and yeah,
Yeah,
and
I don't think Dwight like ever. I mean, I wouldn't say he's committed infidelity or whatever, but he
yeah,
does sleep
yeah.
with Angela while she is married to the senator.
Wait, so that is infidelity.
Yeah,
And what about with Andy?
that's true. Yeah, I mean, he's not in a relationship with these people, but he is, you know,
And they work
knowing
together
they're
and
doing
everything.
wrong.
So there's at least they have to have that camaraderie, the friendship at least. Um,
Right.
okay, I really like Michael. I think that um, he has a certain innocence to him, like he's this naivete that like I really I don't know. I know that many of the jokes don't age well, and he doesn't ever come off as like the best boss ever. But there are some things that he does, like when Pam has her painting, and he's
Mhm.
like he buys it and puts it up and like
He
appreciates it, and they're just like heartwarming moments like that. Um, I just think,
Yes, and he changes so much by the end of the series. He just becomes like such a great man, to be honest.
yeah. I mean, he ends up like getting in relationships and well, at least at the end, he does develop into that. He gets kind of crazy though.
Oh my god, him and yeah, he does.
Well,
But a man doesn't have to be like husband material to be a good man, and he definitely becomes a good man throughout the TV show.
yeah, I would say so. Or he improves. I
Yeah.
okay, so I there are some elements to it like that I'm probably dissecting the show too much, but okay, are there any characters you don't like in The Office? I said mine, Bob, uh, Robert Kalamakis or whatever, Robert
Yeah, Bob.
Kalfan.
I can't think of any.
Okay, so you like everybody in the show generally. Okay. Um, I
Yeah, unless I'm just forgetting.
I think that Ed Helms or Andy Bernard is extremely talented to do all the music that he does and singing
Yeah,
and all that. I love that.
theater kid.
Yeah. Oh, I love um, Mindy Kaling. I think she and her character, the
I love him
changes.
too.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate who's the guy who Todd Packer.
Okay. So I could watch just Todd
Like
Packer.
he's
I could watch an entire series just
what
on
the
Todd Packer.
hell?
Right. It's the John Ralphio kind of part of me that's like,
Yeah,
that
I
this
just
guy's a huge sexual
he does
harasser.
this. Yeah, he does this nasty looking face when he like does his little thing, and I'm like, ugh, I hate this man.
I completely understand how you could feel that way. Um, I think Jan is extremely good looking and
She
always
is.
have. Um, I think it's funny that they had to play Pam down because she's a very pretty lady as well. Um,
Mm.
I I really like. I think a lot of people do. What's his David Wallace, like being kind of like the, but and then he gets all messed up with Suck It and everything, and then comes back and saves everybody.
Yeah,
Do you have a favorite episode?
I don't know. I don't know. It would definitely have to be a Dwight episode,
Okay.
but
Um, I like. I don't know if I have a favorite episode, but there are some that stick out to me that I really like. One that I really like is the Michael Scott Paper Company. I love that episode. If you recall, it's not that realistic, which normally I like the realism of it, but it's just it's funny to me when like um they I there's actually some like brilliance in the show, absolute brilliance, which is um from that I forget his name. He's since passed, but the man who works at the call center with Michael, and they talk
yeah,
they talk about his name is like Vikram. Vikram, that's his name.
yeah,
And
Vikram.
Vikram has this saying that is like brilliant to me, which is confidence. It's the food of the wise and the liquor of the fool. I've just always loved that saying that he has. And I love the fact that like 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 when they go and pick up Ryan, he's like working at a bowling alley and like Pam is just like, what did I get myself into? But then you see the development of her character where she goes from like receptionist to office manager and all those other things. Um, I really I like the basketball episode if you remember that one. I love when they play sports or they
Yeah,
sing or something. I love some of the intros that they do where they do that like no 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 no.
mhm.
I love
Na
that
na 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 na.
exactly.
Yeah.
Um, I love oh man I could watch that show. Actually, I could watch seasons 1 through 7 on repeat. Season 8 to me
Yeah.
kind of fell on its face. And then season 9, I've never been a huge fan of because I feel like we missed out on. There was supposed to be a show called The Farm that was supposed to be like a branch off of that, and we never saw that. And I would have liked to see that with Dwight. Though then he gets his own like family or like you know how it kind of gets into a different show where he gets this like really beautiful girlfriend or whatever, or that lady who's working on a farm, and then then all of a sudden he has a random brother and sister, which are like one's a marijuana farmer and the other has like a son. The sister has a son. Do you know what I'm referencing?
No.
Okay, that's fine. It's the last season, so I understand why a lot of people don't watch it. But it was supposed to be its own show called The Farm, and that was like testing of it, and it just didn't ever work out really well. But I would have liked to see branch offs of The Office because we never did. Then I also would have really liked to watch one starring Craig Robinson called The Warehouse. I would have thought that that would have been a really good show of just what life is like in a warehouse. I wasn't a huge fan of Val and um, um, what is his name? Um, his last name is Daryl. Um, I didn't like some of the things that happened there, but I did just think that the warehouse was just kind of like a fun place that they were doing some interesting stuff. And usually with shows or in many shows they do have um, shows that branch off and have their own thing, but The Office kind of became its own closed thing. But I could watch seasons 1 through 7 all day, and I'd watch any episode. Oh, okay. So there's at least popularly people have these cringe episodes. What are your thoughts on Scott's Tots?
Oh yeah, that is so cringe.
Okay, I don't think it's that bad.
I hate that.
Okay, what do you think of the dinner party?
Him having to tell the class and all that.
I
The
know,
dinner party, I like it.
I do too. I do too. But people call that one cringe, and I don't think that one's that bad at all. That's
It's
one.
because it's hard to watch that kind of confrontation.
Yes, I think so. I think that the episode, the dinner episode, is one of my favorite ones. Where I mean, it's I don't dislike it more than any other episode, but there are like fans who, if you ever look, they at least in like forums and stuff for The Office. I know I'm a super fan. Um, they will be like, oh, anything but the dinner party or anything but Scott's Tots, and it's like my thing is anything but season 8. Um, uh, Robert California, and one of the reasons why I really didn't like Robert California is like he's creepy, but also it's just that's not how an organization would work. Where the CEO would come in and put like CEOs have like an overarching knowledge of a company, but they don't go into individual branches and they don't like live in like small town Pennsylvania. It just wasn't very realistic to me. And then this guy was supposed to have all this money, and then at the end you find out that he's none of those things. It's one of those things that it's okay. Um, I really like Ellie Kemper. I think she's very attractive, but also really sweet in that show. And so that would be
Donna Noble.
what's her name? Anna Noble.
Donna Noble. She's. You're talking about
I'm talking about Erin. Who's Donna Noble?
what's her name?
Erin. She's the other receptionist after Pam.
Oh, never mind.
Who's Donna Noble?
Oh, let me think. Donna Noble. Who's she played by? Catherine Tate.
Oh, I can't stand that character. Do you like Captain
The
Tate's
British
character?
one.
Yeah.
I liked her in Doctor Who.
Perfect. That's Doctor Who. This is The Office. And that's what I feel like everybody said. Oh, I liked her in Doctor Who. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. This is The Office. And you have to understand that, like, nobody wants a tablet that's a triangle.
Yeah, but it was in the point of The Office where they were just trying to do anything they could to stay afloat. There was a writer's strike.
Right,
All this.
exactly. And I get that.
So I'll
Um,
take some Donna Noble
okay, so that's her name, Donna Noble?
in Doctor Who.
Oh, Doctor Who.
She plays
Okay.
Donna Noble.
Okay. Um, I you know who people disagree on this character, but I thought he was hilarious, and I'm like I probably in the minority here, but I love D'Angelo Vickers. I love Will Ferrell a lot, and there's some
Me
people. Oh,
too.
did
I
you?
thought so too.
Excellent. I
He's
was
just Michael.
yeah, exactly. I really wish he would have been the the next boss. I and just when he's like, and he spoke for everyone in some ways where Jim and Pam are trying to like get in good with him with their kids or their kid at the time, and he's like, that baby could star in a show called Babies I Don't Care About. I love that. Or just yeah,
Yeah.
I just think if you would he and I was really excited
Just
for
sees
him.
right through it.
Yeah, I was really excited for him to maybe be the next boss. But I understand. Um, he's a movie star and he doesn't want to do television. But I thought, oh, that would have been really, really
Just
cool.
a cameo.
Yeah. Um, they had, I would say, okay, if you ever saw Kelly Kapoor, her character in the early season, and then they change her, or she just really blossoms as a character. And I know that she was a writer, so she couldn't
Yeah.
always be in everything, but she just has some
In the
hilarious lines.
in the Office Ladies podcast, they said that Mina, what is her name?
Mindy
Mina
Kaling.
Kaling. Mindy Kaling.
Yeah.
That her personality, her real personality, just came out of the Kelly character as the show went on. Like being into fashion, being into these TV shows, all
Right.
of that is just Mindy Kaling.
And that's what I love because
I love
it,
that.
it seemed much more realistic than just this really quiet person who they had in the office in the early like season one. She just like slaps Michael. That's like her only thing that she does of real relevance that I recall.
Right.
She doesn't really. She's not dating
Right.
anyone or anything like that. But then um, they get into.
I
Her,
love Talk Your Ear Off Kelly.
oh, me too. Where she's the entire customer service department, and they're just oh how can I help you blah 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 oh or like when
Oh my gosh. When Jim is making that sales call and he totally blows it out of the park by calling
yes
Kelly and she's like, "Oh my god, Jim, hi."
I love that I love they um when I don't love this part but when they create the website and Kelly's like oh it's so easy you just take it and you put it in and it's like oh it says thank you and yeah exactly
Yeah.
she had some lines that
Um,
go ahead
and this is bad, but I love when she eats the tapeworm and like has a tapeworm for a while, like
okay
gets really skinny and like dark circles under her eyes and
yeah
shit.
I could see her absolutely doing that, so I get that. I love her relationship with Ryan. It's so toxic, but yet, like, although like there are elements
It's
of
so
it.
them.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's this one phrase, like, oh, what is it? I don't. Well, I'll slaughter the line, but like, um, oh, I think it's like, um, it's something like, yeah, I have a lot of questions. Question one, how dare you? Something like that, like where she says that. I just
Yeah.
absolutely love that. I love how she's supportive of Woof, WUPH or whatever. And I, as
Yeah.
someone who uses tech all the time, want that. I want Woof. Some one thing that links all my stuff and gives me every update that I need. And ever since I've ever seen that, I've always really wanted that. Um, what you know the final season they get into those two new guys the interns or whatever and I don't really ever love those guys I don't bond
Yeah.
enough with them
What is it? Flop and
Flop and I don't even know the other guy's name they just
Whitey.
kind of seem unnecessary um I've known people who
But
have
I do like when Andy finds out that uh, that Aaron's cheating on him with a guy named Pete, and then
that's
he
right
doesn't know that that's Pete because he only calls him Flop.
oh Pete that's his name yeah that's right um I enjoy Uh, you know what? I like the Dundies, all the Dundies ones. I love the Dundies where the original Dundies where Jenna Fisher or Pam is like, wow, like like when she wins her Dundies and she wins her Dundie and they play like Tiny Dancer during at the end. I love that scene. Um, I love just like when Michael buys a condo. Um, it wasn't so complicated and then it just jumps the shark. okay, so for whatever I say about season 8, season 9 people dislike perhaps even more because, and I've heard that, I don't know if this is true, but the writers really were not happy with Ed Helms doing another The Hangover 2 or whatever, and so they wrote just a bonkers character for him, and I
Made him disappear.
yeah, they made him disappear. He's on a boat, and also his like has this weird relationship with Aaron that I don't really ever buy. Like I would have really liked them to be like a real couple. Like I could have seen them work together as a real couple, but I want to see them not get all crazy. And he starts to date that lady from like Bryn Mawr, that other girl or whatever, and Ed Helms does, and then he has to break up with her at her like with all her friends there.
Oh
It's
yeah,
just
at her friend's bachelorette party.
that's what it was. Yeah, it's just weird. And I know that they had to write it in certain ways, but I don't know. I just think that
Put that
go ahead.
put that on the cringe list.
Yes, I agree.
That him having to break up with her.
And that is on the cringe list of like the as they say the cringiest episodes. I don't know as a writer. I just think
And then they go back to say
right,
they
right.
didn't enjoy it.
Yeah, exactly, which is weird. And it's all in like a road trip to Florida. I can't stand actually. I don't like the Florida episodes at all. That's just it just seemed out of place. And why would you have these like they work in Scranton, which is not Tallahassee, and why they chose Tallahassee, I have no idea. And it was just strange to me, all of that. I think that I didn't like Jill Bennett as the um, like when she comes in
I
and
kind of like her.
well, I like her character, but I just don't think it's
the whole
realistic.
the everyone being based in a different state and all of that. It's very much like what it feels like when your company gets purchased by a bigger company.
That very well could be, and I haven't
Which is what
had
happened.
that experience, but I do like when they
I've been through that.
okay, I do like it when they, and I'm not saying I don't like Joe Barrett's character, if that's her name,
Yeah.
but it's just she's there too much. A real CEO would only be there one time,
Yeah,
just to say
that's
hi.
true. I
But
like when Jim edits her audiobook to be a letter to what's his name?
Dwight, isn't it?
Gabe.
Oh yeah, that's right.
To
It is
Gabe.
Gabe. That's right. I'm not a big Gabe fan, and I don't know if you are. Are you?
No, he's so cringy.
He's
He's very
creepy to
cringy,
me,
but yeah.
and
And I don't like him with Aaron.
no, I don't either. That's creepy. Um, I I don't really think that I know that they needed more characters, but frankly, like if they had, I don't know how everything in television world works, but and I know they had a writer's strike, but I wouldn't have wanted to add all these new characters. I think that it would have been fine if they just condensed the office a little bit and we got more to learn about Stanley and more to learn about Phyllis and Creed's crazy world and all of those things. I mean, that would have been fine. Meredith, I mean, she was doing a whole bunch, but we never got to see it, which I get is part of the joke.
Right.
But
She got her doctorate.
yeah, exactly. But we never see any of their, even well. And then this is an issue that arises, Kevin, and how he goes from like normal accountant or generally normal accountant to just like his intelligence level drops to the point where
Yeah.
he's like doesn't know if like a turtle is dead or not or like a dog is dead
Yeah.
and I just don't necessarily I don't like when they do that to a character. um I like it when he was smart.
Completely cartoon them.
Exactly. He wasn't necessarily
Because
smart.
he had a fiance.
Exactly.
And a stepdaughter, basically.
Absolutely. And that would have been cool. Like he did fantasy football. So it means it's like he was one of the guys, kind of the deal. Like he, you have to be somewhat intelligent to have
Yeah.
these parts. They were more normal parts of his life, and then it's just this
Right.
degradation.
Now he's just a fat loner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I did not like that, but I do like his character. Um, I I love Creed. Do you like Creed?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Um, I
Yeah, I like his vlog.
yeah, I love that. That's so funny. Um, when they have just things like that, he's like he's like I'm 30. Well, I'll be 30 in November. That's so funny. Can we get Red Bulls in this thing, brah? When he's trying to.
And then he when I think it's on the like fucking second episode or whatever when they're firing people and he starts wearing a wig around
You know what's
because
in
they're gonna fire the oldest person.
right? Wait, no, is that's not when they do that? When he uses all the toner,
I don't remember.
he he. That's a little later,
Oh
but
yeah,
I do
he
love that.
dyes his hair.
Exactly. I love all of that. When they do this shot of him, and it's just from the back, and so you don't know who it is, and it's just this guy with jet black hair, and then he sits down, and he's like, "Yeah, sometimes, like, just he's just he's trying to play up like he's much younger than he is." I think that's when they're doing some kind of layoffs or something. But yeah, I absolutely love that.
Yeah.
I love his character. I love that he kind of was well, that's like his real name too. But he was in the grassroots, so he was in like a music, um, a music band, like a pretty big band. And then I love the fact that he wasn't supposed to necessarily be a real character, but he did something that Creed
I was literally gonna say that.
exactly where it was in the episode where they have the races on their forehead and he he said something, and the fact that he said something
Yeah.
meant that he
That they had to hire him on.
exactly had to do with like the union or
They had to
something
pay
like
him
that.
more.
Exactly, and then he just
Yeah.
and that's
I
such
listened to that episode of Office Ladies, I think.
excellent, and that's such a Creed thing to do that it's like it was art or life art imitating life, so to speak, and I love that. I really love their holiday parties. Those are some of my favorite. I could just watch those
That's
ones.
exactly how Creed Bratton got the job.
Yeah, exactly. I love. There are some lines that just make me laugh every time when Michael's buying vodka for the party, and he's like, uh, "So you think this is enough for 17 people?" And they're like, "Yeah, 14 bottles of vodka. Yeah, that'll do it." And then they just have this just amazing, amazing party. Um, I I love that show so much that I mean, like I've been to the it's called um, Valley. It's on Satakoy Street in Van Nuys, and when you it's called like Valley Film something like that, and they had to cover that up to make the Dunder Mifflin building. But I mean, like if you remember in the fire, Dwight's kicking the handicap sign on the wall. Like I did all of that. I did everything that you could do outside on camera, or I did my best to. It's not that big. You would be shocked in real life to be like, this is it. Like it's so small. Um, I loved everything about that show. What did you think of Idris Elba's character? Um, what is his name? Do you know who I'm talking about? Um, Idris Elba.
No.
Okay, he's uh, how? What was his name in the show? Um, he is the guy who Kelly and Angela really think is hot, and he has glasses, and basically he comes in working for David Wallace, and he came from steel. He worked for Satakoy Steel. Um, he is like really put together, and Jim like hit
Oh.
the he comes in. Charles Minor is his name. That's it. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I think that I thought he did an excellent job. I would have never known he was British when I first saw it. I would have never known that I think he did a really good job of just playing like a really the straight man, but like a real business person who's trying to make this branch do better, and all of those things. I thought his character was really good. Um, I think it's really cool that Michael and Carol in the show were really married, and so they got to like have
Yeah.
her in the show. I think that was really cool.
But the fact that she hated him.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's kind of how it works sometimes. Um, I did not like the Pam's mom. I think. Well, let me say I like the first one, which she and Pam, if you remember, that lady only shows up in one episode, and due to her doing like Broadway or something, she couldn't do the other ones. But then they bring in that
Yeah,
other
so
Pam's
they
mom.
switched actresses.
Exactly, and she's I mean I think she's an attractive woman, and but it never I never bought that that's Pam's mom. That was just they didn't look alike. The other lady did look alike, but this was like a really hot lady, not really hot, but like a very attractive woman. And then like Michael, of course he's gonna hit on her and all these other things. Um, yeah, he went through a series of some weird relationships, like that lady who ran like a Dave and Buster's. I forget her name, but that lady. He dated some really attractive women, but that's where he's like, she's like, get off my table. We just had that felted, or you know who I'm talking about. And she was cheating on her husband.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a weird one. That's kind of a cringe moment for me, um, where they have to go to this baseball game, if you recall that. Um, I and I really another cringe moment that people say, and I agree, is Pam's um, like the lady who owns Pam's building when she's trying to set Michael up with her, and Michael just like because she's not overtly pretty.
That's not that. It's short lived.
Yeah, it is. It's quick, and thankfully, I really liked when I I really liked. I mean, I could have watched an entire series of any of these things, but I really liked this Stanford branch, or um,
Oh yeah.
the
And they played video games.
I love that, and that's where we meet Karen and Ed Helms, or Andy, and then they got that like serious boss, not serious boss, but like he's really good, uh, and they were gonna bring him in and everything, but um, I
He's
just
not a gentleman.
yeah, exactly, but I just liked that like Jim kind of somewhat like had moved on and he found someone new and everything, and but of course they I liked it when they went to other branches that were real branches. Like when they went to Nashua, I liked that. I think they went to like Binghamton or something, and I like when you got to see that there were other branches and Stanford. That's what it was. I like
And when you get to see other branches, you see how special ours is.
exactly. Wow, you even say ours like yeah, because it is ours. Yeah, and I'm in agreement with you. Like um, when Michael does that tour of the different branches, and like you see, they're all pretty serious when he's doing like, like I don't know, Baldy and Hot Lips, and like he just goes around and gives everybody a nickname, and like how he remembers all of them. Um, that one,
Right.
yeah, that yeah. What did you think of Karen? This is kind of an Office fan question.
I didn't really like Karen, but that's because I'm a Jim and Pam girly.
Sure, I understand that. And a lot of people think that
So
Karen,
I was like, yeah, I'm here.
a lot of people think that Karen got the raw end of the deal. That basically, if you recall,
Yeah.
she was generally a good girlfriend. Like even through the beach day where Pam does this weird thing, like in front of everybody, and like tells Jim that she basically liked him.
She
And
still loves him.
exactly. Um,
But here, someone I hate worse than Karen, because Karen, you're right, she doesn't try to take Jim from anybody.
right.
I hate that girl who um, was, I guess, her name was Kathy.
Yeah,
And she
everyone
tried to
hates
sleep
her.
in the same bed as Jim.
Everyone hates her. Yeah, I can't stand that woman. Well, I shouldn't say that. I couldn't watch her. She's not bad looking, but the way she acts with um, stealing Jim or trying to steal Jim, and like I hate that episode where they're in the hotel together. Oh, I can't stand that episode.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
and
hate it.
yeah, and she's like,
Oh my God.
she gets out of the shower and she's like, I'm so cold, and like, but it's like, Jim, what are you doing? Get out of there, dude. You are a married man. What are you doing with like a
But it's
younger?
his hotel room.
Yeah, but even still, I feel like you'd be like, can you just leave, or I'm gonna go somewhere else. You could go to the lobby, you could go to the pool, you could just be on the phone with your wife.
Yeah.
But I understand. I mean, it's just not a good look. And then it gets really weird. Like, I don't know. They make it look like a crime scene or whatever just to get her out. Or wait, no. Dwight comes in and there's like bed bugs or something like that. Like,
Yeah.
it's just, yeah, it's not that realistic to me. I um I was reading about this today actually. Um, how Amy Adams. I thought Amy Adams's character, if you recall, she's like Purse Girl. I think that she does a that they were going to keep her in the show. Well, I should say she wanted to be a movie star. Television wasn't necessarily her thing, um, but they had something where they thought that she looked too much like Jenna Fisher, and it would be confusing to people.
She did.
And there is that they're both like pretty redheaded people. Um, but I really liked her character. I mean, she's again a very beautiful woman, and so not too bad on the eyes. Um, but I thought that they did her in pretty badly, and then also um, Karen Filippelli. If you recall the way that Karen and Jim broke up, it was like all Karen did was like, and I'm not saying what she did was right, but they went to New York. They were going to both have a an interview for the position, and Karen was like, "All right, so I'm gonna go have lunch with my friends in the city. Is that cool?" Like, I could see that. I think as a boyfriend, I'd be like, "Yeah, that's fine. Go." I mean, we don't have to spend every moment together, and I understand you're only gonna get to see these people for lunch or whatever. It's New York's a busy place. Go for it. I don't think that it was like the biggest deal in the world, but it was supposed to be like, oh, she didn't really care about him, and that's I don't feel that true because she moved from Stanford for him, and she even tells him that.
Right.
And it's so funny that
Yeah.
um when she comes when when Jim's like, yeah, so basically she told me that she was just gonna live her life normally, yada yada yada. And then they look and like all her stuff is packed up and she's gone. And she went and did Parks and Recreation and everything. I was absolutely,
Right.
I was, I was absolutely shocked when they chose Ryan for the job of Jan. I did not see that one coming. I don't think a lot of people did because he wasn't even like a full time employee, or he was barely a full time employee at in the office. So like, how did he jump Jim and Dwight and Michael just because he had an MBA that he got like at some random time? So I thought that
Well,
was
and he smooths. He's really good at smoothing the safe wallet.
oh absolutely
That's what I
definitely
got.
oh yeah 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 he's definitely good at that. And then they do all kinds of weird stuff with his character, and I'm not saying that I like what they did with him. I understand that they had to because they couldn't always show him in the show, but like um I liked him in the beginning when he was normal. Then he takes that job and grows the beard. I love when Jan's like, "Oh, I love the beard. Keep it forever." It's just very funny to me. Then he gets like really into drugs
Yeah.
and like and his like short friend or whatever, and who like Dwight thinks is a hobbit, and then
Yeah.
he gets into like after all of that he then like where he what does he do? He gets into like frosting the tips of his hair and like having his mom drive him all
Yeah.
kinds of places. So I'm not saying I like what they did with his character. And then it gets into like this nerdy like film kind of guy and like wearing bow ties and stuff. They do all kinds of weird stuff with his character, which I can't say I necessarily like. I I have known people who really, really like Stanley. Like they have Stanley mugs. They are just huge Stanley fans. What are your thoughts on Stanley?
I like him. I like his vibes. I like that he doesn't like to work.
I
But I
like that.
wouldn't like buy his merch.
No, no, no. I completely understand that. What I don't like about him is his infidelity. I did not like that part
Yeah,
of him.
that's true.
Um, he had a wife, and then I think her name is Carrie or something like that. And we actually
Yeah.
see her in the Dundies, and then
Yeah, we do. And she's white.
yeah, and then all of a sudden, hey, welcome. How are you, Aframasha?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm today have a great day, and you?
Oh, I'm having a wonderful day as well. Affirmatia, this is my friend Sophia. Sophia, this is Affirmatia.
Hey,
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I feel good too, thank you.
Excellent. Well, Sophia, I could probably talk your ear off on this, but I know you've got bread to make. You've got milk and honey bread, aka Jerusalem bread, which I think is a beautiful thing. So I'll let you get to that. I could, but come back because I could talk to you about other shows as well. But I could still talk to you about The Office and Parks and Recreation all day long. As you can tell, I'm a diehard fan as well. So, but I don't want to take up any more time if it's unnecessary.
All right.
Okay. Well, then we'll continue to talk. Okay.
Yeah.
What else? What else do I really love about the show? So Afirmatia, we are talking about a television show from the United States called The Office. Afirmatia, have you ever heard of The Office?
The Office. It's a series.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is 100%. Yep. So we're both big fans of this show, and we're just talking about the show, but we can talk about other things too. Um, but yeah, have you ever seen The Office?
Yeah. My brother loves this series. I watched only part.
Oh, excellent. Your brother likes it?
Yes.
Your brother has good taste.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, maybe. Oh,
Absolutely.
maybe
Absolutely.
yes.
Wonderful. We were just talking about parts of the show that we like, and I can tell Sophia's a really big fan, as am I. Um, Sophia, what are your thoughts on Phyllis? Did you hear me, Sophia? Sophia, can you hear me? Maybe she cut out for a second. I don't know. Sophia, can you hear me? That's okay. Affirmatia, I know you streamed for 9 hours yesterday. How did it go?
I think I have a question for you.
Go
I
ahead.
must translate this question. It's
Sure.
a lab question. I am doing something in Poland like activist movement, and
And
I'm trying to get the people on the server on Discord and talking about the cases who is very important to not only the country. Uh, for I have the same I think, but I don't know, and I wanna ask. I think I have the same objective of peace of the world, of
world
world peace,
peace, yes, absolutely.
But I wanna ask you, how you are uh, and and behavior
Endeavor,
and behavior
endeavor.
endeavor yes endeavor to have that statement in the internet and how to talk with somebody who is just negative and he doesn't care about this what is going on, for example, in country, and have an ignorance, something like that.
Sure.
Because
I
I am very emotional
yes,
to the persons.
yes. I deal with this every day. Negative people. People who, especially when it comes to world peace, they don't believe or they don't even want it. They like war. I deal with that all the time. And one of the first things that I do, and let me know if you need me to translate this, but I'll speak as easily as I can. Um, I say to them, have you ever been impacted by war? Have you ever had someone knock your house down? Have you ever had someone steal your things? Have you ever had somebody hurt you? And normally they haven't. And so I say to them that you don't even know what you're talking about. You don't even have an idea of what the pain of war can be. You haven't lost a loved one in it. And usually, if you talk to soldiers, they don't want war either. One of the reasons why they went became soldiers is because they wanted to stop war forever. And those people who like war, or those people who like the negativity, many times I feel they are just trying to be trying to get a reaction out of you. So they're bored. They have nothing to do on the internet, and so hey, I'm gonna bother you, and I'm gonna try to make your life a little worse so that my life is a little better. Do you find that people are doing that?
Yeah, so far it's happening all the time, or especially in Poland. I don't know how is in other country. I think similar, but in Poland is a popular is a popular the statement approach plan, you know, plan
Statement
for
about
people.
a statement about
Statement about think negativity to positivity.
yes. So here's the um, here's what I do. I get this all the time where I will just say in on the internet, "Hi everyone, how are you?" And they will say, "Kill yourself. We don't like you." Just immediately. I haven't even had a chance to say anything aside from, "I hope you have a good day." They'll be very mean to me. I lean into that and I'm even nicer to them. And they hate it. And I love it because it's more positivity. So I'll say, "Well, I hope you have a wonderful day." Or "I hope many blessings are bestowed upon you." Or "I hope that your day improves." Or "If you ever need anything, come to me. I'm here to help you." If you There's a saying in English, "Kill them with kindness." I don't know if it's going to translate that well. I'm going to translate this just so it translates
Yeah,
correctly.
I understand.
You understand? Okay.
Kindness. It's yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
so the strategy is kill them with kindness. Basically, when they are negative towards you, be extra nice to them. And that does two things. One, it does not bring you down to their level. And two, it's bothersome to them because you're actually showing them that you are stronger than they are. And then three, it's adding positivity to the conversation, which is always important. So I think the at least what I do is I am just even nicer to the person. So if somebody comes in here and they'll be like, "I hate you," I'll say, "Well, that's an interesting opinion to have. May I ask why you hate me?" "Well, I just don't like you." "Okay. Well, how's your day going?" Actually, Sophia, that's actually a quote from The Office that I use. "How's your day going?" Basically, when someone's mean to me, I will just be like, "How's your day going?" Because nobody expects that. And so when you are nice to them, it makes them even more mad. And there's something to that. Um, so when people are mean to you on the internet, or they in English a lot of times it's being called trolling someone, where you just do it to get a reaction out of them, then you just kill them with kindness. Be really nice to them and be very positive to them. And then also tell them that if there's anything that you can do for them in the future to help them, that you're there to do it. A lot of people start trying to be trolling with me, and then they see that I'm a really nice person, and they actually will apologize to me later on in our friendship or whatever, and they'll say to me, "Wow, I want you to know I didn't realize that you were a real person. I didn't realize that you were really nice, and I'm sorry. I should have recognized that I was being a troll." And you just try to change their behavior by being a good influence. So basically, the way that I try to do it is I try to be a light to them. I try to be a good influence to them. Sophia, do you have
I
any?
can't remember
Understand.
Yeah.
that one guy. I was here when he came in here and you guys were talking for a while, and afterwards he said, when I came in here, I thought that you were a piece of shit or
Yeah,
whatever."
exactly.
I can't remember what he said. Or he said, "I thought you were a dickhead."
Yeah,
And you
absolutely.
were like, "Well, I'm glad I'm not."
Yeah,
I can't remember
exactly.
what he said.
But I get those kinds of people. Somebody said that to me within 48 hours. They came in here. A lot of people try to bring in really negative things of into my life, and I do my best to not allow that to get to me, and to be positive back to them. And when they see that, it shows that you're too big for them. You're not gonna let them get to you. So in your case, Afirmasha, uh, what does someone say to you that brings you down? What do they say?
Uh, I wanted to say one thing after I will respond you.
Sure.
Uh, I noticed that the most this person who is trolling us by negativity, as as you said, they are trying to get a fun from that, and they pretend that person too to just have a fun to check somebody is mad, but in reality they are they are other person. As you said, when I meet the person who is negativity and he don't want to talk, he only hate me, I should be stronger than him. Thank you for that advice, and show him, ask him about his day, about his
Exactly.
feeling, why
Exactly.
he is feeling, or even don't ask why, just wish him good feeling.
Wish him well. Exactly. And that is the best defense you can ever have, because he'll realize that he can't get to you. And not only that, you're trying to be even more, you're trying to spread kindness. And that's something that's really special. Not many people want to do that, especially on the internet. Um, I would say that another thing you can do, I think you probably are doing this, but I wouldn't interact with anyone under age 18, because children don't understand what they're saying is very hurtful. So if you only interact with adults, that's another big thing. So basically, you don't have to deal with kids, and then you just are only a positive light as much as possible to adults. And then adults know what you're doing, and a lot of times you're able to change their minds, just like Sophia gave an example. And I think that that's the best thing that you can do, is just be a light to the nations, a light in the darkness, and just be very, very positive. And even if you don't want to be positive, don't let them get to you. So if they're in a chat and they're being mean, let's say somebody says, "I hate you." So sometimes, so I have a couple things that I say to people when they're being really mean to me. I There's a saying in, I don't know if it's going to translate, but in English, it's kind of a newer saying, but it's cool story, bro. So somebody will be like, "Oh, I don't like you. I think that you're XYZ. I think that you're this and that and that, and I don't like this, and I don't like this, and I don't like this, and I don't like this." So it's like all this negativity, and I just sometimes will just be like, "Cool story, bro." What does that mean? It means like, I don't have enough time to read through all of your stuff. Thank you for the information. Thank you for your story. We're moving on. There was a previous generation, like grandmas, would say um, something like, um, "That's okay, honey," or something like that. There's like there are ways to just basically dismiss people. These are dismissive statements, but they work very well if somebody's going above and beyond to be really mean to you, and you don't want to deal with them in that way. So you just say, "Cool story, bro." And then I also use a lot of positive emojis. I just do that in my life generally. I didn't always. I for many years never ever used emojis or emoticons or anything like that. But because so many people use them in on online conversations, I do my best to use them. So I might say, and you can use these too. When somebody says, "I hate you," you can say, "I appreciate your opinion. Thank you so much," and then give them a thumbs up or like a smiley face or something like that, which shows that you're being very positive to their negativity as well. And if anything, it shows that you didn't let them get to you. So you can use emojis to your advantage and also get across positive messages as well. Does that make sense?
perhaps this makes sense a lot. I wrote it on the paper.
Okay,
I
excellent.
need that. I need that.
Oh,
Being the light in the darkness is the most statement I want to go in and learn how to being a lightness person. So thank you
absolutely. And when you,
for even for them, even for them. Yeah,
Sophia, do you have any
why not?
advice? I don't know if you can hear us, perhaps. And yeah, you can, oh, go ahead. I see you can. Go ahead, Sophia.
No, I was gonna say I don't think so.
Okay, that's okay.
People are gonna be mean. You know, the best
Yeah,
thing you can do is ignore people that are mean, especially on the internet. Folks use the anonymous nature of the internet to say whatever they want, and best you can do is just ignore them
yeah,
because that's what works on bullies.
yeah. It does. Um, I I sometimes get people who will give me long paragraphs. It's just too much to read, or it's just very hateful, and so I'll use a phrase that grandmas would use years ago. That's nice, dear. Just like that's nice, dear. Like okay, fine, whatever,
Yeah.
whatever you want to say. It's
I
just
like to say, I'm happy for you or sorry that happened.
there you go.
Like that's way too long for me to read.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, there are
You're happy for him. Can you repeat that? You are happy because?
Oh, just respond. And like if somebody says something that's way too long for me to read, I'll say, "Damn, that's a lot of words, but I'm happy for you," or "Sorry that happened." Period.
Okay,
Like cover all my bases.
okay. That's a good advice to ignore them. To have, um, I think, to ignore something like that. Uh, it's hard to ignore than react. React always was easier, but I never know how to react. How I know I am admiration that you can be uh, stable to ignore that comments. That's more stable than reacting.
Yeah, because typically when people are acting disruptive like that, the thing they want is attention.
yes,
And so whether you're giving them positive or negative attention, they're still getting a conversation out of it.
that's right. I get people who will many times they will come at me with many different questions, and I'll answer sometimes 20, 30 questions for people, sometimes 60 questions from people, but eventually I recognize that sometimes these people don't even care about my answers and they're asking the question before I even have a chance to answer. And so I have other ways to deflect these things. I will say if you have any other questions, feel free to ask me and ask Rabbi anything. I've got a little area. You can ask any question that you want. And that means that the person has to do a little bit of work. They're going to have to type out their question, but it also allows me to deflect them. I get people who will, in a message to me, they'll just write a huge paragraph of something. And so sometimes I will just give them a thumbs up or an okay or some kind of emoji, not even give them words. Now, I do that sometimes to people, and I really do mean thumbs up, or I really do mean okay, or whatever. But I find if sometimes I don't even give them any words back, just an emoji, it deflects them as well. It shows that I maybe I'm not ignoring you, but I'm not going to read all of your stuff. Whatever you're cool, good job, whatever, okay. I get what you're saying, but I'm not going to give you any of my time. You have to recognize affirmatia, especially as you're becoming more of a streamer and more of a public figure. Your time is very valuable, and if you take time for all of these individuals, it's going to take away from you. There is a philosophy in that I've heard in the business world, but it works in this as well. when you awake every day, you get, let's say, 100 coins, okay? And let's say everybody's taking from you, and at the end of the day, you have 0 coins. You want to be very careful of who you give coins to, basically, who you give your attention, who you give your time to. So, if you have all these people who are taking coins from you, you're not going to be able to have any coins at the end of the day. And you want to make sure that you have your time, that you have your effort, that you have your coins by the end of the day. So, if you just give them a little something and hopefully they'll run away with it, or you can just ignore them, but don't let them take anything from you. It's very important. I have this mentality, and I've always had this, that basically, um, haters gonna hate is a saying in English. Haters gonna hate. So basically, there are some people out there who are just gonna hate all the time, and that's fine. There's nothing that I can do about it. I can't necessarily change you. I can just be a good example to you.
One example was perfect to explain me that the time is valuable, as you said,
Yes,
as you said, and
exactly.
yeah, it gives me a lot right now. It gives me a lot if I will be start new stream, probably tomorrow, because I'm kind of tired by
Sure.
today's very long streams,
Absolutely.
and
You've done
I
extremely
have
long
new.
streams. Extremely long. Good job. I mean, I mean this.
Yeah,
I'm
thank you.
impressed by how long your streams are. You've done a 7 hour stream and a 9 hour stream back to back days. I'm telling you, that's a long, long stream. And I stream all the time, but it's different kind of how you stream. You have to pay attention, and you can't just go doing whatever you want to do. That's a lot of time to devote to people. So you take as much time off as a break as you need.
Thank you for support, bro. Support. Thank you for support, Sofia.
Oh, absolutely. I'm
Of
I'm
course.
I'm very impressed by, well, you in many ways, but especially with you streaming. Most people don't stream that long, and for you to be able to already be comfortable doing that, it's phenomenal. And when you stream that long, you're gonna have people who come in and are grabbing at your attention and trying to steal your positivity. And if you don't let them do that, if you kill them with kindness, you smile, you make sure that they're aware that it doesn't get to you. It's just you win in so many different ways. They don't get anything from you. You don't show any weakness, and you add positivity to the world. I think it's a great strategy.
Yeah, that's a nice. Helped me a lot.
Excellent. Well, very well. Do you have any other questions? We have Sophia here, so we have other people who can perhaps help, and she has a lot of experience just in life. So, what other issues do you run into?
I think I don't have a question. I am right now in my and I'm trying to the end of the year focus on open third eye and working on seven chakras równomiernie. Seven chakras randomly.
7 chakras, like
I
meditation.
I have to go make my bread.
Sophia,
But
you take
it was
care.
a very
It,
fun talking to you guys.
absolutely, Sophia. I
Nice
could
to
talk
meet
to you
you. Yeah.
for forever. You come back whenever you have time. Okay.
Of course. I'll
Excellent.
see you later.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye, Sophia. I hope I will meet her again.
Oh, she's wonderful. Yeah, she's a really nice person. I think you will.
I hope so.
Yeah,
I hope so.
yeah. She,
And
she. I was gonna say she likes to listen to me sing karaoke. So, maybe one of these nights I'll do that, and I'll make sure she's here for it. But yeah, she's a wonderful person. She has a very good heart. She's very smart. She's just a good friend.
that's why I said I hope that I will meet
Yeah. I don't
I want to say,
go ahead.
yeah.
I don't like people.
No, you go ahead.
Thank you. I don't like people who, if you're going to be here for a long time, I want you to be positive. And I recognize not everybody can be, and we'll get little people who come in and they're negative and they'll be blah 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. But if you're going to be here for a long time, we want to be positive to each other. We want people to come here and have optimistic thoughts and positive vibrations. And I do my best to be a good example to everybody.
And I hope that I will too, if I will walk about the reaction we talked about, uh, this to be light in darkness, to bring them light, to to share this light. But I must be warning about. Uh, I brought 100 coins kindness,
Yeah,
and be warning who would share that light.
exactly. So you got it. Like 100 coins in the morning. Your dog needs 5 or 10 coins because they're going to take your time. Your family's going to need 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 coins for whatever they have to do. And you have a certain amount that you can give out towards the day, but you don't want to give too many out to one individual person or they'll start to pull your energy. And that's not what you want. So you give them a little bit if they want, and then you move on and give them to other people. And then at the end of the day, the important thing is that you still have coins left over and that you're not empty.
That was accurate.
Excellent, excellent. So, Aframasha, there's something we can do to practice what we just learned, if you want. So, it's called role playing. Basically, I'm going to be a mean person, okay? And you just will test you, okay, to see how you would react. I'm not going to be really mean, but I'll be like this. Aframasha, I'm on your stream right now, and I think it's really boring. What are you going to do to make me more excited?
uh, I I hope you will stay here for a moment and there and watch it
Perfect.
what I
Perfect.
will say. And if you will feel too boring, you can change the stream where you are watching.
Perfect.
If you
Perfect.
if you will want to stay, you will stay with me and I will be happy.
Absolutely. Very good job. One thing that I like to say to people, very, very similar. No one's forcing you to watch me. So go do whatever you want to do. You're the one who's here. And if you want to be here, let's be positive to each other. That's exactly right. Yeah. If and you know, I think that that's an excellent way. Okay, let's try another one. I don't like you.
Mm, that's all.
I can help
You
you with
don't
this
like
one.
me.
Yeah.
I I understand. I understand because I am personal. Somebody's like me, somebody's don't. But don't worry, bro. I hope that you will find a right language with me, and maybe someday we will like each other.
There you go. I'm glad you said this. There's something else that I say. I'm glad you said that. So I like to say sometimes, thank you for the information. Why? Whether it's negative, good, or bad, it's still showing that I'm positive. Thank you for the information. Um, there's a movie. Have you ever heard of the movie The Big Lebowski? It's okay if you haven't.
Again?
Have you ever heard of the movie The Big Lebowski? It's okay if you haven't.
No.
Okay. So there's a saying in this movie, and I'm going to show it to you. It's that's just like your opinion, man. What does that mean? It's like somebody can be like, I don't like the color of the sky. Okay, well that's just like your opinion, man. I don't like the color of the grass. Okay, well that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, it's everything is just your opinion. So basically, um, this is a phrase that I really like as well that I use sometimes. So when somebody would be like to you, like, I don't like you. Okay, well that's just like your opinion, man. Like, okay, you're entitled to it, but that that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with me. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, so that's just like your opinion, and you did it exactly right. Like, hey, that's you're allowed to think whatever you want. So I'm not gonna get in the way of that. But yeah, okay, I you know what to do. You got it. I I'm impressed. I'm really impressed the way that you were able to handle those scenarios because you didn't let it get to you at all, and you were able to respond in a way that was positive and also um, you embraced them. So basically, you confronted them in a positive way, which is a good. It's hard to do. It's very easy to do this. Well, I hate you too, and I don't like you, and you stink, and you're the worst, and blah 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 blah. It's very easy to want to do that and get into a big fight with them. You don't want to do that. You can just be, well, thank you for your opinion. That's a perfect one. Thank you for your opinion because it's positive. It recognizes that they gave their opinion, and you just move on. You just thank you for your opinion, and it's
You said
go ahead.
that was mainly true in your work. That everything is an opinion, and
Yes.
uh,
You remembered. Yes,
in the beginning,
exactly. Yes, exactly.
in
I
the
was going to
beginning,
say it goes back to our previous discussion of that everything is just subjective. Everything is just someone's opinion. You're exactly right. Oh, I'm proud of you. Oh, that's wonderful.
thank you,
You're
thank you
welcome.
so much. Uh, I sent you a map of consciousness,
Okay.
and uh, and I will send you in English language, and in Polish the same, uh, and the same also. I will send you both. I sent you before, but it's I think that's a brand new information, I guess. And I want to ask you something about that. Yes, I have it. It was that. It was that. From Hawkins, David Hawkins.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hold on a second. Hold on. Did you send me this?
Okay.
Did you send me this earlier, or did I see this from someone?
Yeah, I indeed sent you this.
Wait, I
But
know. Hold on. Um, I thought I saw. Did I? Hold on. I thought I saw this.
yeah, I sent you this before.
Okay, you did send it to me before. Okay, and
Mhm.
yes, okay, but it was in. Was it in Polish?
In Polish, you have this too, but I will send you.
No, no,
I
no,
think I think
no, no. I see it. I see it. It's right here, and it's in English. I can read it. I got it. Yes. Okay. Do you want to discuss it?
uh, you said that everything is subjective. I had the one theory uh, what is saying about objective, and I I was thinking about that. Where is objective? Where is subjective? And I thought that subjective ways of perspective on lives is on a focus to direction down emotions and stand of consciousness, and the objective with a perspective on the world is starting yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if that's the
Yes.
I don't know if that's the right way to think of it. I, Let me say this: all of it is subjective. All of it is just your opinions. All of it. Nothing is more objective than anything else. All of it is just your opinion. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. I was challenging. I was to post on this kind of physic terms. For example, about uh, constant speed of a light.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
in the physics, constant is a subjective way to see the constant speed of light, for example. Yeah,
Yes.
in physics that's constant, but in reality not.
I get what you're saying. Okay. So the way that we could say it's subjective. So the speed of light is very fast. I don't know it off the top of my head, but just to one person, let me get what it actually is, so we have the term.
Find this, please. I must go pee.
Okay,
Okay.
absolutely, absolutely. You go pee.
Goodbye.
Okay. What is the speed of light, and how is that just subjective? Please explain how everything in the world is subjective, except that statement is the only objective statement. Excellent. Okay. So, firstly, this is an excellent, excellent point. It's mind blowing. Okay. So when I say the speed of light is 299,792 299,792,458 meters per second. That's objective scientific fact. Okay.
Objective.
Objective. Wait, exactly. Exactly. No, I know. I'm having to um I'm having to not necessarily alter my thought, but
Okay.
when
Okay.
we say
That's what I want to know.
when we say so it's also 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. So
Mm-hmm.
so some aspects of science are seen in objective ways. The speed of light, acceleration of gravity, these kinds of things are seen objectively. When I say that everything is subjective, that's just like your opinion. The speed of light is not. It is a constant. I get that. The
Okay.
idea when I say that, I mean it as this. To one person, it affirmatia, I I don't want to say I'm stumped. I'm not. I need I need to work through this because you've created a you've created an excellent problem for me, and I have to think through it. So just give me a second to think through it.
Feel kind, usually
You
fun,
should.
and
You should.
it depends. Yes, yes.
Yes.
It depends. How do you feel with that? It depends. Yes, I do. I have the same problem too.
Yes, I understand.
Time dilatation
So
can respond.
so even objective truths like the speed of light, acceleration of gravity, even those are subject to revision as our scientific understanding deepens, showing that what we consider objective may have subjective elements depending on our level of understanding. Okay, so now I understand a little bit more. Okay, so like firstly, I I cannot say how much I appreciate you bringing up this point. You should feel very good about yourself because I go around saying everything's subjective. It's even in when you join the server, I say everything in the world is subjective except that statement. Now, when we say that the speed of light is, when I say that the speed of light is subjective, or I, you're saying it's objective, which it is, but it's objective to how you view physics. We can learn physics in a deeper way to learn more about the speed of light. So right now, we just see the speed of light as 300,000 kilometers per second. That is objective to some extent to us, but there may be other layers of that we don't currently understand. Like what? Like quantum mechanics, like relativity. There are other elements of the speed of light. Well, actually, okay, now I understand it a little bit better. Um, we don't know everything that has that. We don't know everything about the speed of light. We we current according to current physics think that it's a constant of 300,000 kilometers per second. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it is. It means that's how we interpret it. Now, I, I want to find an example of something that we thought was a constant and then turned out not to be. So, just one moment. Can you please give me an example of something from science that we thought was a constant that ended up not being a constant?
I have one example.
Okay, what is it?
I think in my head. I will ask something. You know what the time dilatation is?
To some extent, yes.
I can explain you if you don't. If you know, tell me.
I know a little bit about it, but please tell me what you know.
Um, okay. Vector in physics is a direction um, by which we are move in a space.
Right?
And if we have this vector with a speed of light going through the space, we have a dilatation time. I mean, if we have one point, for example, the light of the sun and the light uh, taking a trip with the earth,
Okay.
that will, this is the light. This
Oh,
is the light. Here
oh,
is the sun,
okay.
here, here is the earth.
Okay.
And this light will be going to the earth uh, for some time. I don't know what time it will be, but it will be odległość. It will be distance. It will be distance who is between the sun and the earth. But for the light, the time will be always have a zero time, 0 second, and the time is have a no, the speed of light have a no time. That's a dilatation of time. That this the light doesn't feel the time in which one this two objective feels. I hope you understand.
Very complicated, but okay.
I have one example too, easier.
Okay.
Mm, Sekundy. Jeśli czas paść światła przejdzie odległość a to B jest odciągając czasu, który minął na podróż. Okay. If a spaceship moves at the speed of light, it will travel the distance from a point A to a point B without feeling the time that has elapsed on the journey.
Okay. I understand that.
And uh, we have four dimensions. I think we have four dimensions in the universe: the first dimension, the second dimension, the third dimension, and the time. Uh, and if we will przekroczyć, if we will cross the speed of light, we will cross this dilatation time. I wanted to explain you what does it mean. We will go into other dimension. five, probably five, but I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. That's my hypothesis.
Okay. Uh, so most scientists believe that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. But there are some physicists that don't believe that. There are some, and there's some evidence for this, that the speed of light is variable. Some people say, I'm not saying that. I'm with you. 300,000 uh, kilometers per second. But there are some people who say, some theoretical physicists propose that the speed of light might have been much higher in the very early universe, particularly during the inflationary period. According to these theories, the speed of light could have been much faster in the first moments of the Big Bang, and then gradually slowed down to its current value as the universe expanded and cooled. This could help explain certain cosmological puzzles, such as the apparent flatness of the universe and the rapid expansion during inflation. So even we who think that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, even we think that, does not mean that all physicists believe that. So it's just our opinion that this is what it is.
Yeah.
Another
Can you
example.
translate a little what you read?
Sure.
Thank you. But I think too that the opinion about that because Einstein said everything is better. Yeah,
It
related.
everything is relative.
And
Exactly.
yeah, that's universal. Yeah. Okay.
Can you check your messages?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the English language. Wait a second.
I made a mistake. No, 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 no. I made a mistake. My apologies. Um. Oh no, 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 no. It's not English. It's Filipino. Sorry. Just one moment.
Okay.
Apologies.
But very interesting translate
Yes,
about
exactly.
that.
I thought, oh yeah, yeah, it's English. Yeah, right. Or Polish. Here we go. Okay, please try now.
Oh, you changed that.
Yes.
That was interesting too.
Oh, okay. I could go back. I
That
could.
was interesting.
Do you want the Filipino version?
Send me both.
You got it.
Yes, send me both, please.
Absolutely.
Send me both. Okay. Попробуйте еще раз, сейчас запишите, но сейчас у меня почти концентрации. Okay. the the period of inflation, inflation period specific. Yes.
So here's a simpler way to think of it. If we ask 100 scientists, what's the speed of light? 99 of them will say it's 300,000 kilometers per second. Okay. But there may be one of them or more who say, we don't think it's that. We think that it's the speed of light is variable, perhaps at the beginning of the Big Bang. So what I'm saying is that while the 99 of us think that it's an objective truth that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, that's still just our opinion of what we think the speed of light is. That there may be other people who think it's not that. So there's a thought that it's just your opinion of what the speed of light is. We may agree on it, and that's what we consider an objective truth in science: the speed of light, speed of gravity, or acceleration of gravity, um, the like the different equations. But that is just your opinion of that's what they are. That doesn't necessarily mean that's everybody's opinion.
I will agree with that because I think the same. But everything is an opinion, and I have one opinion about that. I have an interesting theory that if the speed of light has decreased, decreased,
Decreased?
de- decreased, yeah. If the speed of light has decreased since the Big Bang, all travel time has no travel time. I will say our field time is decreased too.
Yes.
For example, the things from the Big Bang will be happening faster than now, and we can from the Big Bang uh, slow down. We can gradually go to slower, to slower, to slower, feeling the time maybe to slower, to slower. That's a opinion, but I like your imagination on any topics.
That's
I
absolutely
like
true.
that.
And on top of that, there's the thought that, okay, so we had the Big Bang goes and then slows, and then eventually it may reverse and the big crunch. So the Big Bang happened approximately like 12 billion years ago, and in another 48 billion years, we may have the big crunch, if that makes sense.
Uh-huh.
So
The chaos
the chaos, exactly.
from the beginning into the end.
Exactly.
To the end to create new beginning.
Perhaps we don't know. That's the
That
big
you
question. That's the big question. No one knows.
you know something about the Mahayoga? Wait, I will Mahayoga, Mahayoga, Mahayoga.
Mahayaga?
That yeah, Mahayoga. That four periods of duration world. Mahayoga. Wait, I must pull up. Deixa eu ver, não tem, não tem. we have a Kali Yuga. And this is the end of the world, but it will be continue rebirth and back. We are backing to the. We have four Mahayugas. We are on the last Kali Yuga, and we will back from the Kali Yuga to Dvapara Yuga, which means Dvapara Yuga. Yeah, that's I think the same. What do you think?
I don't understand.
You don't understand?
I don't understand.
Okay, that's nothing bad. Nothing bad. I will show you more about this. If you want, of course.
Sure, go ahead.
Yuga cycle. Yuga cycle. That's from.
Yes, okay, so I'm on that. Yes, okay.
Mhm.
So Maya Yoga, it's Sanskrit for great yoga, is the designation of the first of the three inner tantras according to the ninefold division of practice used by the Nyingma school of Tibetan Buddhism. So it's the start, as I understand, right? The great yoga.
Great yoga. Yoga cycle. Yoga cycle.
I get that it's a
So
cycle, and
first of
and this is the first cycle. That's the start. Okay.
I will send you in private chat, por favor.
Sure thing.
Something like that. Something like that. In the beginning, uh, in the words, some words with mindfulness, meditative, something like that. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I have idea. I must go to my friend now. If you want, you can listen something more. I will listen something from you, and we can have an interesting talk.
Bravo. Excellent. I'll probably be sleeping because I haven't slept, but when I awake, we will talk about it, okay?
Okay. You have the night. In what hour
No,
was
it's
the night?
9:42 in the morning. It's early in the morning, but I've been up all night.
I will ask about something about the różnica, difference time in your country and in my country. I can write this in the screen.
That I'll find
I
it. I'll find it out right now.
okay.
Okay, so is it
Nice to talk
is it
with you.
6:43 p.m. there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's 9:43 a.m. here. So that is
Nine.
a difference of
AM
eight.
or PM?
It's so it's 9 hours. You're 9 hours
Yeah.
ahead of me.
Nine. You have AM or PM? 9 AM or PM? You have.
It's right now 9:44 a.m.
So you have date. Yeah.
Yes, but I've been up all night. I didn't sleep last night. I've been talking with people. and so I sleep during the day.
Yeah, don't rest, yourself, don't rest, and you can do
I will do
anything.
so. I will do so. You take care. Enjoy your friend, and when you're back, if I'm awake, we'll talk about this more. I want to tell you this, and I mean this, for Masha. I don't think I will ever forget this conversation that we had about objectivity and subjectivity because it really, really made me work. Good job. Good job. Thank you.
What? You do make me happy.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Excellent. Enjoy.
Well,
Take care.
bye.
Bye.
Wow. What's the rhetoric?
Wow, we got somebody to challenge us on that. And that was very, very helpful. Very happy about that.
Can you understand, make the case for each side in this conflict?
That was very good.
You're opening the new can of worms that take another 3 hours of, of, of conversation.
Just 3 hours?
At least. But what I can
Oh,
tell
yeah,
you
I've got all
is
kinds of
this.
people to watch me. Let's see how many. 3.
Iran, prior to
48 seconds.
1979, viewed itself under the Shah as a kind of a, if not supporter of Israel, was in very good terms with Israel. They had an embassy in Iran, or unofficial embassy in Iran. They had certain projects of helping with the agriculture and so forth in Iran. But since 1979, that completely reversed. Part of it is that the issue of the Palestinian plight remained very much at the heart of
So do you maintain
the
your idea
revolutionary
that
Iranians.
everything in
See
the
that
universe is subjective?
part of the United
Is that
States
sentence?
is to support, part of the United States guilt, sin, is to support Israel vis-a-vis its very progressive, very oppressive treatment of the
Maybe you
Palestinians,
should change it to every
completely illegal
opinion.
taking over of the territories which is not theirs
I
since
think I should.
1967.
Every opinion
And
in the
therefore,
world
it is upon
is
the
subjective.
Iranian regime, Iranian
Except
Islamic
that
Republic,
statement.
to support the cause of
I
the
want to change it
Palestinians.
now.
This came about at the time when the rest of the support for the Palestinians, including Arab nationalism, basically reached a stage of bankruptcy. I mean, much of the regimes of the Arab world either are now coming to terms with Israel, or in one way or another, because of their own contingencies, because of their own concerns and interests, are willy-nilly accepting Israel in the region. Now, that old task of rhetorically supporting the Palestinians falls upon the Islamic Republic, that sees itself as the champion of the Palestinians now, without, as a matter of fact, having either the support of the Iranian people behind it. If you ask,
Damn, she fucking
tomorrow
got
there
me.
would be a poll or a referendum, I would doubt that
Did she?
80% of the Iranian people would approve of the policies of the Islamic Republic vis-a-vis the issue of Palestine. Um, Nor the Palestinians themselves, because the Islamic Republic is only supporting those factions within the Palestinian movement which are Islamic, quote unquote. And even within that state, there is problems with Hamas, for instance. But nevertheless, it's for the Islamic Republic some kind of a propaganda tool to be able to use it for its own sake and claim that we are the champions of the Palestinian people. Whether they have a solution, if you look at the rhetoric, if you listen to the rhetoric, it's the destruction of the state of Israel. And that, it seems to me, creates a certain anxiety in the minds of the Israelis, Israeli population and Israeli government, particularly those who are now in power, Netanyahu, the Likud, and more kind of a right-wing politics of policy of today's Israel. That being said, I think also the Israelis try to get an extra mileage out of the threat of Iran, quote unquote, in order to present themselves rightful to, for terms of security and whatever else, the way that they're treating the Palestinians, which I think is extremely unjust. I think it's extremely unwise for Israel to carry on with these policies as they did since 1967 at least, and not to try to come to terms with it. Of course, there's a huge amount of, I'm not denying that at all, a huge amount of uh, failures, mistakes, and stupidity on the side of the Palestinian leadership in various stages, not to try to make a deal or try to come to terms in some fashion. But it's a very complex picture, and it's rather unfair to the Palestinians to accuse them for not coming to terms with Israel under a very uneven circumstances when they are not in a position to try to make a fair deal in terms of the territories or in terms of their security in future vis-a-vis Israel.
So I think there's, as you probably know, quite a lot of people that would have a different perspective than you just stated in terms of, taking the perspective of Israel and characterizing the situation. Can you steelman that their side? Can you steelman Israel's side that they're trying to be a sovereign nation, trying to protect themselves against threats, ultimately wanting to create a place of safety, a place where people can
Does it have to
pursue
be?
all the things that you want to pursue in life, including foremost happiness.
I tend to agree with you, and I have all the respect for the fact that Israel would like to create security and happiness for its own people. But there are two arguments. One is a moral argument. To my mind as a historian, the Jews around the world for all through their history suffered. And this is a history of suffering, a history of memory of it. And I find it enormously difficult to believe that a nation that's the product of so much uh, sacrifice, suffering, loss of life, and a variety of holocausts above all, would find itself in a position not to give the proper justice to a people who could be their neighbors. And that is a moral argument which I cannot believe under any circumstances can be accepted. Second, in real terms,
Can't believe I'm changing this.
what do you want to? You want to commit genocide? You have a population there that you have to come to terms with it. And you cannot just postpone as they did. 667, they're postponing and hoping that it goes away somehow. I don't think it's going to go away. And it's going to get worse rather than better.
It's a long, nuanced discussion, and I look forward to having it. So we'll just leave it there for the moment. But it is a stressful place in the world where the rhetoric is existential. Where Iran it makes claims that it wants to wipe a country off the face of the earth. It's just the level of intensity and rhetoric is unlike anywhere else in the world,
and extremely dangerous.
And in both directions. So one, the real danger of the rhetoric actually being acted commented upon, and then the extreme political parties using the rhetoric to justify even a greater escalation. So, if Iran is saying that this is saying that they want to wipe Israel off the face of the earth, that justifies any response.
On the other side.
On the other side.
Of course, I tend to agree with you fully. And unfortunately, this is a very critical situation that this region is facing, Iran in particular. I would say that I hope that in the minds of the people of Israel, there is a, enough or common sense to realize that probably escalation on the Israeli side is not in the favor of anybody. And try to let the Iranians go on with their empty rhetoric as they do so well. But at the same time, I cannot deny the fact that, there is a danger on the side of this regime